Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. I'm just watching some documentaries about cars in their natural habitat. Sadly, there's no, yeah. Better get that video closed while I'm streaming, you know. It was just auto addiction. He's standing around all day on the Nürburgring, the same corner, so the cars are totally assimilated to him. He just blends into the environment, so the cars really go wild in that corner where he is. But seriously, it really gets me going before I stream, just watching Auto Addiction. Also because I can just turn on the stream whenever I want, you know. But well, today we are back online, and hopefully online works. We'll do that a little bit later. But first I will show you this car for benchmarking. It's the GT4 Cayman, and I took a few good races in this little car, and I will now that it's relevant because I bought the car and we're setting it up and stuff. I will show you a victory I got on Interlagos it was not last season, but the season before that. I was like kinda, you know, getting ready for the YouTube thing. Let's just get going. You know, so I had my playback to 1 hour, you know, and so I could really save the race. Sadly, that was the first race of the season, so there's like one. I only had the clip to like 15 minutes, and had to reinstall the game again all over because, like in GT Sport, had to. You know, we are on the road tire, by the way, the soft road tire. Just if you're wondering. And we have done nothing to the car at all. Now we're just like taking it for a test ride, you know. See how it is. See how overpowered it is compared to like the road cars. Because this is a thoroughbred race car. I haven't even upgraded it yet. I already have a ton of like upgrades. It doesn't work like it just comes with things and then you can upgrade these things like gradually. It comes with all the things, a lot of all the things. You know, like you can the brake balancing, and you can adjust the suspension right away, so you can make you can make a good setup. That's okay, you know. That's part of making a good setup. Oh. And this is part of learning, you know. Sorry, should have been on this one when you crash. Took it the wrong way, but we will mitigate the things that make us crash by tuning the suspension. But we'll mostly do that on Spa because here we have already won the thing. So, and this thing is right under the limit for this class when you buy it. So it's a very good car for this. Like serious for benchmarking, like because it's the car I have driven a ton. Like I can't remember how many miles I have on there, but it changes every season. You get a new car, so it resets. But I've driven like 113,000 kilometers in GT Sport, so I think I have a little bit of a grip on what I'm doing, you know. I don't know how much driving time I got. Maybe like almost 1,000 hours or something. Should have spent way more time in GT Sport. We need more downforce, by the way, and we need to, you know. I'm just feeling the car and feeling what it needs, you know. Right now we're just taking it around here just for a little benchmark. I know it doesn't save a lap time or anything, but. We started out with the, I'm not going to, you know, keep going back to every car we did, and you know, but I will do it a little bit later when we get the money for for the 95 911 that we tuned, but the 993 it's because it's like specific model number, but. And remember we spun, so we're quite a little bit behind, so. But I've already done quite a few 360s in this game. But don't worry about rain on the road tires, because they have grip in the rain. It's not like slicks. I think a road tire challenge would be very great. But I really hope that people who find this series find it helpful. I will be making a playlist of videos, just like I'm making a playlist on Spotify. You can maybe listen to while racing. That's what I do when I'm not streaming. Listen to some songs, because I've played music for quite a few years, and I research a lot about, how music affects us, and in many ways I had some mental issues. I wouldn't say in the past, because they're still going on, and they will probably keep going on for the rest of my life, It's like a physical handicap, So it's not gonna disappear. So, when the time comes, I might need an early retirement or whatever, but at least I will have fun doing all of this, meanwhile, if I could earn a little bit of money doing that. I'm very clear about my goals about this, because, I haven't had a job for quite a few years, and now I really feel like I have something to say, and I'm finally coming out of my shell, I'm not gonna go too much into detail. I feel like I went into very much detail in the earlier streams, like GT7 streams and stuff. If you just start with the GT7 live streams after, just after the I can't stream Gran Turismo before they fix this. Didn't know what to title it, so. But also I had some I had some viewers where it's like I needed to tell them that why I'm not streaming Gran Turismo, so, and that got quite a few views, quite a few likes, and what really helps on YouTube is views in itself are not that important, but what's important about viewers is when view time and all that is I appreciate all the engagement on all levels, even if you're just here like lurking for a little bit and maybe trying to learn something, or maybe just skimming through to find something you might need. But I am going to share my sources for whatever knowledge I have. I'm going to put that in a playlist, because for the last few streams I've been saying I will put it in the description, and I will do that eventually, but it's faster for me and more that's something I can do now, because I don't have a PC and I am not so savvy with the apps and stuff when it comes to things like that, text documents and stuff. Everything else super savvy with it, but not the text documents and stuff. It's much easier for me if I borrow my dad's PC or something at some point when I'm visiting him. Just write it down and copy paste it to all the videos at once. But my main source for this is like a video called Physics of Racing. And it's a lecture. It's fairly entertaining, so don't worry about it being boring. But 11 seconds behind, that's pretty good, you know. We're currently saving up for the safety car, I think. But no need to like watch too much of that because we need we have a mission. I just wanted to benchmark, you know, watch show you the Nürburgring. It's always a nice track. I used to be very intimidated by the track, and it was very hard to learn. But once you get it, it's like people call it the green hole. I call it the green heaven. And I'm still gonna do this on road tires unless it's raining, and I really want to show you how cheesy it is, this challenge, if you get on the rain tire, because you can be on the hard racing tire and it will be like just below the limit. So, but I just need to win this, and then we will go right back to the menu books. Need to get back into that. I can add a turbo to this car. It will give it over the 700 I need. But I don't think I'm gonna upgrade this car necessarily, because I do have an R32 and stuff. Alright, wet tires, I see. We are getting, you know. I love a rainy night. The background music is like interfering a little bit with when I'm like singing a little bit, but you know, I like expressing myself, you know, and role playing a little bit, and that's I'm not a good singer, I will admit that right away, but I'm fairly okay at singing. Like, I used to sing in choirs and stuff. Oh, Kaboom Operators live. Let's welcome him. The stream is starting soon. Yeah, I'm just writing a thing in the chat for him. See ya. A little later. Just testing. Set ups. Beef. No obligations, but feel free to check it out later. I'm gonna go back later and see what he says about that, because it's like starting soon and stuff. We will be like, you know, I'll be like, contact him and on message, be like, we're live here with Kaboom. And I'll just quickly be like, is it okay if I, you know, blah 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 blah. Maybe we can have a conversation. And then I can, it's not like we need to be in voice chat, but it would be fun to be in voice chat for a thing like this. It's what I kinda imagined, so What are people saying in chat? Not my chat, but Kaboom's. I should not have just... Oh, shit, I forgot to like as well. Oh, don't forget to like videos, you know, it means a lot. Nah, you know what, there's not much activity in chat right now, so I'm just gonna give him some watch time while I do my my first little setup lap here in the rain. You know, Kaboom Operator is a really good friend of mine. We might not know each other in real life, but over the last few months and stuff, he's really kept me through some stuff, and we really clicked together. So, and you know, hopefully he would like to speak over the microphone, so we can just bounce a little bit off each other. And read each other's chat and answer questions. It's not like we need to moderate each other's chat. Like, of course, I will give him throw a wrench at him. I like saying it better than that way. And like, think fast. Aww. Just Binelli in his chat just said, hello family, it's all about family. You know, I know it's not my chat and they're not here and cannot listen, but you know, I love to be over there, and it's awesome. Kaboom is really awesome. He's in here sometimes, he has been in here a few times. But I think he has a 9 to 5 or whatever, so... Wait, the views just went down over there and went up over here. I'm just, well, I'm still gonna lurk. If anything pops up in chat. I'm just gonna quickly smoke and then do my setup lap, and then check my chat after. But like then I can, you know, I've been thinking about a lot of things I would like to ask Kaboom about, and you know, just like when you write it's the best time to write people when they're online. The best time to write streamers is when they're streaming, because they need something to talk about anyway. So. I speak from the very little experience I have, just a few months, but and the thumbnail is very good. It's a Porsche 911 as well. Yes, he's a Porsche teammate as well, you know. Oh, with the Hello Kitty, and very nice, very nice. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to my own chat because I don't have sound on anyway, so I can't really hear him right now. And I need to do some things, you know. Oh, I was about to... Hey, David! I was just over at Kaboom's channel. Feel free to go back and forth. He just started. His channel. He's doing liveries, so if you're like, I would like to do a little bit of liveries. I need to ask him a thing about some cosmetic things, like during the stream as well. So hopefully I can like entice him to come on voice chat, because we click together like very good in chat anyway. So, and we have heard each other's voices anyway, so we just haven't like talked, you know. And if we're going to play some GTA together at some point, and some Red Dead, then we need to talk anyway, so... I'm doing very good though. I'm very tired though, but I can go on weekend, like... For the first time in a long time I can be like, it's weekend for me. By the way, I bought my Porsche Cayman. I was testing it a lot because it's one of the... I like to think of them as like rental cars. You can get like when you're offline, you know, when everything is down. And I just played around with the setup, and it adds a whole new dimension to this car, you know. You can just counteract everything if you know what to do with what. And again, I would like to refer to physics of racing. I will do a playlist with like, but I will do it in a good order. I will start with physics of racing. Oh, the appointment. I missed the appointment, but it's okay. It's like I had a little bit of a bad day. I have done everything this week, and you know the doctor is like, it's very flexible, and they don't have enough time in the day anyway. So it's like, okay, then we take another, and he's okay. And you know, I went down. I just talked to them a little bit, you know, about how it's going, and. Well, I'm gonna say this because it's relevant. Right now I'm at a mental health facility. I was I've been there for a week or something. And last weekend I got home to see how it went, and I was like, I have a lot of things going on for me at home, and the doctor agreed with me. I should the best practice is at home. My mom was very hesitant too, but she eventually like. So now it's weekend, and the whole thing with like putting the tent up with my dad and my parents, and in the weekend is like put off because we have had meetings and back and forth, and you know we've done a lot together this week, so. It's nice to just be able to, you know, sleep until like 4 AM, sleep until I want to, and then get up, take a shower, eat something, and then stream until I don't want to, and then get up fresh in the morning after. What do you think of the evolution of the titles, by the way? I try a little bit different things, and the tag GT7 is more popular than the Gran Turismo 7, so I elected to keep just GT7 in the title because it gives me more freedom to come up with puns, you know, catching up. Tired of the suspension. If and when I do get my my early retirement, because it looks really bright, you know, for an early retirement. Even though I'm only 26, it's a good thing for me because I'm not able to hold a normal job, plain and simple. Not because I'm lazy, but because my my mental health screws me over. And I will go into detail about that more in the future if anybody asks. You know, I'm very open to talk about that stuff, but I won't be like, now we're having a good time with cars, you know. So let's get these 5 laps in. We have the wet tires now, and hopefully it's like, you know, the other guys are on road tires, so just see how OP this car is. It's simply to benchmark this car. So, oh shit! Sorry, I had to like I was taking the headset over both my ears, but I can hear now that I can't hear myself talk. I might not be able to, you know, hear myself as an echo, but it's nice to hear that you're not yelling, you know. But see, I have 20 seconds to catch up. And on the rain tire you can go really hard. Especially in this car class you can be like, whoa. But I do really hope, oh shit. It's just benchmarking, you know. we will put more downforce and, you know, stiffer suspension and stuff on this anyway, so. But it's like, I just want to do like a good suspension setup instead of like tuning it a lot. You know, learning about counteracting the things, because I will be using this car quite a lot. If I can get around things and setups, then I can be like, show that you don't necessarily need the, because I'm not on the highest level, so it's not like, if a car is like slightly faster, it's not like we're going to get those 2/10 out of the car every single lap anyway. But also there's some truth in you know, raw lap time, because the more comfortable you are. Look, we're just gliding up and we haven't even done anything yet. This is the Gran Turismo Sport version, you know. Nothing have changed at all, you know. And that's, oh shit. At least I saved it. I'm not a superhero in the rain. I don't pretend to be. I'm just a decently fast driver who's new to the rain. And imagine the description I could put in, David. Imagine the description I could put in, you know, retired race car driver and musician. You know? I think that's a good tag. I like it already. But I'm not gonna talk much about that before it becomes more relevant, because I have a meeting about it on Monday. Also, now that I can actually smoke less and have motivation and stuff, I will talk to the good doctor about medical weed, because that is a thing that is legal. I think he will maybe support me, so see, we have almost caught up, you know. We've caught up 9 seconds in one lap. Bananas are good for rhythm. That's why I eat a lot of them. I don't eat a lot of them, but it is my favorite berry. I was about to say my favorite fruit, but a banana is technically a berry. And so is a watermelon, but it's dumb that if people are like, oh shit, they brake early, all the way up to 4th, shit. But this just goes to show, this is within the limit, you know. But it's not on the road tires, you know. We will go back and win this on the road tire maybe, but we will really need those Supras right now, because they have been on, you know. And then we can, you know, go back to gradually tuning things and stuff. But I am going to be a little bit of an icebreaker here, because, you know, not like in the conversational sense, but in the sense of like a ship. It was in BK's chat. Whoa, I can't read the rest of the message because we're finally getting this huge relief. But we're only on lap 2, you know. I can read it on the straights in parts. Or I can pause because this is not an online race, you know. It's an online race, Mom. Can't just pause it. Can't wait to shout at my children doing that. No, that's a joke, because in my family we're quite fond of lame jokes, you know. At least I am, you know. And if I, you know, I will be a gamer forever, quote unquote gamer. You know, I love video games. It's a great pastime, and it's one of my, oh shit, get pit maneuver, 360, 360, 360, 720, 720. I did it. I do a lot of those. I've become very good at, you know, pressing the pedal at the right time. I think it's all that Kerbal Space program. Because that had really given me some, you know, there you have, if you're like totally like going out of out of whack and everything is like flipping around, you can go back and see that, you know, because it happens like all the fucking time. But what you ideally want to do is like when thrusters are pointed in the direction that you want to go in, you give the throttle kinda in kinda that direction, you know. There's like an area of like the circulation where you can do it, but it's not like but you have to do it like within a very precise window, just like getting to the moon in Kerbal Space Program. And if people are interested in seeing more of that, I will go back and do some more, maybe make a space plane or get some minerals or something. But my goal was just my personal goal, just like I reached personal goals and then feel like I showed that pretty good in Kerbal Space Program, for example. It's a good example of that, and I didn't think about it at the time, but it really is now. But I went to the moon pretty quickly. I really applied myself for like a few weeks. I played that game for years and years and years. I've never gone to the moon before. I had to research so much stuff about that game in between episodes. I will say what I research in between episodes and space documentaries and, you know, things about the Apollo 11, like what routes they took to the moon. Like, it's not like there's like different highways to the moon, but what kind of orbit they used and what kind of things. Because if you do a moon orbit right, you can get back without even if the engines you will essentially do a little flyby of the moon, but you will still be in the orbit that the moon is in about the Earth. So you will be in like a counteractive orbit, but still in the right around. You go in like a figure 8 position around the moon. So if everything goes wrong and you can't like burn retrograde when you reach the apex at the moon, then you just glide back to Earth. And ideally you will be in a good position to you know, a good height and a good angle to get back. But if the thrusters or the engines or whatever you would call it, many things can go wrong. If those things are wrong, it's pretty hard to re-entry. But that's a good thing about, you know, video games in general. You can just screw around and blow up some kerbals. And I mean, I blew up Jebediah pretty hard. You know, the same with Valentina. I like to use them 50-50. And I didn't just go to the moon with like one man. There's 4 default kerbals that you get. Originally it was only 3, so the maximum crew pod you can get is like 3. I think that's also what they use in real life, but I had to like add an extra command module where you can actually fly the ship from, and there's like 1 extra space, you know, in case, you know, space tourist. I might go back and like just do career mode, you know, that could be fun, and a new challenge, you know. And now that I, you know, have been to the moon and almost unlocked everything in science mode, seeing how fast you actually can complete it if you really apply yourself, then I think with a good setup, some downforce and suspension and stuff, then we can go from third, you know, easy third to, let's see the radar, that's fine. What I really don't like is that I might like that more over time. That you can just one time to the side and 2 times for traction control. Yeah, that will be you know, traction control is more like if the weather starts to change, turn up or down accordingly. But we'll mess around with like things next. Oh shit. But if I hadn't been pit maneuvered and stuff, you know, I made a lot of mistakes here, like But now we will try to mitigate the things. And we might not get rain next time, and it's not like wet setup necessarily. We'll save this thing. It's like a wet spa setup. We'll duplicate the sheet and call one of them wet spa. Oh shit, I thought this was... Oh, the last lap. God damn it. The fact that we both didn't just spin around was amazing. But you can see the traction budget is way higher, and it's like that power thing on the Rolls Royces where it shows how much power you have left and not how much power you're using. It goes from like 100% to 0. No, from yeah, how much power you have left available. It goes the other way. I like to call it a traction budget because that's what he's not a professor, really. Oh yeah, shit, there was a chat. I completely forgot about that, which is partially good and partially bad, because I do like to talk while I'm racing, but now that I feel like I have a lot of things to talk about. I also saw Review-Tech's video the Gran Turismo is a complete joke. I agree with him on a lot of points. He knows a lot more of the technical sides of things, but I know a lot more of the, I'm just having a lot of fun applying all these new challenges, and the weather is different every time and feels much more real, And when people talk about the physics, maybe we should go to the physics of racing, because he really, and then judge what the physics are instead of being like, if all these things really help, and maybe there's something to it, maybe it was a little bit the same in the Gran Turismo Sport as well, but you never used setups, so you couldn't counteract the things that you didn't like in the default setup. So it's like the default setup is fine, but it gives you a good ground. It's like those starter decks in Magic the Gathering. Then you will find your strengths and your oh shit. Oh yeah, I am in second. Dang. But some downforce, and then we can really catch up, because it's like it might be very top speed heavy, but oh shit, full traction control, and I'm still sliding a little bit on the wet tires. Oh shit, I took out those signs myself, that lie. But I'm only 5 seconds behind in the rain on the rain tires. But I will go onto the road tires after I set up the suspension a little bit. I will explain what I'm doing like. Aww. You greet her back if you come back over there before me. I will shoot her a message on Discord as well if I don't catch up on the stream. But it feels nice to know that she at least knows that. Hey, perfect timing. It's like just over midnight, so I got a double ticket. But what I should do to get really fast during the nations, during the races and stuff, I should have a... because I can't really hear the background music anyway. So have the background music on for you guys, and then have my own music in my ears. And then turn it on and off and that accordingly. Because I feel like the... the things I know about what music can do to the brain, like actually physically, like release, not toxins, but dopamine and all that kind of good stuff, when you hear music. It's actually a thing, now we can measure things in the brain and while we listen to music and stuff. and like at least ask people, you know, how they're feeling, and studies get better and better. And in that kind of vein, you know, I would like to, you know, if people would like to try out the super fart playlist on Spotify. And I don't know if it's public, but I will make sure it will be, because it's like an extension of my personal playlist. I use just a little bit more concise, and with, you know, a little bit more with some of the songs that I only listen to every once in a while, you know, cut out, you know, so it's more for when you just want a long drive without, you know. And then I will do like a wind down playlist for myself as well, for after the stream, you know, for what music I would like to hear after streaming as well. And I will make that public as well, because I will make sure it's not like full of like weird personal stuff. I mean, you're gonna take inspiration from it and make your own playlist on Spotify, but it's like, you know, Spotify is totally worth it, I feel, you know. The fact that, especially that you can connect it to your phone with, to the PlayStation and your phone with Spotify if you're on the same Wi-Fi. It makes it so much easier, you know. So it just connects audio, and you don't even have to think about turning off the in-game music. At least not in this game. I don't know about GTA, but not here. Because I always turn off the music before I oh, the speaker's fully charged. Let's move it into position so it has better. And you might not hear that it sounds a little bit different when I move it from like the side of the microphone behind me into the to front of me, but it makes it different for me, at least, you know. There's a little bit more balanced on each ear, you know. And I used to play music for a long while, so it's like you get all the kind of, you know, all kinds of different setups for every band, because all stages are freaking different. It's not like you have to stand in the same configuration every time, but dang. But that was second place. Let's see what we get. There's lots of setup to do. Lots. And we're saving up for the safety car. We already have the group 3 car for online. But we need this first place. I don't care if we have to cheese or not. I'm willing to go to the limit of the legal, you know. You have to do that in racing, you know. It's like, it's in the rules. It's not like you are willy-nilly with the law or anything. Because people think, oh, it's so untrustworthy, and it's just going to the legal limit of the rules, because there's some very smart people out there who knows exactly how many dollars a point in Formula 1 is worth, you know. Namely people who work in Formula 1. Oh, see, now we get to check the slick tire, the racing tire. And actually, let's do the sports soft, just in case it suddenly rains. Because it's a little bit, you know, more fair. Car settings. Oh, we're just on setting sheet 1 here. And then the thing is, you don't have to do everything equally on every side as well. It's not like an equation in maths. I want this thing as low as possible. Anti-roll bar, we need to stiffen up the front and lighten up the rear. I haven't dampening ratio. I'm not really that much, but we need to stiffen this up. Let's go up to the magical 333. It's the magical ratio. I don't care if my number is 333 or 33, you know. What do we have? Toe angle. We will mess around with that a little later. So it's it's like 26 points. No, like 36 points above the other Porsche that we have. We can take a few laps in that, but I would rather do like get this over with than do like a long run. Either in a lobby, if that, I don't care if nobody joins. I just want a long one with like, well, long one and long run, you know. And but I just watched Auto Addiction before this video, and damn, there's a lot of Mazda MX-5s and like. There's a lot of cars that really show up a lot. BMWs and Miatas and stuff. And you can really see the difference in like, if you notice what they have done to like, if they have done anything to the suspension or not. There was a lot of like, very tail happy Miatas, and then this coming through very fast, you know, really pushing it, and, you know, nearly losing the rear totally, you know. Spinning around, just you know, doing a little bit of a power slide. It's not drifting. Drifting and power sliding is not the same. And I can't explain the difference really, probably, and I can't really show it, but I know the feel, because power sliding is what you do like in a race car when you're like partially sideways. Drifting is like very deliberate. That's like the main difference, but it's also a difference on how you initiate those things. By the way, David, if you're still awake, can I ask how old you are? I'm just very interested. I don't really care about age. You know, it's not like if you're under 18 and flirting with me, then I do care about age. Please do, preferably over 20. Just for a side note. But like, a lot of people in this community are at a lot of different ages, so I'm just, you know, I can't see that in the statistics, at least not yet. So it would be nice, you know, because no matter the age, it's not like if you're 105, I'm not gonna dismiss you for age. But I might, you know, not adjust my the way I talk differently, but maybe if you are like 14, I might talk a little bit about life lessons and stuff, and if you're 36, I would be more like, you know, all the time, like, so, but still explain things in detail. Early 20s, awesome, dude. I'm just over the hump in the mid-20s, 26, you know, so. But I feel like my early 20s again. I feel like back when I was 18 and everything was possible, you know. That kind of energy. So you feel it right now as well. Even if you maybe not have much going on, you have a good idea of, like, you know, you live in the Netherlands, where I would imagine the education system is, it's different from here, because I went to Italy and I was surprised on how differently they set up an education system down there, you know. And I've been to Hamburg for a few days with my school as well back then, to visit a carpentry school down there. It was amazing as well. We had a great time, and I learned a lot. But their school structure is totally different as well. So here in trade school, it's like, you know, first of all, we have free education, where it's like, it's not unlimited, but it's like you can do pretty much whatever you want, or at least open the gateways into whatever you want, and then you can put in the final leg by yourself, by, you know, working with the things you educated about and get a little bit of experience and stuff. And right now I feel like I have struggled a lot the last few years with, and educated myself a lot, even though no exams and stuff. It has just been, filling in knowledge gaps whenever I feel like it, It's nice that you're a little bit younger than me, so I can give you a few lessons. It's a little bit like my cousins. When I talk to them, I like to explain a little bit more. And sometimes when I walk by or something, the children here, I live right, my door is like right next to a playground, so it gets noisy in the summer, but I finally got used to it, so and know a little bit about, not about the children at all, but I know the faces around here, so I grew up in a house in a small town. Now I'm like in like a kind of like apartment block thing. It's not like a huge concrete jungle, but it's like a little bit of a whiff of a concrete jungle, It was on the ghetto list. The government made this ghetto list because they thought it was a great idea, but where it was like socially, areas and with a lot of immigrants and blah 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 blah, But I have lived here even from before people was like calling, starting to call it like a nice area and stuff. When I moved here, it was like very cheap, first of all, to live here, but I really didn't at all, like, sure, there's a few young people screwing around. We did that as well, we live, we learn, and hopefully their parents have taught them enough so that they won't make like devastating decisions, They might, jump out of a tree into a trash can or whatever, We watched a lot of Jackass in the early 2000s, didn't we? And tried to imitate that. Not a good idea, but it's not like we had the budget or anything to shoot ourselves out of a cannon. We would just screw around in school and film it on our camera phones, And if we were real serious, we might borrow a camera and then we would use it in the computer lab because laptops weren't really a thing. But it was really fun. I had a lot of fun back in the day as a child, actually making a lot of videos with my friends. So it's not like it came out of nothing, It's like everything is kind of just culminating right now, Especially here, because I treat it a little bit like a podcast / diary / thing. And then I will share my sources and, things to my best ability, Because if you're like not doing really anything at the moment, you're here a lot anyway. So, it's not the assumption that you have a lot of free time, but you have some time to watch streams at least, so that's good enough. A lot of people just have like an office work and just listen to like radio in the background or whatever all day. So that has evolved into, people watching streams just all day, every day during work. So, hopefully we can have a few here who has a whale of a time and stays here a lot and maybe is like having a position where they can donate a few bucks every month. It doesn't have to be a lot because there's a lot of people to donate to, so you have to prioritize. But if there's like a thing where, if the chat is like going kind of crazy and you would like to get a comment through and stuff whenever we get to 1,000 subscribers, it's not because I want 1,000 subscribers that's like praising me and stuff. That's all good friends and stuff. If you can just come here and lurk every once in a while and have a good time, that's fine. Don't have to engage in chat or anything. It's just I just want to get those 1,000 subscribers so people have the opportunity to give a guy a few bucks for the information and the time and the thinking I put into this. Because right now I consider it a little bit of a diary. So let's talk about what I've been thinking today after I smoke my bong. One head thing, and then I think it's called a bowl in English, but I call it, you know, the thing, you know, because I don't like to talk openly about my weed a lot. But I do smoke openly on stream. But it's going down, and you can feel that. Hopefully, I talk more than I smoke, and then I smoke more than I in the start, and it's all, you know. I don't have to explain everything in, you know, such great detail anymore, because, you know, people can go back and watch, and it gives them an incentive to you know, if they want to know, they can know, and if they just want to get to the point, they can stay here. So, but right now I consider it like building up, you know, stock options or whatever. Every little stream and every little thing is like a stock that can grow in the future. I might lose time on some, and it might be a total failure and get some information totally wrong or whatever. Understand something totally wrong, but I hope that this little seed of the what I've been thinking about all day, it popped into my head earlier this day. The Super Fart Racing Academy. I will call it the playlist that I will put the physics of racing thing into a playlist, and then I will watch a lot of engineering explained videos, and then I will find a good order to put them in. I'll probably start with some tires and stuff, because starting with like a lot of irrelevant stuff is like, and then maybe, you know, but right now I just want to get my sources out there, because I don't have the skills on you know, iPad or my phone to make a text document and copy and paste it. So for now, until I get that done, I will put that in a public playlist, and it might be the first video the only video for a few days, but it's 1.5 hours long, and it's quite funny, and it's the Bible of car tuning, especially suspension and physics, and not so much engine stuff, but that will be engineering explains job. I will bring him in as the teacher on that, you know. Finding good sources, you know. I'm good at finding sources on the internet, I feel like, and I'm good at, like, you know, I like to pull myself up and not tooting my own horn too much, I think. I hope. But I watched other streamers be very, very clear about their goals, and, you know, we all have very different goals, and hopefully I will have somebody who will just donate like a few dollars a month, so I could put a professional race car driver on my Tinder profile. That's all I want. Oh, in the description. Maybe I should think about the description of the channel more than Tinder profiles, but meh. You know, I feel like I can finally get out there, you know, just a little bit. I'm not busy with that because I have so much to do right now, and, you know, the loneliness is held at bay by doing this, so I need to send out notifications for the stream just right quick. Can we do this without, like, the music going on? Because I forgot to do that yesterday, and I got 35 views and only 1 like, sadly. So if you do like the best thing you can do for me is like the video, because it will really you know, it will pop together with like oh, I need to do this again, and okay, because this guy hasn't been here in a while. He's a good friend of mine who always gets screwed over by the notifications. That's the only reason he isn't here. And let's notify self-promotion. And because I have a lot of things to talk about with BK and I haven't seen I'm going to Black Knight and I'm just writing that message to BK that I was talking about earlier anyway, so lots of good stuff to talk about. If you have the time, but no obligation, of course. I don't want anything to be like, you know, I want everything to be like no obligations from the start in this community, because we all have private lives, and you know, real life matters more than online life after all. But it really lifts us up when we have a hard time getting out, you know. Also, I won. I won two gift card, Amazon gift card giveaways in a row. So I was like, I'm not even putting my name into the third one. You know. So good times, good times. I bought a Lego Nissan GTR for the money, and sadly it only works for the American Amazon apparently. So YouTubers who do giveaways, be aware of that, please, because it screws you over like with like things. So instead of buying the cards, you know, beforehand, you know, check out where the, you know. But I'm not bitter about that, you know. I got a huge discount. I got it for virtually free, so you know. I just need to assemble it. I can do that on stream sometimes. So you know, with Lego. You said I would say sometime, but sometimes it's good if you want to see like Lego building and rambling on. I have a bonsai tree. I need to. There's no stickers on it or anything, so. And it's spring. I'm pretty sure those things blossom in spring, and it has like the pink leaves as well. So I need to Google that whenever I need to change the leaves. I can do that. Like, you want to do it, need to change it back and forth once a year, you know, and then you have it like different for a few years, and for a few however long that is. And then your neighbors will think it. You really have a bonsai tree. Like I have some plastic plants. I love plants, but I don't have the mental capacity. Haven't had the mental capacity at least to keep it up. You know, goes for a few months and then they die because I get like a week where I'm just, you know. But we need to get driving, you know. This is about cars and setups and stuff. I think enough introduction, you know. But I think we, as soon as we win this, we will win some Supras and go into online after that, depending on what the next thing is. Yeah, of course. Just 1 second. I'll get to it on the straight. Shoot, didn't brake hard enough. I'll turn it down a little bit. Turn it back. But as I said yesterday, he got 1,000 subscribers in 48 hours, you know. So there's clearly 1,000 new, you know, there's a lot of new eyes on this. No, it's not everybody who subscribes that quickly. It's not like they subscribe for a game that we only are playing through partially, you know. Now that we're at it, let's just... But again, we will have a lot more driving in the future, you know, when we get to the longer races. But I think the best... Look, I'm already much more, like, secure around the corners. And the good thing is that the visual setups changes as well. But let's get to some of the criticisms. And the main thing I have... I listened to the... half of the Gran Turismo is a complete joke video. But only after... I only had, like, the real strength to do it, like after I watched like Review Check's latest video, because he was like you know, he explained it way better than I can, you know, take it from his own mouth, you know. He doesn't care about, you know, basically in the context of GT7, he's not a sim racer, he doesn't care about those things. But on the technical aspect, he's very, very disappointed that they go out and say that ray tracing is in the game, you know, on the PS5, and then the ray tracing is only in the replays and in the escapes, you know, and cutscenes. I don't know what cutscenes they have. Oh yeah, those cutscenes, yeah, in the start and stuff. Have ray tracing, but not while you're playing. And then he said something about the vegetation and the grass or something. Listen, mate, as long as it's green and slightly fluffy, I don't see it. I don't, you know, I'm focusing on what's ahead of me. I can say what I'm seeing right now. I can take it through the... That will be another video putting in the Racing Academy, the Kevin Magnussen eye tracking video. But basically you want to be looking like 2 steps ahead at all times, you know, while you have this step you have ahead in the peripheral vision. It's very... It looks like Kevin has laser vision when he does it, you know. It's insane. It's an old video, but still so much more comfortable up through here, you know. And we have a little bit more downforce, but it's not like just to the max, you know. I got a really good feeling, like, while the game was offline, you know, especially for this car, because it was like, I messed around a little bit with the stock Miata to, you know, think about what I would do to it, because I already tuned like one that has like a like almost 300 horsepower. It's like a 280 or something, and it is a beast and it has nitro or whatever. But I think like gradually tuning one of these, because I again with the freaking horses, you know. But I drove one in real life, and I'm not gonna go into, you know, too much detail again, because I did that in an earlier stream, and, you know, enticing people to, you know. But it's nice that you at least enjoy BK enough to come back, you know. Was it different people in the chat? Who was in the chat, do you remember? Like both last time and this time, because it changes quite a lot. It's not like the Oxcast where they do like videos together. I like to compare this a little bit to the Oxcast because it's very much not the same, you know. It's like when people say you can't even compare those two things. Well, I've been to a lot of schools where you have to do a lot of comparisons and stuff, and comparisons also involve differences. I could compare this to like anything that I wanted, you know. I just need to describe the differences and maybe the similarities. It's just a comparison. Comparing things just means that you set them up against, not against each other, but, you know, up next to each other and see what's what, you know. So when people, I had a very stupid discussion, and this is an example from real life. I was only 17 at the time, and the guy was like at my age as well. But he was like, you can't even compare like Mac and PC, it's not even the same, man. You know? He was an idiot and I hated him. It was one of the reasons why I didn't go to school, you know. It was not because he was a bully, but because it was so damn annoying. It was such a headache to, you know, even be in class with him. I've had a few of those, you know. There's always someone that's so annoying, you know. People should be better at like... And he was like, this was a trade school as a carpentry, and you have like 0.2 of a millimeter of tolerance on your project, you know. That's the tolerance you can, you know, manufacture, make things within, you know. We have some very accurate measuring equipment, which I won't go into here, and the machinery is not like, even though it's big, the adjustment is very, very tiny. Even though you turn like a full 360 degrees on a huge wheel, you know, a centimeter is not a lot for in context, you know, but it will not even move a centimeter, maybe not even half a centimeter, if you turn like a fairly big wheel, you know, a fairly big like crank. So we learned how to set up like all kinds of machinery to do all kinds of things, everything that has to do with like making furniture and woodworking and stuff. Not making like structures of houses, because that's a different kind of work, like education, where you like use a lot of nails and screws and those kinds of things and build houses. This is more like you cut out the tree in one form, and then you cut out, not the tree, but the wood in one form, and then you do the opposite thing, and then you glue the things together, you know. And then if you're really good and have zero tolerance, you know, in your things, and really good at your setup, because I took a lot of pride in setting up as precise as possible, because that's what made me happy. But you know, because you can get it exactly right on, you know, that is possible to do by hand. You know, handmade is not necessarily, you know, where you can, it's like crappy and it's like, you know, shoddy work just because it's handmade. Let him go first. He wants to. He didn't. Because he's a pussy. Shit. Karma. Oh shit. Thanks. We're only 8 seconds behind as well, so. Let's turn the traction control up just one. Oh shit. It is starting to rain, so. But good thing he can carve the path. in front of me, and then but if we do get like one where it's like very wet from the start, I will just cheese it. Good thing we didn't go for the slicks. That's the good thing about road tires as well. I don't have to like explain everything in detail as usual, because I trust that my viewers can like deduct information, you know, and like go back and remember stuff if they want to. We have done everything gradually so far, like on a Porsche 993, which is a 1995 Porsche 911, and it's not like I'm a huge nerd that just knows that stuff. It's because Gran Turismo, basically. We can have the car names shown during the replays, and then I noticed that the 95 was a very good mix between modern and classic. So it's everything I like about the 911, you know, the classic 911, about a lot of things I like about the modern 911. The 911 is like, let's see, this is why we need full wets. Da, 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 da. I think my race number might be 360, at least in the rain. Maybe in this car. But the original like livery is like number 4 on this one, so number 3 is fine for now. As long as it contains the 3, that's then you can combine everything else. Oh god damn it, there's another lap. And I'm like almost aquaplaning. You can see we have like 0 traction budget left. Sorry, I just needed to make sure that some things didn't create noise. Shit. We can finish this lap. But the rain tires are much better. Fuck. See, that's the 24-hour pit lane exit that comes out up here. Shit. Don't hit me. Whoa, I have a hard time here. And this is on the road tire. It's because it's way faster than the road tire can handle, I think. At least in the rain. Because the other 911 feels completely fine. But that's the thing, you know, that's the thing about setups. When you set up better, learn to set up the car better than you are. At least we can learn a little bit about counter steering, but you can see I am aquaplaning right now. Totally. Just trying to find the dry line a little bit. But this car is too grippy and too fast for the road tire, I think. At least in the rain. I mean, it is like, you know, in these conditions it's impossible anyway. So. I mean, the AI is having a whale of a time. So. But rain also requires way more downforce than the dry, especially this track, because there's a lot of high-speed corners, you see. I'm just getting here in particular we have a side wind, but it goes inwards, so it helps us a little bit. Thank God this is the last lap. And then we can get you know, get on the rain tires, and then you can see that those are actually fine in the dry as well. They're just made to, you know, the hard race tires are just better. But I have already, but it's not really relevant for this class because we don't even need pit stops. It's not like there's suddenly a lot of people going into the pits, which we will hopefully see online now. Because I very rarely used, there was one rain race, that's all I like. One rain race I really did on the Tokyo, like I think it was the expressway. The one where you're just really hanging on top speed and stuff. That's good track for benchmarking as well, because you can get even higher speed than on the Nürburgring, I think. God, fuck me. See, he's totally gliding off as well. But we have no grip left. See, if I try to go with the line would go slightly blue, and that means we are out of traction. I don't know. Good thing we at least didn't go on slick tire. But I think you can do like weather progression a little bit slower online and stuff. Hey, 911 in the Cayman, but I love the Cayman. A lot of people give it a lot of shit, but 1 second, I gotta, just gotta insert. Fuck me. Close to 4. But I feel like we can really take some names in this car if we get on the rainfire. Because that is impossible. Not impossible, but you know, too much rain and they call off real life races as well. It's up to the teams and the drivers, you know. If they say nope. But I've gotten pretty fast in the rain, I think. I've just been away from it, like these specific cars for a few days because of the offline thing. Well, this specific car I tested a lot the last few days. You know, it's like getting together with an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. Settings. Let's start in complete rain. Maybe I'll do one mulligan if I don't particularly want that kind of weather, you know. That's fine. I can do up to 2 mulligans, let's say. Third time lucky, you know. And the weather changes anyway, so it's not like I will do that as a thing, you know. It's just because I'm looking for specific things right now. I don't want to get back to the Supra thing and the collections and blah 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 blah, and then upgrade a modern Porsche 911 GT3 because I went into the thing and, you know, but I kind of want to make like a safety car as well, you know. Yeah, this is fine, then we can see the wet tire and the thing as well. Heavy wets, and there we go. Because when the car is sliding around, I get zero like impression of what the tires are doing. I know I can't feel the car under me, but I feel like I have a fair good sense after watching physics of racing at you know, 1.5 hours of education. Well, 3 hours of education, because I watched it twice. The first time I was glued to the screen because of all the new information and it was so captivating. But the second time I just had a blast, you know, just laughing, you know, concentrated about learning about the guy. I think he's called Michael something. But again, I will make a playlist, and it's 1.5 hours long, so there's plenty of material in that. But that will be called the Super Fart Racing Academy, I think. Maybe Motorsport Academy. Racing Academy. Racing Academy, because the title of the video is like racing. If it was like the physics of motorsport, it would be Motorsport Academy. Maybe. You know, it's very... And fart is not just like a dumb joke, by the way, if you're new here. A lot of new people coming in and lurking. Not necessarily engaging in chat, and I'm very happy about... I'm not necessarily not engaging in chat. You're welcome, of course. As long as you're a decent person, you know. We're allowed to have our different opinions, but like, I appreciate lurkers just as much as I well, not individually, but you know, let's say 3 lurkers makes 1 David, you know. Like, you know, engagement wise. I know a lot of, you know, especially with the last few days, and I have a lot of friends who, you know, do a lot of different YouTube things, and they have really inspired me to do this. And you know, Black Knight is the channel to start if you like Red Dead. I will, you know, if you like some different games, we can talk about that, and maybe I can direct you to some channels. There's a lot of Dead by Daylight as well going on. You know, lots of different things, because there's friends to play with and people to voice chat with. So as soon as I win this race, I will be going in and testing and stuff for the daily, because that's relevant to that's a good little bit of leverage to maybe get Kaboom on voice chat. Because getting on voice chat is not something big and official and lots of obligations. It's just we are both we both don't mind on the internet and being on the internet and talking, and we could bounce off each other while we're doing different stuff, and people could go back and forth and still be in the convo, you know, instead of what is he doing and talking about and results, and I can jump over and, you know, maybe we will jump out of voice chat a little bit and then go back, and, you know, doesn't have to be like for the whole stream. It's just been, you know, for a little bit. That would be very nice. And Kaboom, if you are watching this later, then feel free to hit me up anytime. I would love to discuss, even if I'm not playing Gran Turismo 7. Well, I am all the time and testing things and, you know, doing a lot of other things that you don't have the time to do right now because you're doing all deliveries. And I really enjoy deliveries, and I think you have a good thing going over there where it's really consistent, and people, if they search for deliveries, they have a lot of videos over there, and I have the tuning thing because people like Key and I'm gonna start calling him Kieran because that's his name, and we have another girl, a girl coming in here. It's a real girl, you guys, I promise. There's real girls in chat. Subscribe. No, seriously, be nice to them, like, or else I will rip you apart. So, it's not like I'm a simp or anything, but it's like, be nice to people, and women especially receive a lot of crap on the internet, that creepy crap, you know, that guys don't get from other guys, you know. Because some guys just have a boner and it's like, oh, that's a hot girl, better send her boner pictures to see if I can impress her, or whatever they're thinking, I don't know. But like, I have known a lot of women and talked to a lot of women, especially on the internet the last, like, well, almost a year now. And they, you know, men and women are equal in my mind, but, you know, we have different struggles with different things, you know. Like men having that thing over their head that they have to be the only thing of the household, while the woman has to be in the kitchen. And why not work together and, you know, have a flexible schedule, and, you know, then you're not so stressed and don't have to commit suicide whenever they find out that you have committed fraud because it was your only option, and oh, it's so hard and your job was going. Diversify your income. Lesson number 1 about your income, and limit expenses. You know, I might be in this apartment for quite a while, you know, it's the, you know, even though I might, you know, and even when I do move, I'm not gonna move to a huge mansion even if I become a millionaire. I'll use that to, like, buy a house where I, like, can really feel like this is, like, perfect for me, but it's not gonna be, like, 17 bedrooms and a huge car collection and whatever. I would rather, you know, drive a race car for a bit, sell it off, and get a new thing, you know, if I have new things I want to do or whatever. With the car things and the music, I can just go for the ukulele all the time, you know. Folk racing is all about, you know, having new cars all the time. It's not like when you sell a car, you can't buy, you stand there without a car, you get the money, you know. You just need the money for the bid, you know, and you can bid on your own car as much as you want. So people just put in 10 bids on their own car just to keep it if they win. Keep winning in the same car. People also make ugly liveries to, like, paint pink and lime green. It's a popular one, and it's like this massive, like, very good car. I saw a video about folk racing. Can't remember which country, but we have a huge folk country. And I found that we have, other than the famous track that they did that TV show on for Danish television, there's a racetrack, a very small one, same size. That's very nice. I've been there before. as well, and it's very nice out there. And I will contact them on Monday, you know, on either via email or whatever, and hear about becoming a volunteer, you know, standing there waving some flags, maybe, you know, just helping wherever I can, and be around cars and maybe talk about cars and help with some things, you know, because that's all about folk racing out there, you know, on those tracks. Sometimes they have like rallycross. It is called officially, it's like rallycross, but like the lowest class of rallycross. But it's not like an FIA thing or anything. There you have to be in a slightly different car. There you have to be like in a little bit more of a thoroughbred race car, but like, you know, standard bred race car, you know. But I will do this one, and then I will go to the Supras, because I'm a little bit... I have been driving these races for quite a while now, and I just need something different. And I need to hold up my promise on going to the Platinum Trophy, but, you know, there's still some things about, you know, upgrading cars and taking some pictures and doing some stuff. Just having a good time, you know, what people just do, like, never, and then they are like... Now that Gran Turismo 7 is finally on the way, I will complete Gran Turismo Sport Platinum Trophy, and I am just like years ahead. I've done that. I did that like a year ago or something, just really to get it going. I had nothing to do anyway, you know. I can show you whenever I get a capture card, or else I will like snap a picture and get on Discord. But I think this weekend priority number one is like setting up a guest account, because I have a very good name for that account, and I will, you know, then I can do the start again. And like really, you know, do it economically. Set up some good cars. Do it really gradually. Like gradually completing. You know. I feel like I have something here that's consistent that I enjoy doing, that people might find informative. And I feel like I can talk while I'm driving, you know, without it being me losing races too much. I lose the concentration a little bit, but in the start you see I lost so many races that... Not lost, but I lost so many positions because I read chat at the wrong moment, and, you know, those kinds of things. I might, for the end, I might do like a teaser for the One Note Samba on Interlagos. Teaser for both the One Note Samba I will do on the music channel. It will be one of the first videos. But I like to, you know... You heard me practice with Edelweiss yesterday. I don't remember when it was in the stream, but it's somewhere in I didn't end off with it. But usually I will do it in the end. That's the plan. Take you through some of the stuff I'm working on, and then hopefully a few weeks later. I mean, with all that's going on right now, it might take up to a month, but I'm playing a little bit of ukulele all the time right now, because I have the energy for it. So tomorrow will be like maybe a test day for recording a video on the iPad or whatever, just testing the audio, because the audio doesn't get through here very probably, so. But it will be Edelweiss first, because it's the... I have been like going back and forth to that song all the time. I don't even have the sheet music for it. I just have the ukulele mic video I was talking about. And I will maybe put a link in the description, but I will also, you know, I will be keeping referring back to that in the future, so I will be better at doing that in the future and showing my sources and stuff. But, you know, I at least can, you know, say what the names are and what to search for. That's the least thing I can do. It's not like I'm just playing songs in the background, you know. I consider at least the ukulele mic stuff a little bit of fair use while growing as a guy who really meant a lot to me, even though I never even had as much of interaction with him. I didn't comment or like videos or anything back then. But it really inspired me to pick up the ukulele, and it was really simple the way he did his videos. He does like every song he makes, it's like a lesson, and you know, maybe I would refer to that channel for lessons. That can be my lessons channel, you know, for the lesser stuff, my sources. Maybe I will just make a sources playlist on that channel instead of like I have one right now private where I just have some things. But let's you know, like in anything, you know, share your sources. It's what's good paper is all about and what not. But I think that's also transfers to life, you know, talk about where you got the information from and show where you got it from. Maybe you may have misunderstood something, or maybe people is confused about something and you can't explain as good as a former university teacher. I dare you. I can simplify it and dumb it down a little bit, but he already does, you know, quote unquote, dumb it down, but it's like, you know. The only thing I would like in return is if you would if you like the video, and subscribe if you know you have watched some of my videos, maybe binging or something. You just found the channel because I just want to get to those 1,000 subscribers. That's like my biggest life goal right now. It's not like a folk racing before I'm 50 life goal, but it's something to do, and it's possible to do within 5 years, let's say. That's the horizon, because the music thing will inevitably grow a little bit quicker, and I know that for a fact, because I know what I'm doing. You know, I've been a practicing musician for a long time. Not that I practice a lot, but I've been you know, out there in the fields, you know, for many years. I might only have been like 14 when I started doing that, and stopped around when I was like 20. Phew, but that's still like a good, you know, and I never planned of like, oh, I'm gonna be a professional musician by 18, because that's essentially what I was. But I just took the opportunities that came my way, and then I was in a program, like a social program for people who have a hard time. That it's for people who are younger than me, and I feel like you know, I don't need the teachers anymore really to be independent. Back then you had a lot more, but what really helps, just like with like tuning your car and stuff, it really helps just getting out there and doing it, and you know, making some covers by yourself. And if there's something in a song that you really like that you really don't like, then change it, cut it out. That's the idea about a cover. It's not like copying it one to one and now I know the solo like completely. Make your own solo, improvise. You know, people who know something about music will know that you know what you're doing, and you know, if you just play the default solo, then it's not really a solo, is it? You know, it's fine for beginners to, you know, because building up a good solo is very hard to do and it takes many years. I've never played a guitar solo live. I might have had many music opportunities that way, and I have had the options many times, but I was like, yeah, I'm fine just being in the background as the rhythm guitarist, because that's you know, if you really get into it like I did, then there's really a lot of things to do as a rhythm guitarist. Like, a lot. It's a lot more detailed than, you know, doing just a few simple chords, because there's so much flavor you can add, because you have more than one guitar. I have even played in configurations with 3 guitars once, and that was freaking awesome. It was like we had this like challenge. We started on a I think it was a Tuesday or something, and we had to be done by Friday and perform things for each other. We were the only band that had something to show for it, we had like, I think, 2 songs. So it shows that we at least had the drive and the knowledge and the know-how to, because it's not like the teachers that just completely left us alone. It's just that the others sat around and went like, it was always, if one of us weren't like really motivated and whatever, I was pretty comfortable taking the lead, not in like musically, but in like, you know, drive and, you know, okay, one more time and then let's take a break, guys. And, you know, it's not like one guy is the band leader of the day, it's like band leader of the moment, you know. The guy has a good idea for the next step, you know. And sometimes the best next step is going out, taking some fresh air, and then you play even better after reflecting a little bit. You know, sometimes I come back from Gran Turismo even faster than I left. And I feel like I come back faster than ever. And I will, you know, check the Kudos Prime site to see how far I am up in the A rank. I think it's 30,000 is the cutoff point. I'm at 31,000 or something. 32,000, so there's a lot to, you have to really get bottom position to lose 1,000 points. But, you know, some people might be better at setting up cars than I am, so that's why I'm just messing around with it now. It's because I have something to preserve that I feel like I can put in the title, and, you know, but it's like, also, can I reach the keep A rating, get back A rating, you know? It's gonna be about the fight about the A rating, you know? Because that's it's not like I'm going to be in A rating forever. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth right now. And if I can start, you know, not losing as much as on the tracks I have a hard time on, because I get a better setup and I can counteract whatever I feel, because I've been on Interlagos as well as I've been on here in the Nürburgring. Did that earlier. It's like a very the one chooses the wizard kind of thing. Again, with the teaser for the video, I'm gonna start to speak on it tomorrow, you know, before I start the stream. You know, and I need to do some stuff anyway, you know. So and it only takes, the race only took 20 minutes, but that's like a thing. But yeah, that will be tomorrow, and the video will not be out tomorrow, but I will be working on it tomorrow gradually, you know. We're taking baby steps right now. We're crawling before we can run, you know, walking before we can run. I feel like we have finally taken the first steps. If we said the baby was like, the channel was crawling before, that's what it looks like in the analytics as well. You see very flat, and on the days I didn't upload anything, didn't do anything, it would go to 0, and now it's like there's at least 1 or 2 views when I'm not doing anything, so it looks like there's a pulse, and everything is a little bit higher on the thing when I'm doing stuff. So let's see if we can get this channel to run, you know, and run faster and faster and faster. You know, I'm gonna reveal this right now, and I don't think I say too much if my initials are TFL. And there's this TFL car channel that I fell over, and I didn't know it was abbreviation of the fast lane before, but I've been thinking that about that for a little bit, but that's why it's called TFL Music. TFL Ukulele, it's called, but it's gonna be TFL Music. I'm gonna change that tonight. Hopefully nobody steals that, else I will call it something else. Thomas Pilsnor Music. Now I'm gonna have to change it right after. Damn it. just in case a million people watch this channel. But we're putting this into the pile of stocks, you know, into the future. Right now they might not be worth that much to you guys, you know, monetarily and that value, but it really helps my weed addiction just sitting here and talking and, you know, talking about cars and then when I get out of that a little bit more, I won't sit with a bong in my hand for like 45 minutes and talk about a thing. But consider this a little bit of a podcast then, I guess. Start of the show, 1 hour podcast, and if in the future feel free to like skip all of that, you know, until we like, if you just want the you know, and you're watching in the future, because I think a lot about that. That's what I did with the Kerbal Space program and the single player as well. I knew there wasn't a lot of people watching, but now I can see like those playlists actually get watched just a tiny little bit. So let's get going. Enough talking, so we can get back to collecting those Supras, because I'm quite a bit behind now, you know, because I have been gradually doing that Porsche, but I needed the knowledge to get even further. But yeah, I really feel a good connection here, especially even though there's not a lot of people to talk to. I have David, I have Whale Shark, I have Jack, I have the whole Black Knight chat, where I can... her real name is Brandy. I don't know her last name, and neither have I any desire to know, you know. I know she's Brandy and she comes from America and plays Red Dead Redemption. You know, that's how I know her, you know. I don't know her as the personal Brandy that probably was pretty shy before before she, those are very interchangeable, even in Danish. So, it's not like take it personal if I get the gender wrong, it's just a mispronunciation. Oh, those clouds look good. I mean, they look menacing, but it's good to have found someone on the internet that's around my own age, because a lot of people in the Black Knight community is a lot, not a lot older, but like 30 plus, and it's not like you're old when you're 30 plus, but it's like you're just one step further in life than I am a lot of the time. Some people are not, some people are way behind on what I'm doing, you know. Some people are way in front. It's not like age and success and whatever. It's all about experience and being open-minded to, you know, don't be open-minded in a way where I feel like you have to absolutely do everything that, you know, some spiritual code tells you. But be open-minded in a way where it's like, be critical, but be open of trying it, so at least know what it feels like. Sorry, that was a hiccup, but it was like through the nose. But we are getting those Supras after this. Because we need to go back to the cafe, you know. Also, I'm getting tired of these races a little bit. And it's only myself holding me back because I could just go in doing those races. But I think I will get the 2020 Supra first, just to gradually tune that up to the limit, you know. Have a little bit of money, and if you only do it gradually, then you don't run out of money in the same way. But right now we have other goals than tuning a 2020 Supra. We need a safety car for some driving lessons, some wet driving safety lessons, because I know a lot of countries don't teach that kind of stuff, like counter steering and let you go out there and try it. So not on a public road, but we have like driving facilities where those things are. It's really fun. You can do it in your own car to lower the insurance thing. So I might do that when I get a car, if that's a possibility. Because if then it's like an investment, you know. Because it just gives the insurance company, you know, then you at least have a little bit of experience. Of course you can fail it. I've never heard of anyone failing it, but maybe except for one guy, but I won't go into detail about that because he hit his driving teacher. Nothing serious happened, but it was like in the papers and everything. And then like a few weeks after I met the guy. It turned out I was going to the same school. It was a complete accident that like. So it was so complicated because it was like he was friends with the driving teacher. The driving teacher was like a family friend, and now they maybe had to like because of insurance shit and money and those kinds of things, they might have to go through the court system. Not in a bitter kind of I'm fighting you versus me kind of way, but like we don't know what to do here and I don't know the next step, and you know, but I don't think they ended up doing that, to be honest. And the teacher only broke a leg, and the guy was really nervous about driving from then on. He was still driving. We got him out and driving pretty early. No, we needed to go to McDonald's and those kinds of things. And he was very careful. He was a very good driver. It was just the teacher broke some regulations that would have prevented that from happening, even if he would have made the same mistake, the driver. So that's also why it should. Why they were like going through the court system and whatever. But if we're lucky, we will get some rain now, at least in one end of the track. But we will have to keep an eye on the traction budget. But I'm looking ahead. I'm trying to look where Kevin Magnussen is looking, but because I can't feel the things under the car, you know. So maybe Kaboom as a radio engineer would be good. After I will go to the Supers. While I watch the replay and have that going, and the chat is not really alive, I will ask him if he wants to chat a little bit while I tune cars and he does deliveries. It doesn't have to be for long, but just a little bit. Because I can't type while I'm streaming and I would like to, you know, partake. 41, and now it's starting to get a little bit, you know, like on a, you know, if I should describe how this would feel, it would be like a slight drizzle where the road is very, very greasy, you know. But the cars feels brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But like, even if he's not on voice chat, then I will like shut up while I'm typing and have him in the background talking a little bit. Hopefully it's about Gran Turismo or something relevant, but it will eventually. Then you can hear his, at least hear him. No, it's not like a co-stream or anything, but it's like, I don't think it's like too much to do that, you know, for like 5 minutes while I wait for an answer, you know, listen to the discussion. Because I didn't watch Key's stream earlier. Karen, sorry. The Key 25, his name is. Catching up now, and you can see, even though it's like raining and stuff, our traction budget is much higher. If you notice, you know, see, before in this kind of rain it was very much, you know, faster lap every time, even though it's weather and weather. Would be nice to have someone in voice chat to be like, whoa, you can just go back in my stream and watch, like, nice livery, those kinds of things. But I chat like a ton when I'm in there anyway. Okay, we're under 10 seconds. Let's see how much we can do. Oh, we can see him up there. It's much clearer because of the rain. But I've played a lot around with tires these days. It's not just, oh, it's raining, so I need the rain tires. It has been very much, you know, I like to share that with as many people as possible. But of course I won't do like rambling when I'm with people on voice chat, you know. Who can go back and forth, you know. Maybe just, you know, mute Kaboom whenever, you know, and he can mute me whenever he's like talking specifically about detail and whenever I want to specifically show something. Because it might be at different times, and then I might, when Well, maybe I might just watch his stream and shut up while he's explaining things, you know. Because it works really well with Brandy and stuff. It doesn't have to be like, I'm not nervous about people coming in here and stuff, as long as we have like same guidelines and stuff. But like, don't shoot first, and you know, don't blow up wagons, don't really work in here. Think maybe more like, what is sportsmanship? Kind of thing, but not that condescending. It's a little condescending. Third. Lucky third. But now we need to tune some cars and take some Supras. I'm 90,000 already. So. But let's look at the data and I might turn the music off for a little bit while I look at Kaboom over here.
Well, I know that for sure. I'll wait for one of you guys to answer so I can just go back. I'm not gonna jump back out and look at it. PP no limit. Tire type. Racing. Usable tires. I have no option for intermediate or wet tires. I only have hard, medium, soft. That's another thing. I don't have intermediates or wets here as well. It's just hard, medium, and soft. Yeah, there's no, I mean, I guess I can ask hard. But intermediates and wets I can't choose. I can only choose hard, medium, and soft, and that's it. Oh, you did? Yeah, I saw that in Podium's chat. Flat pick. Congratulations, man.
Oh, someone did something.
That's awesome. When are you going to get it? Shortcut penalty, strong.
I don't have the mental capacity. I'm just waiting here. I need to, you know.
On. Ghosting dirt, race with the weak. Flag rules on.
But I might put him on, like, in the,
Hey, what's going on, Thomas? Thomas, how you doing?
Hi, Kaboom!
How's your stream going?
It's going very good.
Figure out how the craziness that is the new lobbies that are crazy. Alright, this is as best as I can do it, guys. I can't do intermediates or wets. So I don't know how that's, if it starts raining during this race, whether or not you're going to be able to change any of those. I couldn't tell you because I can't.
I'm gonna hang on the
I can't do anything
stream for a little bit because he's talking about some daily races right now.
There's nothing I can really do.
So we're doing two things at once right here. So it's kind of the feel of what it's going to be if we...
Hard. Required tires hard. Usable tires. It keeps on setting it back. To medium and soft are usable. Doesn't make any sense. So hard. Okay, now it's dedicated. Tire type racing. God, this is a mess. Oh, Monday. Wow, dude.
I just asked him if he wanted to voice chat.
That's dope, Flat Pit.
So, but he's checking out some online things, so I might go in and check online after I've done the Supras.
That's the thing, is that like, and then I don't know how the weather's gonna work. Because if it starts raining on people, then what if people don't have intermediates or wets for their car yet?
The road tires are okay.
I don't voice chat through where though, Thomas. I can't voice chat on my. We'll have to figure it out because I can't voice chat on my PS, my PlayStation, because the microphone for some reason will not pick up on. And I'd have to find a microphone that would work with the PlayStation. Unfortunately. I don't even have one anymore, I don't think.
The road tires are fine in the rain. If you're watching this later, and we're talking a little bit over each other now. I'm just gonna turn him down a little bit. But the road tires are absolutely fine in the rain. Just not as good as full wets. I talk about that a lot, and I have learned a lot. I'm not typing that fast, but it's better to like say the words in your head, you know. Learned a lot about racing in mixed weather and setups. Watch physics of racing for good and fun setup guide. Alright, back to your kaboom for a little bit.
Version point 2. Oh yeah, for the road cars, Thomas, yeah. Oh yeah, I've always.
I just sent him a heart and a message, but he.
Racing. People are like, "Oh, you're gonna go to the race, the intermediate rain tires," and I was like, "No, you don't have to. Not in the race. Not on the sport tires." Some of the best rain tires I've ever had in my life have been Goodyear F1s, and those were regular road tires.
I have never owned a car. I'm just gonna type whatever I'm saying in chat. I have never owned a car, so.
No worries, Thomas. Yeah, that's everyone go watch Thomas too. He's got a stream going on right now.
Yeah, just check in for a little bit. Go back and forth all the time, you know. When you get bored here and you know.
For all the cars in the, I mean, obviously the intermediates in the West will work better than regular sport tires, but sport tires will also work in the wet. You know, that's why they have siping. Otherwise, it would just be race slicks. You know. Otherwise, it would just be slicks, Because when you go to the racetrack, you don't bring slicks out there. You bring at least that's
20, I think it was like 2017.
And those all have
MX-5. That's the only driving experience I really have with a good car.
Otherwise, every tire would be a slick.
It was like the top quality, top tier. It was like top tier tires.
Anyone that wants to try this again?
It was the Yokohamas. I remember that so vividly because it's like a Japanese car.
We'll give it about 14 minutes. We'll start in we'll start in 25. Let's put it 19 minutes. 19 minutes. We'll try this out again.
All right.
I put race for fun. Damn it. Oh my god. I don't think anyone's going to come back in. I think we've scared everyone off, guys. Oh, really? It's a good car. Nice car. Yokohama's good tires.
Yeah, it was a really nice car.
It's in another 18 minutes or 25. Where's my controller? We'll see, sir, 13 minutes.
13 minutes. Yeah, I can't get ready in 13 minutes, but I will go in and do some setups and stuff because the 911 is a great car for me as well.
That's fine, Thomas.
Good. You heard it live on stream.
One of the things is that I think a lot of people have a misconception that the sport tires won't do anything in the rain, but I mean, think of the sport tires as like being high performance
And the roads.
tires, the way that they're looking.
Yeah, I have something to say here, so I'm gonna turn it down, you know, and then you can go watch him if you want to hear, you know. That's also fair use, you know. But road cars can be beasts if you tune them right, you know. And the race cars comes with the upgrades. Yeah, but that's what I'm testing right now on the screen, you know. So now I'm typed my message and so what you know. Then I will go like a minute. Oh, he has a lobby as well. I see. Oh, I'm gonna just test the normal online. I need some practice on Daytona as well. He's just typing right now, so I can just see. It goes very well together. And if you watch this later, I hope you can see, if you can stand to hear your own voice, or else it's like even better. No, but hopefully we can, you know, co-stream a little like this sometimes, because in the Black Knight community we just talk back and forth all the time. It's not like the Oxcast where it's like big contracts or any gaming group or anything. It's just like we click together good and have something to talk about because we like the same games.
Yes. You can make really nice. You can really nice. Do I have settings up? Oh my god. Do I have to? Oh, good lord. Oh, wrong button. God, Lord Almighty. Wait, what just happened? The lobby just crashed.
Oh damn.
I pressed enter on my keyboard and the lobby died. Is it still open right now?
But there we hear some things along the way, you know.
Oh my gosh. The pinning guys are running a lobby.
What do we, which car do we get here? We get this. So what car do we want to use for this? Want this one, but we need to detune it. 700 or less. We can do that.
Did the lobby just crash? Everyone? Did the lobby just crash?
It's nice to have these live updates in the background as well.
I mean, if you guys want to do it, we'll do it. I'm game to do whatever you guys want to do. But I think the lobby just crashed. It's either that or enter destroys everything.
And you might not have like a lot going on, you know, on either stream right now, but you know, it's two things going on where you can jump back and forth if we were on voice chat, you know. A Pagani thing? What's that?
Custom weather, everything random.
What?
Start.
There's an expiry date? Wow, how dumb? What?
Real boost. None.
That's so fucking dumb.
Damaged light. Tires.
I never seen that.
1 and 5. Was it 1 and 5, right?
I can't type that in chat right now. It's too much. It's too much right now.
So bad.
Car settings. Let's just detune it because
Real.
god damn it, we need the customizable ECU.
Oh, what's up, Blaine? It's good to see you, man. Dude, these lobbies are just, oh my god. What a nightmare. We'll shut all these off. Okay, hard. Required tires, hard. Okay. Yeah, they've been really bad. Coasting, weak.
And I feel like what tires do we have? Yeah, we have softs and mediums. You see how much I just slapped shit on this one.
For pit lane.
Sports, club sports, you know, semi racing, extreme. It's very
Is everything
well named.
set now? Yeah, so you shouldn't be able to tune anything. All of that was set, wasn't it?
But I think I'm gonna go with the road tires.
Is it fuel 1, tires 5?
And then see if I can add some skirts and things. But I think right now it's like overpowered anyway. Custom parts, front. It already has like a front splitter. And side. It has the side, and the rear probably has the rear as well, and the wing of course has the customizable wing. So I think this car is a beast.
Oh my god, what a nightmare.
I'm just asking if sports mode is working
One more time.
in chat.
one. Come over.
But yeah, definitely go watch Kaboom. Like, at least go leave a like. That's all you can do. And how many subscribers? He is on his way to 400. He only needs 10 more to 400, and we have a new game here and everything. So, Kaboom Operator. I might not have the link right now. I don't have the mental fortitude right now. But as long as I do it consistently, you know, that's fine. Oh, that's a question a little bit. Oh.
Manufacturer cup practice. Manufacturer.
See, he's just having fun with the crashes. It's not like he's racing. Well, he is racing, but he's not raging. Oh, look at that. With the road tires, I'm way under 700 anyway. Let's see.
Version 3 to her. Alright, I think everything is right. I think everything is right here.
But I think we can take some names in this super.
Alright, Jared. Okay, cool. Peace, Jared. Sports mode seems to be like it's working, I think. We're in custom weather. Oh, wait, we gotta do tire. Do we do tires? Tires are hard, right?
I'm gonna try sports mode. Sports mode.
It may start raining here, so just make sure you've got intermediates and wets.
As well. But I will not just jump into a race like I did on one stream where it's like small cars and stuff. Here I have an A rating to preserve. I might not have a family to protect, but I have an A rating, so at least that's the one of the few things I have in life right now going on for me. So at least keeping it a high B. BS is, you know, a good rating as well to be in.
All this looks right to me.
It's very respectable. And of course, when we do like test lobbies and stuff, we will not do like, you know, at least not in the start. If there's not like too many people, we will not do like restrictions on lobbies or anything. At least not skill level. It will be more like, have you been here? Are you a nice person? You know, those kinds of things.
So the lobby's name is Kaboom Operator AC's Lobbies / Manufacturers Contractors.
You heard it here first, but ladies and gentlemen, right from the horse's mouth.
All right. Time number 3. Here we are again. Wow, this is like kids Big Ben Parliament. What a day. And one red's up. Nice flat pick. Blaze is in here, Benelli's in here. Jonah should be in here. Jonah Freeman. Jonah, I need to know what type of car you're racing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, because while they check those things out, I'm gonna go and go with the tuning and stuff.
We need to have a Freeman Motorsport car in the race, so.
Oh, he has a motorsports thing he likes as well. That's really good. And I would love to see his hello. If you're watching this later, maybe you can't stand listening to your own voice already, but hopefully we get used to it as streamers. You know, people are.
Sweet Thomas. Yeah, jump on in, man. Alright, we're gonna start this one in like 11 minutes.
I like that he likes it. That really means a lot to me. That I can come out of nowhere and just be like nice, and I didn't come out of nowhere. I've been hanging out there for like sometime, but in the off seasons of Gran Turismo, it's not so much, you know. So maybe I can switch a little bit between, you know.
I think what's happening is my cursor is on the little running guy, so every time I press enter to start chatting, it exits me out of the race. That's what's happening. No, it isn't. You know, it isn't me crashing. It's me pressing enter, and this little arrow thing.
It's fun. It's funny to watch, at least, you know, watching the chaos, or the headaches, the early starts of this game. You know, some of the magic of the first days of GTA Online as well. You know. Somebody said something about a bong in Kaboom's chat, so now I'm gonna smoke. I can't remember this track to save my life, but it looks like it's gonna hold clear. I don't know if it's... Well, I'm just gonna be under the impression that it can rain in every single race from now on. Yeah, yeah, I totally agree. It's like, you know, it sounds crazy that I'm just sitting here talking back to a streamer, you know, but we know each other a little bit, and you never know. You know, we both have something to say, and if nothing else, this we can bounce off each other pretty good, I feel. At least right now. And then get double the amount of I also like that it's a little bit streamer to streamer. You know, warms my heart that he has welcomed me so well. You know, he's a big boy now in the streamer community. So he's only 10 subscribers away from 400. I know I'm on a way lower level than him, but maybe if you're new to both, you know, and you like livery creation and, you know, want to see a little bit of how lobby setting up, you know, that part of the thing is working right now, and the menus and stuff, because I haven't seen the menus of that yet, you know, setting up. Yeah, exactly.
Every single time, and then it's just like the menu just looks terrible. I don't know. I found nothing wrong with the way that the sport lobbies were set up. There was nothing wrong with it. The only thing that needed to happen with the sport lobbies was they had to get all the bugs out, and that was the only thing. Otherwise, everything else was just hokey-dory. Okay, so now I'm gonna really pay attention to pressing enter on my keyboard, because enter just kills the race altogether. So I'm not going to press enter on my keyboard. Maybe I can't use my keyboard. Maybe I shouldn't use my keyboard. I have to press square to start. Oh, there's pulse. I have to press square to start chatting, and then I have to type.
Yeah. I'm gonna start this race in just in a little bit. So I need super so I can go check out those. I've been streaming for hours now, and it's just been. But we're testing things out. It's the early phase of this, and it's good times for the stream right now. So we enjoy the good times right now, and then we.
Yeah, it's square again on the controller. We'll start in 10 minutes. Look, there's pulse. This starts in 10.
But how about?
Minutes. I can hit enter now.
Yeah, hit enter and it will blow up. Exactly. So it's good to. I don't like to talk over people.
He's unavailable. No, you just got in. Or you're in now.
What was it?
We'll do this in 9 minutes, guys.
Kaboom operator hates these lobbies / manufacturers cops practice.
Because it looks like it's about to rain. Press square.
I don't know if this thing has nitro. But if it doesn't, I will make put a nitro in it and make it it's from 94 as well. It's like 1 year before I was born. So I like cars around that period to feel like what cars was like when I was born. And see how much they have evolved over those 26 years, Because it's quite a lot, Even 5 years ago. But I'm gonna check out a little bit, so.
That's how I'm interested to see how the weather is going to work during the menu. Does that mean every single menu race is going to be different? I mean, that would be kind of cool. Oh, Superior's in. Hit square and type.
I'll just quietly leave. It's not like I'm making goodbye, I'm going back to the stream. Hello. It's not like that. But I might check back later on my next smoke break.
Huge problem, but oh, DD Saint. And the Cartmeister. And Superior. And
I'm gonna put it hard in there because it's that was his attitude was so good. It was not I don't know, and maybe later, and it's yeah, I just don't have I don't know how to do it properly, and
don't press enter. And it will end the race.
maybe he will play some Red Dead with the other offers, and
Press enter.
we will push it a little bit.
Now I'm keyboard shy. Race starts in 6 minutes.
Yeah, that was just a notification for something I had.
Yeah, no worries, Thomas. No worries, my friend.
Oh, friend.
I'll see you in a bit though, man.
Yeah, friendo. Nice. Nice. Then I will quickly smoke and get to streaming, you know. It gives me a better break, you know, as well. I will just put Super Fart Racing in the chat, and I'll use the Austrian flag as the like team flag because it's close to the racing livery, and I really love Austria. So, and then we need the things with the cars. It can be like this. Where's the red racing car? We need specifically the little red one. Going to, you know, yes, and then the fart emoji, the little wind thing. That's all we need. But it has to be the right one.
Can't press any buttons before I hit square.
Maybe they don't really have the right one. But that's close enough. I will find the correct one later. And then that Danish flag in the end. I just wanted to put like a little pun in there just to represent Super Fart Racing. With Austria in front of us and Denmark behind us. That's pretty good. Super Fart Racing. Getting the name out there. And then fart equals speed in Danish. No long, like. So it's like super speed Danish. Super speed racing.
There's so much missing. So much missing.
I'm just gonna watch the what the chat is gonna say to that while I smoke. It's like a little delay on the chat anyway, because my Wi-Fi is not the best. But it's fair.
Royal, good to see you, man. How are you doing? Scotty. Super fart racing. Speed. That's funny. It's funny in just regular English. I don't like that I can't hear any of the cars during the replay.
Oh, we can't hear the. Oh, damn. I haven't had that problem at all. It's blocked.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I don't even have the ability to set DR or safety or SR restrictions.
But it's so good that it got a laugh out of him. That's the effect, you know. If the name gives dopamine in the brain, then it's very good. And easily understandable. That's even better. That's my pipe wrench.
Suck Dr. Flex here. Alright, here we go. We're gonna start this in a minute. I think we've got a full lobby. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this before all of the noobs that don't know how this works don't race. I'm gonna take a tiny break while you guys race this one.
Oh, he's gonna go and break. Then, yeah, I'm just gonna write a final message.
I might race the next one. Who knows? Right now, I'm just kind of miffed. I gotta keep on remembering to press square so I don't crash the lobby every single time I press enter. Okay. Okay, we're all in, right? Everyone's in. Everyone appears to be in the race, so I am starting now.
I'm gonna see you later. I'm just saying that I feel like I have a million subs already. I can, you know, talk a little bit about the one with the sunglasses because I like to have sunglasses on. I have some very nice sunglasses. So while I deblock my pipe, I will with this little. It's a pipe spoon thing, but it's a pipe wrench now. Oh no, don't press that Reddit enter button. You will crash the entire world. No. Oh, they are off. They are off. Nice. They are on Trial Mountain in, I think it's Group 3 cars with no tuning. But I have thought about a lot of balancing classes and stuff, so we can do that with Kaboom's popularity. He can maybe host the lobbies and
Looks like he's glitching a little bit.
a little bit of glitching.
A few glitchers in the field.
Uh-huh. Very interesting. But that's only for the public, not the public lobbies, but for the multiplayer lobbies thing.
People that should be wrecking all in place or wrecking all in place.
It's very janky. So I hope that, yeah, they fix that. Especially on the PlayStation 4, you know. Seems like...
No, man, Thomas, it's all good, dude. I'm always out to help another fellow YouTuber, man.
Yeah, same. We're in the same boat.
To help a fellow YouTuber. Yeah, it's about community, man.
But I feel like, you know, I'm...
I don't like that I can't go through my field with my keyboard.
Alright.
I used to be able to just...
Thank you, Key. I'm gonna go back to my own stream and my own chat for a little bit, see if anything had happened. And maybe watch the viewers a little bit. I don't know, it might not be very interesting watching, but like and I don't know if you could hear him at all. I will go back and listen because inevitably I will have to listen to my own voice, you know. So it's like, how far are we in? 2 hours 30. But we did that for a little bit, and now we are taking supers. Today is like slow day, and we will go online. Maybe later, maybe tomorrow, but we will definitely, you know, either end up at Interlagos or at Daytona, depending on how well online works, you know, and how good it's going with the setups. And you know, Daytona is a new track for me, whereas you know, Interlagos in the Cayman is like, this is that's my Harry Potter wand, you know, and it's a good analogy, you know. But the books were really not that well written. The movies are much more concise and precise, especially later, when all, you know, the books got longer. But it was also because J.K. Rowling got more editorial freedom just to fill in a lot of shit, and a lot of it I just saw like, I thought it was a Harry Potter audiobook on YouTube, like illegally kinda. But then it was like a review of like the whole Harry Potter series and the books compared to the movies, and apparently, like, you know, you can go watch that at some point. It's made by a guy called Sean. It's just called the Harry Potter movies or something. Or it's called Harry Potter. It's his most recent videos. His thumbnail is like a skull or something, which reminds me, I have a good idea for a banner and for a, you know, a thing. So I will do some administration thing in the weekend, you know, and then race during the day, during the week, because that's what we can't do in real life. We can't really race during the week, can we? It's only on weekends. But this car is awesome. as well. Almost 600 horsepower, totally overtuned, but feels good on road tires. And we can, I'm pretty sure, I don't know, oh shit, I exited. But now we can see if the weather is different. And just check what upgradable parts we have on it, because I might not have the fully customizable suspension. Because I didn't know about the suspension. I mean, if you just do the lower level suspension, it would just get a little bit firmer, I think. But you can't adjust it. And if I were to put money into a car, I would say up the money for the fully customized. Yeah. It's not even fully customizable suspension, and we have the money. So that's important. That's very important. The rest is not so important other than brake balance controller and let's give it a little bit of rigidity as well. We might as well make the best of this as we can, you know. It's still a good looking car, you know. It's good looking even with the spoiler. Let's see if there's any like track in the Americas or whatever that I really yearn to do, because I'm not like dependent on the Supra or anything. I just want to see what kind of PP it has, but we will get to it. Suzuka. Hopefully this full one. Yes. And what is the other one? You know, life is all about ooh. It's gonna be Interlagos. That's for sure, because I did that track earlier in the thing. So, and it has around the same amount of PP, this one now. And this car is fairly crazy. It feels very insane. It has 600 horsepower and whatever, and it's still like 650 PP, so it's not very specific what makes the PP. A lot goes into it, and I would love to talk a lot about it with Kaboom, you know. But now people have at least heard my name twice, so it's like I'm like I'm less of a guy that just came in there once and like self-promoted and we had a little. I want this to be a back and forth relationship, because as you can hear, me and Kaboom might have not known each other for very long, and I might not have been in the chat very much lately, but the chat is very good, you know, very good. It's like the Black Knight community, you know. And if he can like get connected to the community and maybe grow a little bit of that. I know I'm a very little part, but I feel like I can really get the wheels turning with the Kaboom also, to get like a racing division, you know, of the Black Knight community, you know. Because a lot of people they like sports, and you know, esports is a thing, and then we can have the chill times in Red Dead and GTA, and then we can push it to the limit in the races, you know. Also, this 88 Supra is very mysterious to me, because I got a lot of them as my daily car. I like the rewards better now, much better now, because I don't just get the same car like 5 million times in a row. I get like 2,000 credits and that's it, and that's fine, because at least I get something. But I feel like I know what the Porsche Cayman feels around here, at least. I haven't driven the other Porsche around here, but If you go back to the start, we did a test lab before we upgraded anything on it. So if you want to, you know, see a little bit of where it was, and you know, go watch that, and then go ahead in the stream in the gradually upgrading thing, because, jeez, it's already so fast, and we will keep on working. I think it will. The reason I don't have the car in the title and the tag anymore is because it's gonna be a more back and forth process. We'll do things as we go along, but now with the Porsche I feel like I had a really good challenge, and I'm gonna get these Supras, and then we can maybe go back and really apply ourselves on the on Spa, you know. Hopefully get some good weather and just up the downforce and those kinds of things. I could take the thing in here as well, but then it would have a turbo, and it's naturally aspirated from birth, so it's not the same. A naturally aspirated engine is a whole other beast than a turbo. You have to be much more careful on the throttle, but you don't have as much. It's a whole thing, you know. But the only misnomer I want you to know, you know, you learn something every day. Make sure this is one of them. Turbos might be more efficient power-wise. That's what people talk about when turbos are more efficient than superchargers and normal and whatever. They don't talk about fuel consumption. You know, when you tune a car, you know, fuel consumption is all about how many hits the pistons make, you know, and how fast they do it, and you know, all those kinds of things. Every time the piston goes around in the engine, and I would love to go into that a little bit more. Maybe playing My Summer Car or something whenever I have a computer. But that can wait right now. I have so much on my plate. You know, music and GT7 right now is quite a lot, so at least it's not enough to stress me, but it's enough to keep me occupied, and I think that's the level I'm going to sort of have a healthy work-life balance from the start, and be very honest, and you know, then work very hard and stream very long whenever I feel like it, and when I do, you know, stream maybe a week in a row, and then maybe have a week off sometimes, you know. Sometimes I might get a bad period again, but I will always get back, because this is what really keeps me going, and I will be always playing video games anyway, and if I can do it with friends and build up a community and feel like I'm doing something, and it will just keep growing, you know. 1 subscriber a month right now is all I want, you know. And ever since I started the channel, that has not been the case. It has been more than one every single month, even the first month. The first month was a really good pull, because like pull and pull, but there's immediately like 10 people who subscribed to me over at the Black Knight channel, so hopefully being over there more, and you know, talking to her a little bit more often, just because I want to talk to her and play video games, but also entertain some of the people out over there, and maybe they will come over here, and if enough of them come over there, I promise you right now, before I promise that on the stream, so they can go back, you know, and see it. If enough of those guys come over, I'll do I will start doing more Red Dead, you know, because they like to talk Red Dead, and then I feel like playing Red Dead, and maybe I will do a story playthrough, because I did some things in my first playthrough I would do differently now, you know, but never, you know, not like I have to do something. It might happen, but there will always be content, and the more people are like interested in something, the more likely it is to happen, and the more I will prioritize it. So, but right now we need some Supras. We need the music going as well. Oh shit. You can hear the difference immediately. It's not like, oh, it's much bassier and bass is good, it's just you have much more. At least you can hear the bass line, you know. I've played a lot of bass in my life, and the phone speakers really don't let you hear the bass line properly. Because I notice bass lines a lot, you know. Such is the life of a bassist. But I'm not like a dumb bassist who boils his strings or whatever. That's not me. Or like smokes too much weed and goes in the studio without like practicing, and it's like, oh, and then has weird light fever. The studio time is not for practice. Studio time is very expensive, at least time-wise. And there's a lot of you know, people who can use studios all the time. There's not enough studios to fill all the creative work out there. So be sure to save your own money, to know what you do, what you want to do, and maybe have some ideas you can work on a little bit, but be sure that you get it in the first or second, at least the third take. Then you can have all, then you have all you need, you know. And then there's no shame in clipping it together. That's how we do it modernly, and then we show we can do it like in one go when we do it live, you know. It's just like, you know, Formula 1 practice or whatever, qualifying, whatever. They really show what they can do in qualifying, but in practice it might not look that great. They might have some sections that are good or not, but you know, the more I talk about relating these things together, the more it makes sense. So I used to relate food to cooking a lot, but here I can relate music to racing, and that's two things I really do know a lot about how feels doing, even on a, you know, I feel like I'm on a fairly intermediate level at both, you know, still a long way to go. I'm no Jimi Hendrix or Lewis Hamilton, but we're all at different points in our creative journeys, you know, and that's okay. My brother goes to the art academy as well, and he has talked to me a lot about that, but it has taken a lot of time for me to really, you know. And he's calling tomorrow as well. So that's the only thing I need to do tomorrow, is like take the phone when he calls. But he writes before, so it might be during a live stream. But then I will be finding some other community stream, and then you know, if they're like not okay and whatever with it, then you can hear that live on stream, and then I will find something else. You have, but you know, you always want more eyes on your live stream, at least if you're under 1,000, because then people can't donate. They have no way of like directly, you know. But key again, the key 25. 48 hours, 1,000 subscribers on Gran Turismo 7. So let's see how fast we can hit those 1,000. But like I said before, my initials are TFL, and that relates to a car channel as well. It's only because of them I know it stands for the fast lane, you know. So I have some catching up to do in my life. So let's live in the fast lane a little bit. Not necessarily spending a lot of money, but in the fast lane, like creatively and really like coming out of my shell. and then hopefully I can do like a coming out of my shell road trip tour, like around Europe and playing. Just not necessarily for subscribers, but I will probably go to where David is around, you know, and some other people from the community. Maybe do an American thing at some time. You know, I like to keep my dreams open and my thoughts open, my opportunities open in my head. I don't like to close doors before those doors are really closed and before I know what I really want to do, you know. So, and right now I feel like the whole world is open to me. It's like I just finished that high school I'd never finished, where it was meant to be like you could do whatever you want after, you could like go to university or whatever, do whatever education you wanted, but I mean, of course you couldn't do anything practical after it like you could at trade school. By the way, you're the same age when you finish those two things, and of course it fills in two different roles in society, which we all need, you know. If everybody was entertainers, then the world sure would be a dull place, you know. It would not be a very, you know, we wouldn't be very far. We need specialization, you know. It's the economics of scales, and not scales, but economics of scale. You can just search the $1,500 sandwich or whatever. I will search for that video for seeing like if I can remember the price, but it's like a ridiculous amount of, you know. If you were to like make every ingredient by himself, you know, every single thing, and transport the salt, and so if you want to be like entirely self-sufficient, you know, it might be better to have a good source where you know and trust, and you know, that might be better. So let's you know, smoke weed and take Supras or whatever. But I feel like fairly accomplished because I got, even though we didn't test a lot of car things today, we tested another thing, you know. We also need to test things in real life, you know. And even more so than in this game, you know. Because once you get a hang of what you need to do to mitigate your problems, it's not like you need a setup that's like, this is the fastest setup. But it's like, mitigate the things, you know. Have a good base setup, and then and I will do streams for that. And maybe I will turn it into a little bit of a video, but preferably I would just keep it to the streams, and then you know, make small clips and stuff, you know, of what happens. But right now I'm just looking forward to my retirement, hopefully soon. Sounds sadder than it is, but it's gonna be a huge relief. Not because I'm lazy, but because it will give me a stable income going into this. Sorry. But I won't close the mic if I'm in the middle of talking, because I forget to turn it on again. So, if we can tolerate like kids in the background of a live stream, when we don't even have any kids, that used to be like instant turn off on a video for me. But because a lot of people in the community and you know, I really like them, and I don't want to just click off the stream because, you know, there's children and stuff. Not everybody has like a huge office or whatever, a huge house where they can have an office. I might live in a small apartment, you know. Might have had some hard times, and maybe it wasn't supposed to, they weren't like, didn't want to have, it's not specifically anybody in the community, it's another YouTuber I'm talking about, but I'm not gonna shout him out, not quite yet. because I don't think everybody is gonna handle the content in the right way, you know. It's not like I want you to react in any specific, but I don't want you to engage with any people of he's talking about or any of the things he's talking about. I just want you to, you know, listen to what he says and says like, because he covers some people who really does some fucked up shit sometimes, and they keep, you know, being like fucked up and saying fuck you and fuck off and showing their dicks on that webcam during a live stream, you know, while saying suck my dick, and you know. And one of the guys he talks about is very much the antithesis to me. He's like he wants to be a racer and a musician, but he can barely take a corner, and he yeah, and his music is straight up, you know, very bad. There's nothing to it, because he never takes criticism and refuses to learn. He thinks just he's like Kanye West, but if Kanye West didn't have any thing to have his thing in. And the more I watch that White Super going around, the more I want to do the you know, and then tune that. I think the tuning Supra is next, because Super speeds the Rob. He's a car rental guy. He might look like a Dan Bilzerian kind of fraud guy in the start, but he is he rents out super cars and sports cars and stuff. And he has quite the collection of cars, which he changes out a little bit. He had a Ferrari, which luckily went a little bit up in price, so he, you know, it pretty much went up even with the money he spent on it, of servicing and tires and all that kind of thing when he sold it. So he basically drove a Ferrari for free, you know, around. And then he has a 1,000 horsepower Toyota Supra. All reversible mods, of course. No drill hole, of course, when you do it non-reversible and stuff. So he can just sell it one day, peel off the mods, and if you have like a super tuned car, that's often better to do. Just put the original parts on there, because they have barely been used. The earlier you change the suspension and brakes and stuff, the better, I think. I mean, better brakes we can always use on cars, but maybe some grandma, if she buys your used Golf, then she might get surprised and maybe break her neck on, because you have carbon ceramics on, because carbon ceramics has no grip if they're not warm. And you know, the stars are just aligning for me right now. Everything is just perfect for me right now. I'm just enjoying the good times, and then hopefully next winter it can be less rough. Because you have heard over the winter, I started streaming to get through the winter a little bit better. As, you know, started a little in October, and right after that my uncle died, sadly. But we had he drove me home from a car event, because he drove my mom there because there was a concert, and I thought that my mom would be there all day, and I was like, how is she gonna, my mom is very like, she's getting older and tired, and she's not in the best shape, you know, physically. She's in a good, like, she's very healthy, like mentally, and, you know, great inspiration, and both my parents are very engaged with all of us children, even though my brother is only my half brother. My dad is like very nice to him, but I didn't grow up in a time where it was like half brother and all those things, so it's just my older brother. So, and I think that's how it is when you grow up with each other, and you know, maybe, you know. But also he was 3 years old when my dad and my mom got together, and then they got my sister not after 8 months, but my mom got pregnant after 8 months, and then they got me, and they wanted a third child, but it was like an accident, like I told you before. Like sometimes it's like you're open to having children at the time, but you're not like maybe. So you're not like maybe yearning to have children like right now. That's maybe how I feel like in a couple of months. I feel like I'm getting to that state in my life where I feel like I could mentally handle to have children. I have little nephews that I practice a little, on, giving some good advice, being a good uncle. And then, working up to being a great dad. I think it's next weekend. It's next weekend. I have to go to my nephew's 3-year birthday, and he's born right after. Well, it's his birthday, but he was born like right after my sister's birthday. So it's nice that they can combine that. We combine it a little every year, where it's like. It's his birthday, but we know it's also the mom's birthday, mommy's birthday. But it's not the focus. The focus is him. She has had like 29 of them, I think. I think she turns 29 this year. I'm 26, so she must be like... She's 28 now then. So, yeah, but luckily I am 26 now. She got because my parents, to get cheaper insurance on their car, it's like they just did it like 25 plus. So I was the only one who couldn't drive the car. I think my sister had to wait like a year or two, but I thought that was a really long time. But now that I'm over it, I'm like over it. Plus I was smoking weed like a chimney at the time, Same now, but way less, because I have something to put instead. I talk a lot right now, but that's to distract me from the weed, to be honest, also. The more I talk, the more I save, money-wise, I talk so long that I fall down again so much that feel like I have to smoke again, but now I have recently smoked, and now I will smoke again, and now I will show you my GTR, and then hopefully it will shit, can't smoke with a hiccup. One second. I think it came out with a little burp before. It's because it's... If you don't know the mechanism behind the hiccup, it's because it's some air trapped, and don't know what that part of the body is, but it's like right at the solar plexus, right on that part that makes you breathe unconsciously, that little muscle thing. I've always been interested in, how humans work, like in general. But let's say ¿qué pasa? And let's vamos, I had Spanish in high school, but I never finished. But then I had a friend from I can't remember the name of the country right now. It's in deep, deep trouble. What is it? Venezuela, yeah. He was actually, I think it was like 2 weeks late to school start because it was hard getting out of the country. Unnecessarily because of like any like lockdown or anything. This was back in 2014. But listen to this beauty. And I found out how much there's really in, you know, setups for it. Was like upgrading the suspension a little bit is what gives the lap time, but what really gives the lap time is look at that. Gas, gas, gas. We need carbon ceramics on this motherfucker as well. Shit, good thing it has some 4-wheel drive. What was it I just said we needed? Can't remember, but I think a lot more downforce on the front and rear because we do have the skirts and everything, so we have the downforce. We just need to decrease the ride height and you know, give the suspension in the back and the front. It's not like oversteering or anything, so that's not the problem. I might stiffen this front one bit, but it's not gonna be anything wild. But we are under the PP limit here, so we have something to go on, you know. But look, this thing is a rocket. I think it was this thing I got my 300 kilometers an hour thing in. But the good thing about this is like you can just go back and change the parts and upgrade and stuff. But as you can see, I'm decent on this track, and if we win, we don't need to. Then we just need to go to the next track and just see, you know, we can get this done fairly quickly because we don't need a car. But the Porsche was right at the limit, and you know. Because this just has to be below 700, you know, and I have... Yeah, I mean, it's not the horsepower that's the problem with this car and the top speed. It's more the weight, I think. Maybe we should stiffen the thing. Because we... the body, sorry, not the thing. But like... oh, it's 3 if I keep doing this, maybe online tomorrow, and then I will be like, if I keep online, you know, I don't have to do anything before Monday, so if I keep being online, it will be like playing GT7 online at 3 AM, gone wrong, gone sexual, because there's a lot of like about PP and stuff, but look at that, we're just cruising by. But that also shows a little bit of the difference, you know, in cars. But I think the Cayman might be a tiny bit faster around this track. It can't be. But this thing is like very top speed heavy, so very different. And four-wheel drive, it adds to the acceleration as well. Try braking into her very heavy, it's a little tighter than you think. But right now we're just, you know, I've been used to a lot more competition than this, and I'm on road tires still. Before I was on racing tires where I had to think about things, but now it's just like smooth sailing. And I can always do the Porsche thing as like a... because we got a very confident second, you know. And either we can do that by gradually upgrading the thing to, you know, 360, because you can see, or 350, you can see you can get very overpowered. depending on how much you go to the limit. So it's like you choose your own difficulty by how much you tune your car, and that's how gradually tuning also is like a good thing. So this is the Super Fart Racing Academy. Part of Pilsnor Pilsnor University with ukulele and I don't know. It's just a fun thing. It's not like I'm gonna go in Thunder School, you know. 40 years ago I would have to go in Thunder School. Here you can just, you know, that's the thing about the internet. I can do a lot of things at once that I never dreamed of, you know, as a child, or even like back when I started going down the drain, you know. But if you're just here to watch some laps, I'm very sorry. But I would recommend go watching some Super GT or the Key 25 or even Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy Broadbent is probably the best one to watch because he does real life racing. The same with Super GT, he does go-karting. But Jimmy Broadbent, he does something you can actually watch on YouTube live in the BARC. A few weekends of the year, you know. By a few, I mean quite a lot. It's a very tight season. And he races in something that can best be compared to like a mix between an LMP3 car and a or like an LMP car. I don't know which iteration it would really be with all that downforce, but it's a mix between an LMP car and a GT3 car. Last year it was in the same class as GT3, and they actually took a win in that class. And the thing about that is like BARC is very like a lot of racing, and it's both professionals and amateurs and all kinds of levels, and you know, people have different goals. I would like to, you know, go folk racing before I'm 50 at least, and then have that learning experience and hopefully, you know, learn enough. And then I don't imagine that it's a lot of car setup, you know, in folk racing, because, you know, as we clearly learn here, not all cars are born with like customizable suspension, but the race cars are. And that's where it could be really fun, you know, having some extra money to tune the car. You're not allowed to, well, I think you are allowed to tune the car. You can do whatever you want to it, but then you're gonna have an overpowered car going around, and that's gonna be very popular, and you'll put that into the world. So if you tune it for this weekend, you might race against it the next weekend in a different car, you know, because you need a new car whenever that one is, you know. But we haven't touched the engine with that Porsche. I'm like gradually tuning it. So there's still a lot to do. I thought it would be a lot quicker, but right now we're just fastest lap, and as well. You see on Interlagos, my learning curve is very quick, especially with new cars, because it's a track that I really like driving around. So. Okay, that's that Supra. Now let's go to Interlagos, not Interlagos, Suzuka, to get the 97 Supra. That's interesting as well, because that's around my birthday as well. So I wasn't much into cars when I grew up and didn't know like a lot about, you know. Let's go directly to Interlagos. K, not Interlagos. No. I have some like sleeping medication that starts with like K, Q, E, Q, U, E. And a lot of people like to say Q, you know. I like to call them K, you know. I'm not gonna say the whole name because if you know, you know. You know. So I really hope that the all caps title is not coming across as too clickbaity or whatever. It is what we're doing. It's just to be more visual. Enter, and then we're going to, you know, do whatever, and then we can have this little 97 Supra as well because we don't have to recreate the car, you know. A lot of Supras going around. It is a very popular car and has a lot more history than the. So that could be a gradually tuning as well, without so much downforce and stuff, you know. Supra RC 97. But I won't put that many cars in the title. I might put the cars I'm using during the thing in the description in the future. But let's see, car settings, detail settings, ride height, bonk, bonk, anti-roll bar, stiffen up that bitch. Sorry. And I don't know about these four yet, so I'm just playing around with what I know. Negative camber, the magical ratio. It's just enough that it doesn't look ridiculous, but it's still kind of ridiculous. What is that gonna do? Nice. And keep the camber and natural frequency. We need to stiffen that up. And we need quite a stiff rear. So start to 3 and let's see what 3 in the front and 3 in the rear does, you know. It will induce understeer, but let's do that to induce a little bit more oversteer. I feel really very well educated after, you know. Yeah, now it's up to 372 just for doing those few things, and it's a beast. It's quite a beast, and I think we can. It might not be a 1,000 horsepower Supra, but it's gonna be my my super speed. That's like the Supra is like one of the cars in the world with the most tuning potential. It's like the Honda Civic, you know. And tuning potential is not like that it needs to have 1,000 horsepower. It's just that it can, from what it is, you can really get a lot of, you know, power out of it. And that's what really makes a good tuner car. It's like if it's good driving and whatever. That's why you don't see as much, you know, many modification parts for some cars and not so many for some other cars, you know. It's because companies specifically, there are many companies who specifically just makes parts, you know, small companies, and you know, if you don't build it too big too quick, you know, just like my channel, build it out of bricks, not of straw. I mean, I would like to build my house a little bit about, you know, a little wood, a little, you know, my granddad lived in a house, his widow still lives in a very beautiful old house with like, you know, bricks, and to hold the bricks together, it's the wood, some wood paneling and stuff. I can take a picture of something like it. I will not, but and share it on Discord, the new Discord. I will be, maybe we will call it Super Fart Racing or something. Maybe Thomas Pilsnor. maybe parentheses, so we will, you know, do something. But yeah, oh, can we mess around with the downforce as well? I completely forgot that. That's why it's good that we are talking as well. Yeah, see. We need a lot of downforce here, so 230 and 95. This might be like way too much in the front, and as you can see, you can be like, you can go back with the parts, you know. You can do that. I don't think you can like uninstall these things because it's like, you know, but the other things you can like change around. For example, the one-way diff, I might put in the fully customizable one once I know more about differentials. But right now I feel like I have so much on my plate with with just suspension right now, and like, you know, because I'm really gonna you know, so you can do some laps and listen to this a little bit, and it's gonna be a good like podcast thing to listen to in the background, and maybe have some, you know, examples on the screen, you know. It's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be good, you know. Live streams are it's a very good format to teach about stuff. I learned a lot about Red Dead, you know, live by, you know, by seeing people play live, you know. You never know what you're gonna get, you know. But now it's 271 because I put up the downforce. Wow, I like that animation. Look at that. The guy turning around. Don't follow cars like that, race cars, by the way, when you're out. Don't like follow, turn your neck. I swear to God, if you went Formula 1 and you had the like reaction time or whatever to like follow it, you would fucking break your neck trying to follow that shit. Like, I'm not kidding. I did that like I hadn't been to a racing event in a long time, and I hadn't been with like at something like so amazing and with so high speeds, because it was like just the track that was good for like keeping up momentum the whole way through. And I saw Tim Christensen drive in a Cortina. I can't remember if it's Lotus who made the Cortina or not. But I will Google that right now. Actually, I need an extra phone for But they have this Cortina racing thing, so he's like with the Cortina bil car. Lotus made them. But also Ford, apparently. What? Let's see the Ford Cortina, see if it's in the right one. Yeah, it's not the Ford Cortina. It's not the Ford Cortina, it's the Lotus. Lotus Cortina. And the thing is, the Prince of Denmark is not like one of those rich oil princes or whatever. He have had the same racing, the same Lotus Cortina for... now I know that there is both a Ford Cortina and a Lotus Cortina, but it's different cars. It's not like a collaboration, because that was clearly different cars. So that's why I have been so confusing. And as you saw before, I googled it, it's like, was it Ford or was it Lotus, you know? But he's not like driving Mercedes AMGs, not even a little bit, I think. At least not like in racing or anything. He might like have taken a few laps, you know, because he's very privileged, and you know, he's working on you know, on Danish interests in France right now, you know, in a non-political way, just, doing a lot of leg work, a lot of soft power, not so much, you know, a little bit of what I'm doing right now, It's not about money and it's not necessarily political, but at least I'm allowed to have my political opinion. The Queen is allowed to express political things about things, but it has to be like in line with the current government or the with the people of the country, And of course, her opinion is not bought. She has been very consistent throughout her entire life with her values, because she's not so much I'm voting for this and voting for this, and she's just like she needs to represent Denmark and see all that's good, and no matter what, presented in a good way. And now that I'm like setting it up in that way, that's also what I'm kind of want to do. I mean, I don't want to be a king or prince or anything. I just want to be the king of my own castle. And right now, I feel like the crown prince. So maybe I have gone from being the maybe the second or third in line, but now time and circumstances has taken over, and I am gone from last in line to first in line. I'm not religious or anything, but the Bible has a lot of good stories in it. Like, don't dismiss the Bible just because it's like dismissing Harry Potter. It's some of the stories are very well written, and I grew up with not religious parents, but I grew up with a best friend whose mom was a priest, like of the local preacher of the church, and I grew up right next to like the church, and she lived right so they lived right around the corner. So damn, we had a lot of fun together. Mostly at his house, because it was more like stable mentally and stuff. And now I understand how much it must have helped my parents that I could go over there and stuff. And now that I'm talking about it, I need to take contact to her. She lives close by, and my best friend, childhood friend, might be anywhere in the world right now, but I will take contact to him as well. But I will take contact to him first, I think, and ask if it's okay to or his dad might still live around the corner. They actually live in the same area now I think about it. He just lives, instead of living in the apartment kind of the suburbs, he lives in the houses kind of suburbs. And he's a very nice guy, and yeah, can't say enough good things about him now, but we did clash a lot. He was my scout leader, and we clashed a lot because I think he was confused. He didn't know how to navigate, and that's not his fault. That was a general thing, that people didn't know as much how to navigate things, because this was like the early 2000s, and we didn't have the internet where we could watch hours and hours of content. When you watch one thing about mental health, another opinion drops up. The last statistic I heard was like 300 hours of content is watched, not watched, but that's my next point, is uploaded on YouTube every second. But how many hours are viewed on YouTube every second? That's a statistic I have never heard, and that's a thing I would like to. I think that's like a thing I'm gonna. That's a thing I could talk about with like Black Knight and stuff, Because instead of googling the answer, then I have some good sources, you know, and then you can also maybe come over and enjoy me over there. But I think David would like to see me over there, so. We need the music going on. But I'm not quite ready for bed yet. I just stream until I'm ready for bed, so. And I want those Supras at least. Let's try this playlist. I'm in a trying mood. It's just an app, don't worry. For SoundCloud of all things. But I noticed the thing that I noticed in the other playlist that I liked is that, you know, that in the start of every song it would be like a thing to the Spotify of the thing. So I might go through that and then make the Spotify playlist copyright free, whatever. Maybe have it private, because I will change that quite a lot. Or maybe like make it public. I don't know. I might make it public. I will make it public, because then again with the sources and everything. So instead of like shouting out the channel, compilation channels, I will have a Spotify channel. Not a Spotify channel, but yeah. It's my real name over there, but search for the playlists, not my name, please. Because that is my my Spotify, you know. And I have nothing to hide on my anything, you know. So I can stand up for everything that's on the internet about me. Even the stuff that looks a little bit ridiculous and that I might have wanted to, you know. I mean, that's one thing that I'm going to delete right after this stream. And it's nothing, you know, racist or anything. It's fairly innocent, but it's a thing that reveals some personal information. And I would not like to have that on my Facebook, well, also on my Facebook, but you know, and I'm not gonna say if it's a picture or a video or a post or whatever. Let's just pretend it's a political opinion that I don't present anymore, and it's nothing bad. I just changed my mind. It's in that kind of order. But I will take care about and you're not gonna find it if you search for it, because it's fairly well hidden. Not that it's hidden anywhere, but it's hidden right in the open, so it's not like it's gonna stand out or anything. Ooh, that song when I just want to drive on Suzuka, and you know. But my body says like, weed, weed. the cartoon-like thing where every cartoon thing is like saving that guy from addiction might be silly in many ways, but that smoke ghost is very much a good representation of addiction. Because it's not like you, it's the addiction kind of talking, and you need to separate those things. And hopefully by being very open, you know. Maybe you don't like that, and then you don't have to subscribe. You can just, you know, skip through if you are watching it in the future. Damn, I'm getting hungry as well. Let's say I'm at least done by 6 AM. That's a good time frame. But right now it's the more like the gradually testing podcast than it is the gradual, but it will get better over time. And I hope you guys will support me through my struggles with addictions. I am getting professional help with it. I haven't talked about that before, but I would like to mention it because I have been going for quite a while. Actually, since before I started streaming. So I have all the support I need, both here on YouTube and when I'm done with YouTube I can lean back and you know, again, like a mental thought diary, you know. Captain's log, start date 19th of March, time 3:42. Don't know. I might do that sometimes, like talk a little bit about the day, you know. Start by doing that, you know, the captain's log thing. It's from another, you know, not a particularly great guy, but it is a funny thing. He would start his videos that way. Captain's log, start date, and then he would like, I don't know the language behind the start date, but it sure as shit is not like just the normal date. At least I don't think so. Maybe it's like in numbers somewhere, but and like super obvious. But I haven't watched Star Trek a lot, so my brother has watched it more than me. Evidently, I don't know if he has watched it or if he just liked to put "live long and prosper" into his art. Which reminds me, maybe I should ask him if he wanted to design something, be part of Superfart Racing, the appeal thing, and then we can have Black Knight with the horse edition and horse division, not edition, and you know, everybody can. And if you get in early, you can be a founding member of whatever your country is, and you. It's not about a special livery or whatever. It's just about, you know, sharing information. Just like in real motorsport, it's a good community and not really competitive. Everybody helps each other, and I would like to, you know, contact on Tuesday. Contact the local motorsports club and maybe see if I can get at least you know, my foot in the door and see what the requirements are and if they're even searching for people. But the motorsports community, it might seem like there's millions and millions of us, but spread out over, like, you know, billions of people, it gets very thin, you know, when you get to areas that's like Denmark. So I mean, I always wanted to have a podcast anyway and be on the radio, so I guess this is my radio. Like Radio Kaboom earlier. But this is gonna be like a story arc, you know. It's gonna. This is the introduction part. And then we're gonna pick up, and then it will wind down, and then it will eventually end off. But that's only in movies it goes that straight. Maybe we will have little ups and downs along the way. You know, as long as I'm standing on this foundation that's strong, then I can do anything. Like I said in Kaboom's chat earlier, and especially with his support and how friendly he was earlier, and he wasn't dismissive about it and was like, "No, goddammit, just close my stream and talk by yourself, do your own thing," you know. He was like, "Okay, fair enough," and he had a laugh about it and was a great sport, you know. I think he's a great fit for the Black Knight community, and he can be the general manager of and founding member of Superfart Racing America. You know. And again, it's not any obligations on your colors. Let's say our colors is like your favorite color. It's an ongoing experiment, and like the whole thing Matt Pat was talking about in an old video, which I think later has been debunked. I haven't seen any, like, you know, but if we do a long-standing experiment with like lots of people, then we can actually get something together and maybe make a conclusion at some point. Maybe somebody have the mental fortitude to do that. Oh, that blue is great. I'll make this car blue in honor of Michelle. So how the traction control really screwed us over when you just floor it. But on four-wheel drive cars you need to be really gradual with the shit. But this setup is very good. Yellow flag? Wow. I like that the AI actually crashes now. It feels much more realistic. And make mistakes. What? Ignored yellow flag? That's a thing now? At least that's a thing now. So we'll be much more ahead than that. You know. Shit, I need to brake here. I'm just gonna use you as a brake. Don't worry about it. This is a song that's very fast. That's like a lot of horsepower. You know. But I think on the Superfart playlist I might put in parentheses how much of the average, you know, the average of adding up horsepower, you know. Then you can have your own playlist where you're like, in the wind down, maybe it adds a little bit of grip, a little bit of suspension, you know. Doesn't have to be about speed all the time. Sometimes you just need to chill, get a grip. But then instead of be like, because if you get 60 songs and you're like even 0.1 per thing, then it quickly becomes like a really like, so it'd be like, this adds 10 horsepower, you know, when you're at like average, you know, 10 horsepower, you know, and right now it probably adds like 5 on average, you know, and if I add some slow songs in there, the average will go down. But I will tune the playlist, you know. I will make the best damn racing playlist that I can, to my knowledge, you know. And sometimes when you do these offline races, it's like you can just pause and then change song, and then you can be like, what songs do I want to leave out, and what songs do I miss, and then you can make your own super fart playlist, you know. And if you don't know what fart means in Danish, it's speed. So we have fart control, you know, which is speed control, you know, where you get the tickets. If you don't have a moped that's not tuned at all. And that's the one thing I will never tune. That's my moped, because that's illegal as shit, you know. And very unsafe. It doesn't have the brakes and all the chassis to keep up with the horsepower. Damn, good thing we're on road tires. See, that's what I love about road tires. You don't need to speculate. You just need to drive. And that would be very nice in real life as well, if you could just go on the road tire, and you can do that. There are specific road tire challenges, so... This song has become kind of my like deja vu from. I need to find out what this song is, because it's on 2 playlists, and it's on the other one. It's so at least so I can get like a good mix of like jazz and whatever. So shit. You know, Jimmy, the song he has in the beginning is like it's a instrumental rendition of Deja Vu. It's a song from Initial D, I think the series is called. I've never seen it, but if I can find somewhere to watch it, I will. It's still so powerful that it's like, doesn't really matter. It's still like catching up. I'm going to learn how to control this much power in the rain. Like, we don't need to drive hard, we just need to drive smart. And this thing is like uncontrollable in the rain. Like, it's way too much power and way too less. What did you do that for? Fuck you, man. You can see the traction control is really killing it on 4. But that's okay, you need to learn how to control whatever you have as well. So if we could get this Supra, then it would be very nice. Like maybe start St. Croix in that, because I'm not very good at that track, so it's good to take it easy in the start. We got a major crash because of like a little bit of rain, but now it's dry again, so if we just get like rain, we'll just cheese it and take the rain tires. It's not like you know, I have a lot of things that needs to be done, and the night Jeep Safari and some of the license tests are gonna take a long time, so, and then you can't really cheese, so. But it's like my fault as well if you it's your own fault if you like just cut across somebody's front while under overtaking, you know. It's not it's much better on 4 than on 5. Much better. We need to lift a little bit earlier or something. But now we get the good Supra, you know. We only need to do this twice. But we need to turn all downforce to the max. It can handle it, but it's not top speed that this thing needs. That's for sure. Just needs a lot of downforce. That's number 2 and 3 right there, so we at least can get some money for some upgrades. But like, stiffening the front and rear was not only about like the springs, you know, suspension is the whole thing, so maybe I will... damn it. Maybe I will stiffen up those shocks as well, like a lot. But I need to stiffen up the rear as well, just to induce a little more oversteer. Maybe even just take the thing back to where it was. I don't think I can take like 9 seconds even in this. But we get a top 3 at least, and then we get the Supra. So at least we get the Supra right away, and then we can like really enjoy Suzuka for a little bit, and then tune it a little bit more with the money we have. I know we're saving up for a safety car, but nothing wrong with you know, prioritizing one car over another, because this car is like way too powerful, you know. And the same with the Miata I made and whatever. So a lot of mistakes. So you know, you can do a lot of guides on what does what and whatever, but playing around with a lot of different cars and like think about what you did wrong and go out there and do mistakes, learning by fucking up. That's the mantra of super fast racing, I think. It's one of them. We have a lot. It's nothing, you know. Do whatever variation works for you. You know. We might actually get a first, and then we can just set up the thing at St. Croix. Come on. As long as we don't like go off the track, we need to be a little bit slower and then really get gradual on the throttle, and then we can maybe take him in the last corner. We're not even on the limit, so... See? It's not done until it's... It's not over until it's over. Just hold the line, and doesn't really matter with like sportsmanship in this. You know, it's AI. Yeah, and we look good doing it. I just had an epiphany now that I need to talk to my brother tomorrow anyway. And he's like an artist and like doing like everything other than oil painting, and his girlfriend and mother of my beloved nephew, so therefore in the family forever. That's how it works in my family. Once you're in, it's very hard to come out. Very, very hard. Family is a very, very wide concept. Like, I have people that are not even blood related that I call by, like, you know, because it's like I grew up with it being my grandparents' wife, you know. Or grandparents' husband. Both sets of my grandparents were divorced, so I was very blessed to have like a million grandparents, and I got to meet my great-grandparents as well. And now that I speak about it, I'm also very grateful for you know, so many of them being there to see at least my nephews, and I can't wait to tell them about my recent success in person, because I'm a lot more open now, and I know they're very chill people. They're not like uptight or anything. I've just been like very closed off because everything has been on like a standby and very much maybe, and you know. But see, it's completely uncontrollable. But we have driven this now, and yeah, let the smoke break, and we're going to make the Supra red, of course. That's the, you know, that's the if I'm gradually tuning something, I'll make it red. If it's something from before, it's probably not red. But the Miata is red, the red one, because when I do buy a car, I do buy it in red. And if you want to see me do other things than just red liveries and stuff, go to GTA. I recreate cars over there. Because there I can drive them around in the streets and crash them around more, and you know, it's not the same. But see, oh, I overtook him on the yellow flag. You have to be aware, because now yellow flags actually matter. Interesting. Interesting. I'll just have the stick behind the wheel. Having a great time. The stick's Danish cousin. Maybe because the stick is so old, it's the stick's Danish nephew at this point. Grand nephew, because he had so many cousins, so it's like grand nephew. The stick's grand nephew. It also feeds into the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, which really is called the 6 degrees of separation. It's like within 6 degrees of relation, you are all related to Kevin Bacon. Specifically, is the example, but like anybody, like not family related, but you have like a contact. So it's like keep your doors open. And I heard Steve-O say this in a podcast once, that I consider myself a very lucky guy, you know. And I feel this, what he said, very much more now, you know. Because I always agree with it, and I always understood what he meant. But like he said, luck is when opportunity, when preparation and opportunity meet each other. He words it slightly differently, but that's how I will word it, you know. So when it's like I have been lucky many times in my life, but it's also because I have been ready to take the opportunities, you know, made myself ready to take the opportunities. So right now I'm not doing that spoiler on the Supra, by the way. I'm keeping the stock spoiler if I can do anything to it. If I can't, I will go back to the something else, you know, doing the other Supra. But now we just need the stock Supra, you know, just to go for a little lap, and then we will go around Daytona, because that's what we need to. That's what I need to do next, I think. Because I want to get ready for online and we will gradually tune the Porsche 911 at the end. How about that? How about we word it like that? Everything is like gradually tuning, because I have the time and you might not. Might be working on saving lives right now. I don't know. Who knows? Sorry. It's not because of COVID or anything. It's because the weed. And if YouTube restricts me a lot because I talk about these things, then you know, doesn't really matter to me. Well, it matters to me a lot, but the music channel will be totally separate. So unless I get like a ban which never comes out of nowhere. It always like people with hateful attitudes who's like flaming that chat like in a way that they don't even know. They're not self-aware to you know, catch it. Like Darkside Phil. Don't interact, by the way. But he's a big one. Like, he's such an asshole that people just, you know, they only come to see him fail. They don't come to see him succeed. And then the people who get the views are like people who make compilation videos of them because he's not interesting enough to, you know, it's more interesting to see the highlights than it is to see the live person, you know. Which is why I also think you shouldn't go in the chat, you know, because these people sharing this is not like heroes or anything. They're just like people who are trying to find something to do on YouTube, and they have this idea, and you know, sometimes you know, we all had different goals, and we need to keep that in mind. But generally, I wouldn't support people doing that. Just doing that separately from the creator. And but here I really don't like the creator, so. But I do like to compare myself to him to see at least I'm not Darkside Phil, you know. There's a few lol cows like that, and if you want to, you know, learn more about lol cow culture and whatever, it's not about laughing at them and bullying. It's about finding out what, like, getting a better look at, you know, the mentality or something, you know. And the reason people just keeps watching is like people want them to just see the quote unquote see the light and just be better, but they never do, and they always, when they do, it's inevitably funny because they react so hard to so little. You know, it's like maybe you should change that chord to this chord, then it would be better in the song. But no, it's like fuck you, and showing that dick to them and say suck my dick and I'm better than you, and you know, that's not Darkside Phil. That's a completely other person. That's the antithesis to me, you know, the racing and musician rapper who also wants to be an artist, and I don't know. But he hasn't, there hasn't been anything new on him for like a few weeks or anything, and he tries to, so I don't know if you've finally seen some light and left the internet or whatever, but he was, he would just spend all day, you know, being bad at stuff and just, you know, never taking any criticism. Every time somebody would say at least something to him, and then he would be like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you know. I'm gonna beat you up, come here, and, you know. And the particular person has like a few like birth defects, and, you know, he's not that tall, and he's very small and flimsy, and his face look kind of weird, you know. And it's not like about bullying, it's just like, it's not those things that's holding him back. It's the thing that he can never take criticism. I'm not gonna mention any name because I don't want to promote the guy. I mean, I like the channels who make videos about him, and I would like to promote those if people could handle it publicly, but I would maybe share those specific, you know, things with people I trust more if they are like really interested, because there's like hours of him like just standing there and people analyzing it and talking about it, and you know, in a Discord call on the stream, you know, very much like we do. What I would not like to do here, but kind of like, you know, things go a little easier when it's like a two-way conversation. because sometimes you just have nothing to say. And these days I have a lot to say, and some days I might not, and then it would be very nice to have an other person. And now it's like, you see, 11 minutes of speaking time and 11 minutes of driving. It's not so bad. Now we can see if we can take the Supra to win the final race, and we'll not do it like as gradually as the Porsche. We will like go in and see what's what, you know. And I will only paint it like red or what. No, I'm just gonna take it as is, you know, at first, and then I'll buy the soft tires at least, you know, because they are crucial. And you could buy the car with those tires, you know, you could buy them with suspension as well, but, you know, tires is like a thing you need to change anyway on a car, so likely if you bought one used, they would have fairly good tires. Unless it's like a riser, you know, race-inspired cosmetic enhancement. Rise, like the rise. Ooh, it's an Aston Martin in front. Ooh. DB11. The DB10 never got made because the DB10 is the one in the James Bond movies, the Spectre. But it is in Grand Theft Auto. I have that car as a movie car. I collect movie cars as well. I have a huge collection. I spend way more money on cars than I actually have. But I have 230 million just in cash, and then like 40 million in the 40 million in the casino, and a lot of cars I have two of if I really like them. So let's go. No, god damn it! I meant to change car. But the reason we're not changing the color first or anything is because it takes time, and we are short on time, running short. Garage. That's not how you say it in Denmark. You say garage, but like, I don't know. Oh, look at all the cars. I have 61 out of 424, 420 cars. You gotta admit. Gotta admit. Also, I need that safety car for the trophy. And I only need 100,000. But let's see how cheaply we can get this thing to the... You know what? Fuck that. Let's see. Actually, I'm too curious about the Supra, so, you know, it's not necessarily coming in here with an agenda, but it's like, you know. And look at that, even though it's not red. Supra, 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 Supra. It has become as much as a Nissan. It's like the Nissan GTR of the motorsports world. It's very much a meme. But, you know, is that a Supra meme? Can't wait for those to roll in. But we need to do this, and we need to do it cheap. So, we have a budget of 100,000 credits. Let's say that, plus whatever we can earn, you know. Put a little bit back into the car and maybe have a little bit at the end. But we only need the sports softs. You know, value for money. That's the best tire for a road car. And it gives a way better balance. But let's not do anything with the brakes or anything yet, because it's only like a few laps around St. Croix, and then we just absolutely tune it up. And we will not go like gradually through the upgrades. Like we will, you can go directly to some of the upgrades, but it's like most of the upgrades is only the lighting the car, you know. But like, I think the 2020 Supra here is like, it's fast enough that we don't need to like really spend that much money on it. I forgot the fully customizable suspension, but we will put that on when because then we will just do everything at once. I have much better, like, I know what to buy and where to find it, you know. And I feel like that's a thing not a lot of people have spent a lot of time in this game yet. So hopefully I can, I would just like to be the Thomas Pilsnor of the, you know, the Thomas Pilsnor community. But being the Black Knight of GT Sport would not GT Sport, but Gran Turismo 7 would be very great for me. And I have no idea how many people are watching, if anybody at all, because the thing glitches out on how many viewers. But I've had quite a lot of viewers, and I know it's just picking up, you know. This is the initial phase where we're just building a really solid, you know. And then I'm a little bit more thorough about some explanations on things in the start, you know, and stating my goals, stating everything, because I could write everything down and, you know, post that on social media or whatever, but, you know, it's already out there. And, you know, information conveyed over speech is just as good as, if not even better, conveyed over, you know, with the voice. Much better with the voice, you know. Oh, I can't wait to drive that AMG though. Maybe I can drive the safety car in these. I can tune it up. But then I will buy the red one first, and then the orange one for, you know, being like, here's understeer and oversteer and what's what, you know, in the driver's academy, in the driving school. I have a good name for it. So, and then the academy, and then maybe the university. Woo. So it's different levels. I'm really just brainstorming in these, you know. It's just a huge brainstorm. I haven't said that in any of my streams because that's, you know. But it's just like with the gradual tuning, I'm just gradually explaining things about myself and all that kind of stuff. You know what? Instead of painting it red, we will have it be white. How about that? It's the Japanese national racing color, and it's part of the superfast racing, you know. And I feel like I have some good goals for I could do on Patreon, you know, as well, you know, financial goals, and then a little bit of sharing of what I spent the money on, because I feel like I show here that I'm fairly economic as well. It's not like I'm gonna go out and buy a Lamborghini as soon as I earn 100,000, you know, 1 month. Like, I'm gonna put those things into really do some legwork. We are gradually tuning everything right now. The channel, my life. The ukulele we will gradually tune maybe someday, like, I will, I mean, we're gradually tuning that as well, you know. When I thought about gradual tuning, I thought about, you know, tuning it by ear, because I used to be able to do that a little bit. You know, on a good day, I could hear it perfectly, and then I would, of course, turn on the tuner. It wouldn't be like, I just like, yeah, that's perfect. Turn on the tuner, and then it would be like, right on. So, I just haven't done any ear training yet. Maybe I should finish off by showing you some... Nah, I'll do that another day. Another forum, maybe. That's the thing, I feel like I have a lot of forums to talk in right now. Talk about different things at different points, you know. Really go in depth on one thing and then go to the next and go really in depth. I really like to do that, you know. Because I like to do things until I like get burned out, you know. I get a really creative streak, and then sometimes it's like, you know, I don't know what I feel like doing next. I have ADD and another condition that is being in the middle of being diagnosed, you know. But I feel like the doctors are telling me a lot of good stuff. Anyway, but that might mean a lot more support in the future financially. Not because I'm necessarily more sick, but because then they would rather spend. Because it costs a lot of money, all the meetings and stuff, you know, you have to think about it in that way, not just only raw money, but... and those money are better spent on people, you know, in a situation where they can actually get out. You know, people turn 18 all the time, and people get out of the system all the time, and it's all a big cycle, you know. Same why it's a good reason why we have elections every 4 years and not every 50 years, you know. It's because sadly people die, but happily people also grow up, and now more than ever are well informed if they don't fall into the traps of the internet, which I also feel like I'm fairly good at. You know, I have good resources and a good education behind me. Not all of it is from, you know, schools, but a lot of it is from good sources on the internet, and when you put it to the test, I feel like it's working. And it's not like some bullshit that's just placebo, you know. I know a lot about the placebo effect as well, and you have to take that into account as well. And maybe there's a bit... I know sometimes when I receive some treatment or something's happened or something, I do something new, I know it's sometimes it's the placebo effect a little bit, you know, of just doing something, or, you know, just feeling better because you actually got an injection or something. I have had been so sick that I had to had morphine for my pain, you know. And as soon as it goes in your arm, really it takes a little bit to set in, like. But as soon you just feel the inner peace, because you know everything is like the pain is going away, and you know. But that doesn't keep, you know, being that big of a relief. So the placebo goes away after a while. That's why people might think it's a good thing for them in the start to smoke weed, and it helps them really a lot. But really, it doesn't really, you know. You know what? I will go into the shop and see what the PP of the Supra is after this race, right after this race. it's totally blocked, but we need to drive. Yep, I did have my hands off the steering wheels and my foot on the throttle. I don't quite remember this track. Whoa! But I think we can get third in this for fairly cheap, but I have other goals and other things to do, so yeah, I will use the other car for this, and then we will get back to the Supra. Maybe we will upgrade the other car a little bit, just a tiny bit, because it is under the limit. And there's some things that it doesn't have that it needs. Like we need to stiffen the body and give it carbon ceramic brakes to slow it down from those massive speeds. This is like a weird corner. I do remember this corner though. Remember all of it. But I don't remember the order. Well, you can see this car feels like impossible to steer. We need to like stiffen up the front, you know, at least. So that's a relief. You don't need like to buy both front and rear roll bars in real life. You can just focus on the front and then see what the rear does. But maybe it would be a good idea to ideally install those, but at least in the start, at least get rid of that. I think all cars pretty much have anti-roll bars, but it might be part of the fully adjustable suspension. I'm not quite sure. I'm talking a little bit about real life because I'm a dreamer and I'm a streamer and I'm a big time memer. So you know. That might be a good channel description. A little channel update and stuff. So I might do a channel update. Shit. But now we have tried like a stock car at least. Like see it like 15, and luckily this is only 4 laps because it's a longer thing, but a lot more gradual. Oh, listen to that TTR. R33. That might be my perfect TTR. Yeah, it looks great. You can see it on the side whenever you pass a car, so you don't have to look back at the front. Such a good surface. And even though some people might hate this game, yeah, sorry I got distracted by the R33, but we're not like battling over first here or anything, we're just having a good time down here. Just having a Sunday drive. Pushing it to your own limit. It's like when you start bench pressing. Fuck you. Well, not fuck you, but fuck. I would actually be honored to be like one of the last guys, and like it would be funny if they had like Jimmy Broadbent and Super GT and here in the top, you know. So being in the last, like in Kaboom and last, and you know, people like that. If we could get that big, by the end of this. It's 5 years. 5 years. We could at least get in the eye of, and I don't know, people's goals, but I want to earn $1 on this. I want to get to 1,000 subscribers. It's my dream right now, and I don't think it's too much. Just like with my economical goals, I don't think it's too much. It's fairly lofty because I would like to have some ideas if it does go well. But it's just brainstorming, and I do have a very gradual mindset, which I have developed very much over the last few days. I only look back because I noticed that little, it's so awesome. I really love the R33 though, the lucky number is 33, and people only talk about the R32 and the R34, so didn't even know there was an R33. But maybe we can make it the best DTI. So, but the thing is, it's probably, you need to probably get it in the used car dealer, so maybe you win it later in a DTR kind of thing. I can't remember if there was any DTRs yet. But we have had like Japanese sports cars and stuff. But like just fully customizable suspension on this thing, and it would like immediately take me up to a top 10. I promise you. And that's the thing about motorsport. You only have one chance, and then you have the time, and you only have the track time, and it's limited how much time you can put into it. But if I did it, I could do it like full time while doing music on the side, going around in a tent in a little car or whatever. Doesn't matter what class. It can be on a road tire thing. It doesn't have to be in a Praga or anything. I think folk racing before I'm 50 is like. And it might be a good like thought exercise to I think that's the big project for next week, is like stating the goals of this channel, because but I won't talk about that much about in videos. I will make it like a channel introduction or whatever, if I can set that. Something like that, just a channel update kind of thing. Instead of a channel update, maybe a long ramble where I just go around on the Nürburgring in the Porsche. I mean, in Danish we call it Porsche, but in English I just like Porsche, because I don't have to put the extra E in there. And if you say Porsche in Danish, then people will look at you very weirdly. But I feel like the more laps I do, the faster I get, and it's like I know what to do, and I feel like when I'm racing, if John Nelson would be watching, and he would be like, yeah, that's a good job, he's a very much a retired racing driver, so also maybe I will do maybe I won't talk so much about the retirement part, but it's not like I'm retiring from anything. I'm more retiring from a bad time into streaming from a hard side, retiring from trying to find a thing that works for me into a thing that really works for me, And that's also why the doctor is like so adamant that he support me, and he's like he's not just a general practitioner, he is quite a big shot. We have a good connection with him, And he's like totally okay with me like smoking weed, you know. You can take that stock shooter, then that's fine. It's about setting your goals and hitting them. Then you can set a loftier goal to go after, but you know, I have found out that many lessons can be transferred to many things in life, you know. I've been part of many things in many schools, and you know, I think I need full downforce around here, and then I need to check. Give an extra check on what's on the car. I ran out of traction budget. And our talent. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. But I feel like you know, road cars are not going to be so boring anymore, is what my conclusion is. Because you can really counteract everything. Okay, Rodriguez. Drag race to the end. Remember, his car is like tuned and shit. Mine is not. It's like if Haas beat Ferrari, you know. Not that Haas is not tuned. There's gonna be a drag race to the end, sadly. Which I might win. Bam! Is it 10th? 11th? It's 11th! But what a drag race. But that's the thing we get live, you know. You know, I can't make clips of everything. I mean, maybe if someone like David liked to edit videos and would like to explain that, he could help me, but there wouldn't be any money in it like yet. We could share that revenue if it ever blows up, but like very generously. Because if I have a lot of income revenue, like streams, you know, it's not about making it super big on anything. It's just doing a lot of things decently, you know, and hope that people will support me getting better. And that's why I want to split up the music and the racing, but I want to more split the music from the racing than the music from the racing from the music is also gonna be a separate thing, you know. But if they want the personal and if they want a tip or a trick or whatever, I'm over here, you know, a lot of the time, just ready to answer questions and doing some laps and testing and stuff, because there's really a lot to do, you know. But the Supra actually feels very great, you know. It has a very great balance. Normally I'm really like, yeah, short wheel balance, but it has a great once you figure out the braking. Have I not taken my medicine yet? God damn it. Let's see. Yeah, it's this one. But also I am medicated, but I'm not gonna have a huge discussion on it. Because that's the thing that's not gonna change, and you're not gonna change my mind on. Because that's definitely a thing I have more experience on than you. That's what works for me, you know. And you can do whatever you feel works for you. And then we can see whoever gets furthest, you know. Like in racing. But I'm not gonna do any restrictions, you know. Or anything, you know. You have to go through life without this and this help, because I do so too, and I choose to make my life artificially difficult. And I'm bitter and therefore want to restrict others and because I didn't get the help I wanted when I was younger and the help I needed, so therefore people should have it hard instead of me pulling them up. I'm just a bitter old fuck, you know. It's I'm very adamant about that attitude, you know. Define yourself by what you love and not by what you hate. Like, I hate when people are like, well, it's like this pride flag and this pride flag and we don't want to see anything, and it's just everything is just revolving about what they hate and what they don't like, and you know, it's okay to have opinions and disagree, but don't be like my freedom to extend my arm ends a little bit before where your nose begins, you know. That's an analogy I've been thinking about like that for a lot of years. For, you know, a way to put it into words. And that's how it should kind of be. Of course, we should like artificially restrict the businesses and stuff, and just screwing everything over and taking all the profits, because it might sound more very communist, but Amazon workers getting like, and I know we all use Amazon, but Amazon workers getting like, you know, a tiny fraction of a percent of what Amazon actually makes, and when they actually want more, you know, per hour, it's like, no, we can't afford that, and you can't afford pee breaks and stuff. Okay, then I don't want to work here, and then some other businesses have some more attractive, you know, like JP Group is like a place where I really would like to work, you know. It's where you really want to, like, yeah, it's not like Amazon because it's big and because you can make it and climb up the ladder and become a billionaire. It's because you can have a decent work-life balance, and that's the key to many companies here in Denmark, and why they perform so well. It's because they have very, very happy workers, and they don't expect them to be there for 50 years and sleep on the floor, and they understand that they have a family, and if they let their workers relax a little more and let them come back, you know, a little stronger, then it's time well given out, and you know, everybody else is like having a weekend, you know. And we're very adamant about even things like checking your email in your free time. Some companies have simply closed down the servers after work, you know. You can make it check it a little bit if you're working overtime in a busy period of time, but like, they're just completely closed down. Completely. Talking about business emails, I'm gonna make a business email for I'm not like, but for the whole thing here, because I have a personal email right now, and that's pretty much all I've used. I have one for the ukulele, and then I have one set up as well that was a little bit better name than the one I use in my. There's nothing offensive in my email or anything like ridiculous. It's just meh right now. That's how I have it. I've been, you know, because I made it in the 4th grade, you know. But if you compare it to me making it in the 4th grade, you know, and but there's nothing like important on it at all. I never use it for anything like, because everything important is in the everything from like the government and all those kinds of things are in a very secure server, where we have a special login and a key card, and like a card with some numbers on it randomly, and it is very much illegal to take pictures of those, I think. Like, if you take a picture of your girlfriend's like ID card, like the number card, the key card, because it's called a key card, then you, because you want to check all her things like covertly or whatever, that's that is identity. You can get a quite serious charge for that, but it's not like if your parents go and check your email because you have a hard time. It's not like that. It's like if it's not consensual. It's all about consent. And consenting adults, and you know, now we're talking about peepees and stuff, you know, and very bouncy rears and also, for those who don't know, in the menu book, what you had to do to get the Brazil track, you had to widen the tires, and what I read that as, I didn't read it as like, you know, it's like this. I read it as like widen the tires, but what I got out of it is like, yeah, Brazil, they like wide rear ends. Yeah. I'm not stereotyping. I'm just saying there's a reason it's called a Brazilian butt lift. So you had to give your car a Brazilian butt lift in all four corners to get into Brazil, and little things like that I find very funny, and I'm not gonna explain jokes and stuff like in detail in the future, you know, but it's I like to brainstorm, and you know, this is a good forum to do it, and you know, and if you have anything at all you would like to ask me about anything, you know, I'm open for a discussion in the comments. It's not like I'm just going to leave a like or whatever. I will answer if I have the mental fortitude to it. If nothing else, I will I will leave a heart and a thumbs up. But like yesterday, somebody left a comment on a video, and I think he put it to private because it was meant to be between me and him or whatever, or me and her, or whoever it was. But I can't see that comment at all. It's just said one comment, and I have tried in the creator thing, the studio thing, and then I have tried in the you know, in the YouTube app, actually clicking the video, and it's not like it's gonna be like, you know, back in the day when I had 0 views on my clips, and then clicking it twice, you know. This one had 35 views, but only 1 like. So I would really, if you would like to, you know, support me, you don't have to subscribe, but your view time is probably what means the most to me right now. But likes is really what's because if you like other Gran Turismo videos and, you know, and like my video, then the algorithm, it's my analysis, and I spend a lot of time on YouTube. I have used that as my primary streaming service for the last at least 10 years, almost. At least 8 years. From, you know, I used to watch a lot of Jogscast back then. Now it has evolved, you know, YouTube has evolved, YouTube evolved. I still watch like the Triforce podcast and stuff, and a little bit of Sips, and maybe the main channel a little bit for nostalgia sometimes, but it is not the same anymore. But nothing will ever remain totally the same. You know, imagine if they just kept the body of the Supra of or the Mustang or any car, like, then we would never get those new beautiful iteration like the new Mazda or whatever, the new Mazda MX-5 2015, but new, still new. Let's go back to the tuning shop. Let's go back to the tuning shop. Let's go back to the tuning shop and get ourselves some parts. I might not be able to express my musicality on my ukulele much, but at least I expressed what I have inside my head now. So, but this is like a, you know, live recording like a video episode or whatever, where I just, you know, go through a lot of stuff and tomorrow it will be much more hardcore driving, because that's what I feel like doing. And I feel like getting up early and doing it, but I also need a lot of sleep, so. Because I am behind, so if I start late tomorrow and whatever, I don't have to do anything tomorrow other than eat and have a shower, and that's pretty much it. But let's, now we can directly, oh shit, we need to go to the, it's because the yellow thing is there, then I'm like, oh, let's click on that, that's the next thing we need to do. It's a little bit, tuning shop. We don't get to go to the cafe much these days, but, okay, it does have the, carbon ceramic brakes, so it does have the best it's not my impression that it needs any more power, at least. Oh, and the rigidity is gone, or at least done. Do I have the fully customizable ECU? Because then I might turn down the power just a little bit, just in case if it rains. But the drift cars, I have some specific cars that are like drift cars in real life, or like a meme drift car or whatever. And I will be like, have like concise episodes on those, you know. Episodes I call it, but concise streams where it's like a few hours where we just go over the thing and you can just skip through and all those kinds of things if you watch it later. See, I now pressed the wrong thing again. But I want to show you. You know what? I think I will start with the orange like safety car, and then I will get used to it and do a lot of laps and. Hey, a Supra. Is that a Supra? Is that a Supra? Is that a Supra? That's the one we want for 120,000, but we already have that one in super tuned, you know, we have already tuned it, played around with it, so we want to prioritize, you know. And right now, the priorities are on, might as well show it because I looked at it before the stream. See, now I'm sitting here instead of with my bong in my hand, I'm just sitting with the pills that they don't give me any like effects like you would think like some drugs would work. They just like makes you feel like a normal person, you know. See, I got an invitation from Pagani in the thing, and it's like ridiculous. An invitation to buy a Fiora. Do I need an invitation to buy it, or do I just purchase? Or what? 1.3? Is it like... But like... See expiry date. Receiving a time later opportunity to buy a very special car. I was see what's available. So maybe it just appears when you get the invitation. But the safety car, which I will do like safety courses in, you know. The this one, that's achievement for buying a safety car as well. So I will do the orange one first, and when we get a little bit richer, you know, we will do suspension and all kinds of things and playing around with the setup, really getting to know it, and you know, race tires and those kinds of things, and maybe if we have some open lobbies where it really rains, or you know, we need something in a race and whatever, and this is within the limit, maybe in the top of the limit, and maybe on race tires or full rain tires to just carve a path, you know, under a safety car while we just carve a little path for one or two, you know. We can call full course yellows if we... but then I want the red one, you know, reliable red. But you know, the calibers on this one is orange as well, so I think that's a good goal for this stream, and then we will do the... before I go to bed, instead of winding down on the Nürburgring, I will wind down on Daytona. How about that? And we wind down the stream by taking the safety car on the Nürburgring. Is that a good plan? I'm just brainstorming. I know there's nobody in chat right now, but every little bit of feedback helps right now. But you can see, I really want to tune this car, and this car, and this car, and this car. And see, that's a road car as well. Is this a road car? Yeah, it's a road car, you know. Oh. It can actually go in the 650 challenge. Nice. It can even be tuned to the 700, but I'm gonna take it for a top 650, you know. Maybe a little bit above, because it's a safety car, but the difference will be, this will be allowed to have rain tires. If we do that, then we will not allow, you know, it will be very obvious if people are on rain tires, you know. And if some people are streaming, you know, then we have more angles and we have all kinds of things. Maybe on Discord we can share the sheets on a special page. It doesn't need to all be in one. But instead of sitting here and dreaming about doing a lot of stuff, how about for once in my life getting out and doing it? What was the other car I was talking about? I have no idea. But oh yeah, that's Supra. Maybe Toyota has a safety car as well, but it's not the safety car. I think Formula 1 has got a new safety car, so we can pretend it's the old one. Oh, a Prius. We would like Prius Maximus. That's a good name, by the way. It's good. It lays good in the mouth, you know. Prius Maximus. I like where we add spoilers to this thing as well. Could be fun because the Prius is such a hated car. You can see 65,000 for this safety car. Is like, but it's not the AMG, you know. But you could just get the achievement by doing that. I think this one, with the tuning and stuff, I didn't drive as much in GT4, but this is like very much the same price, a rival to the Miata in the real world. And I think as a race car, it's perfect. It's the Toyota 86. And this is the Supra Group 4, which you could unlock by in a very limited time in GT Sport. But I imagine all the invitations will be like weekly thing. This week will be like you have the Ferrari and whatever. Oh, this only cost $1 million. The other one, the Porsche one, costs 3 million. Maybe it's because it's a champion, you know. Whoa. There's like you know, win buy 3 cars who were once destined to win Le Mans. It's like, what? You know, some people will randomly unlock that thing. You know, 3 million for this one and 1 million for the Audi. And that's a really nice car. If I can do some setouts on that, while paying a little tribute to the, you know, Audi and looking back, you know, back at the LMP1 glory, because Audi did a lot of stuff. But this one, very nice. But the e-tron version, the electric version, I have a good race for that one as well. I would more like to tune than this one, you know, because this is fully electric and that's where my heart really beats. You know, it's electric racing. I think I would be a good ambassador for it. But I need to to lay off the weed first, you know. Which, if you noticed, I smoked a lot more in the start. Now I talk a lot more, and then I will play a lot more. I'm just gonna double check that I have everything I want. Just the customizable parts. Fully customizable manual transmission is not really necessary. Customizable diff. Give it. But it's like then we, at least instead of like just going into a money hole, not oh we are spending money anyway. I do that in a lot of games, but it's only 45 kilos. It's okay. And if anything, I would want some ballast in it anyway. What is this? Yeah, that's a for sure purchase. The bridge distributes the so you can put some more pulling in the rear and the front. So if you like front wheel drive a little bit more, maybe it's getting rainy or something. I don't know. I feel like I have gone through a whole education of like physics and, you know, race car setups, and but I have been doing, you know, these things like a little bit, you know, over the years, and a little bit as, you know, really wanting to show my progress, you know, over the time, especially when I got the A rating. Then I really started being like, yeah, this is really something. And maybe I will get consistently being like in the middle of the A rating and not fighting for my A rating all the time. But right now I enjoy the fight, even though I I ended my season in A rating, you know, the last season, even though it was a tough season and I missed the last few races where I would have had a good chance because I got sick again, you know. But hopefully that should be over soon. Let's just get racing. Already much faster, but I feel like a Nissan GTR is not a, you know, it's called Godzilla for a reason, and this is truly Godzilla. I might paint it mint in honor of Jimmy Broadbent actually, and we can like do a blue Mercedes AMG GT3 for Michelle when he visits. Or maybe I can like when he joins or whatever, visits the live stream even, you know. That's so nice, you know. I can keep communication going on. It's like when the boomers discovered Facebook, you know. See, I'm really not as confident on the brakes in this, but you can already see the difference, like. And this started as a road car as well. And you know, I feel like I have shown decently enough on my streams to just jump a little between cars now and trying them out and stuff. Because doing that one car and really focusing on that, I did a lot of laps in the car, you know, in the night before I started the stream, and really thought about what could be good and what do we need. I knew I would start with like tires and maybe some suspension and some stuff. Tires and weight reduction was what I started with, because that's realistically what you would start with, you know. Didn't go, you know, it was one upgrade at a time, you know, in the start. One upgrade at a time in the Porsche, and it's not even at the limit where it can like compete, and it's already like feels a little bit like the Cayman already. But now that we know what the Cayman feels like, we can make it feel even more like the Cayman, you know. But I don't think I'm gonna put any skirts on it, because I really enjoy the look, and not every car has to be like a downforce monster, you know, like this one. See you later. Oh shit. Well, fuck. See you in a bit. Maybe not. Maybe don't say that in races. How about we do a little bit of this? So it's not as much on the front, but way more on the rear. So it doesn't understeer as much. Give it 1 sec. Yeah, 2 ticks to the rear and full traction control, and weather is fine, and feel like I can know. It's not like I'm totally lost on this track, but it is a big track. But you just gotta dust it off, like with a lot of things. That's what I'm also kind of showing here. It's like we dust off a lot of stuff that you used to be good at, then maybe it doesn't have to be like it used to be like that kind of thing, because it might sorry, my throat is very dry and I've been talking a lot. But I actually didn't smoke before this lap, right before this lap, and before I took, after I took my pills, if I remember correctly. So I can be really proud of my progress today. You know, we're taking it bit day by day right now, and then maybe we will come back as a streamer that's more concise and more. But that's what that's not what I need from this right now. What I need right now is building my, you know, just taking it easy, and, you know, coming back and talking to the people who are here, and, you know, it really helps me. You know, you see, I get so distracted that I don't close the microphone so you can actually hear it. I don't even close it when I smoke, so you can really hear the progress actually, you know. I don't think I smoked, but I don't really feel like I did. So that's something I can proudly tell about. I mean, I am feeling a little bit now that I think about it, you know. But it's like, it has been very much for a long time. It has been like because of my ADD, you have and, you know, depression and stuff. Then it's a very, very weird combination. That it's a very specific flavor of you know, problems. That is not like where you can just go and follow any self-help kind of thing, because you have to. You need some information from some actual doctors who knows what they're talking about. You know, doctors are not just doctors to be rich, you know, especially not here, and not just because their parents are like paying a lot of money, you know, because here it costs nothing to become a doctor. Like, it's free all the way. You get paid throughout your, you know. Shouldn't it be like that? And then the doctors come back and earn a lot of money. They might be, you know, but in the long run, a doctor really keeps the society running, you know. It's not just because they keep our relatives alive, you know, and that makes us happy. But in the economical sense, they are like invaluable. You know, you never know the potential of a patient you're treating. And, you know, so let's see how far this. Let's show the world what Denmark can do, you know. And that's why we feel so much national pride about that Supra though in the front is very Fraga's Supra is like crazy. I need to make one of those with less of a rear wing. I have one lap to find. Oh shit, 3 seconds. But now today, you know, because you know the real drivers have their names, you know, shown, but other than that, they have a oh shit. See, then we will do some downforce and some suspension to counteract that. We know exactly what to do. Way more downforce, just full downforce. Because the top speed is certainly not the problem. It's the controlling the power, you know. Imagine a Formula 1 car without any wings, you know. Would be undrivable. That's why it's so good that they got some downforce back when cars really started to, you know, push it. It's much more safer that way as well, with a much more controllable car. And I'm very much a safety first kind of person in many situations. E-racing, not so much. Real racing, I really like the community and all the members of it. I know some people are like, oh, it should be like gladiators and oh, the glory, and yeah, but they're not part of the community. It's like people who come in here and say they really hate Gran Turismo and should just lay down and die already because it's not Gran Turismo 4 or 3 or 5 or Gran Turismo 2 or the one they played at the good times in their lives, you know, and now they're kind of, you know, reminiscing. And for me, sure, it's not GT Sport, which is the one I played, you know, and it does a lot of things like differently from what I maybe would have done, you know, but it's certainly not like I feel like it's bad. You have to remember it's the suits, not the devs who dream about making games, you know. They just want to make a living of it, you know. We all dream of something different. Notch wanted to make his own video game, and that's fine, but and it's not like, oh, if you're not your own boss and build your own dream, you will find building somebody else would, because somebody just wants a family, you know. We will turn up the downforce, as I like to say, because we directly translated from Danish. We say screw up, so we will screw up the downforce and you know, get some super fart out of this. 21,000, you know, it's all adding up. Oh yeah, and we got the Supra. Awesome. So that's done. But I want the win, you know. I totally forgot that you don't have to win every race. But now I can really be proud of not, you know, take a smoke break really well. And it's the first time in a long time I've felt like that. And maybe, you know, everything one step at a time. Laying a really solid foundation here. Really taking all the measures and making sure that that the right gears get in this. Because you're not a brick in the wall. You're a gear in the whole clockwork that makes everything turn around. We all play a little part, and if nothing else, your family or your friends love you, and if nothing else, you can come in here and chat. And if you're a decent person, if not, just be open to criticism and say like, I quickly forget squabbles, but I never forget the good times. So, even though that sounds like something you would end up the stream with, it's just something that popped into my head. I don't care whenever you see this or whatever. This is always an open invitation to come in and chat in any stream. Or just anything in the comments on any stream. At this moment I don't get many comments, I don't even get many likes, but I still love it. I feel like I've gotten like 1 million subscribers in 2 days, but for me it's like insane. And yesterday really dawned on me. I was just listening to Key stream a little on and off, putting my headset a little on and off with music in, and when I took my headphone off, he just reached 41,000 subscribers, and he's has a lot of support. He's not like 100,000 subs or 1 million subs or anything, but he has a stable living, and he has inspired me a lot. He's very clear about his goals, and he has his family, and but I'm only 26 and I have nothing, not like I have nothing, but I have this thing going for me, and I will use this learning experience to, turn it into whatever. Will it be streaming forever? Maybe not, but I will try to, use my things to, try to maybe combine those things into, like, if there's something I can do for social media. I'm not doing it on my personal channel because it's not about my growth, it's about their growth more. Because that's what gives a good relationship, instead of me, hey, I'm Thomas, like and subscribe to me right now before you check out this video. People who say like and subscribe in the start of a video should really think about pacing. What are you liking and subscribing to? I know it's a reminder, but maybe talk a little bit about it if you feel like people are not really thinking about hitting that like button, because it's a thing that's easy to forget. So and it's also easy to forget to subscribe, and that's completely okay, and under no obligation. You might not even know if you like me or not yet, but you can check in every once in a while, and and see that this is not like a persona I just put on. It's like good days and bad days. It's just the energy level that changes. The guy stays the same. Maybe I will be tired of speaking of something sometimes, but I'm very flexible. Well, not physically, but mentally I'm very flexible. Because when you don't have a job for as long as I haven't had a job, I'm not gonna go into detail in that, because I've done that in earlier streams. I've spent my week, really talking about myself, and maybe I'll do that in a separate playlist, but gradually upgrading, like from the start. You'll get a good introduction to me and to car tuning, and if you just want the car tuning, then go directly to my source, Physics of Racing. That cuts it all down to 1.5 hours, and I will keep the Superfart Racing Academy going as I find more things. But I will start with really thinking about what I have learned, what kind of things you should do first and what you should do last, and then starting with tires and suspension and things, and then do very last I will do engines. I will do like introductory things to how does an engine make a car move forward by going up and down. How do we do that? How does that because that's a thing that boggled my mind for the longest time of my life. I thought cars would just move by magic, but it's all like very It's just because it's a very well hidden mechanism. But it's very intricate and very... It's actually a very sensitive system. Very reliable, but sensitive to getting... You know, cars are only reliable if you tune them to be reliable. This thing would be very much not reliable and only driving like 2 out of 3 days, or two out of, you know, 3 race events of the year. If you had, if the one was the one in the middle, it's you know, because if you go out in the second race, then you might be out for the whole thing. You know, it's like injuries. Same with cars. If you only have one, you know. In Formula 1 they have the budget. It's like monster trucks, and you know, they have millions of dollars to really trash those things and stuff, because it's a lot of money. But there's a lot of enthusiasts just racing in real life, and it's not unrealistic. And I want to show that it's not... If you prioritize the money you're given, can you... I mean, I feel like I learn a lot of stuff in video games, and about, you know, managing money. You will see in my GTA, you know, I manage my money very well as well. In some games I can't figure out the economy, but in this game called Life, I feel like I have a good like up and down, knows what's up and what down on the economy. For example, let's talk about subscriber economy. Like, it's not like, oh, subscribe to this channel, but right now the economy says that a guy with almost 41 subscribers, he just hit 40 subscribers the other day, you know, 2 days ago. And the economy says on GT7, and he does like online stuff. Of course, people will only watch the online thing and right now, but this is a thing people are not really getting into right now, because they have a lot of stuff on their plate. And right now what's on my plate is testing these things, because I feel like I have a fairly good grip on it, where I don't have to like just watch a setup video. I have to, you know, where we really go into things, you know, and really test what it's about, because that's what really helps. There's no substitute for getting out there and you know, trying it for yourself and trying the game on wheels and pedals, you know, in mixed weather on the Nürburgring, in your very own tuned car that you have tuned up from the bottom, that can almost nearly keep up with a GT4 car now. That's not even close to the limit. Very good timing on the music, you know. But we need more downforce, and then we can take this from a second to a third. It's also about knowing what we can do, you know, on a lot of different cars and testing it out, you know. That's the luxury we have in Gran Turismo that we don't have in real life. But I feel like what the physics, I'm just gonna call him the physics professor, even though he's not a professor, but in Italian, well, Italians sometimes like to think highly of themselves, especially Italian teachers, because they're called professorates, you know. So it's basically, if you're a teacher, you're a professor. So professor in Danish is very, very, very hard to get title. It's like, you know, a professor at a university. That's a professor, you know. Einstein. I don't even know if Einstein was a professor. I think he was, you know. But a professor is like, it's a job. It's just not like being smart. It's an actual, you know, title where you have to do a certain amount of research, and then you have to conclude some things on that research. So maybe I'm taking my PhD in car tuning right now, calling my, you know, The only like A plus it's a 12 over here because we have some different numbers, but it's like it's made to reflect the scales you use internationally over there a lot better. It has exactly as much as many steps. So the only A I ever got, like, and that was an A plus, like very high. If I could get a higher grade, I would. But totally aced my physics and chemistry exam. But what I didn't ace was like math. I was just totally, math was just too hard, and so let's take a break in the cafe. Let's see if they have any weed, because on Gran Turismo Island, well, because I love the Cayman. Here on the Cayman Islands, Superfart Racing, the Gran Turismo e-racing, based on the Cayman Islands. How about that? Porsche is, the Cayman is, hey, congratulations, super collection, blah, blah, blah. I'm not gonna read it all today, it's a Supra. We all know, but what we all want to know is about the 88 Supra. That's what we want to know. We were there for the 2021 and not 2021, but the 2021. The Toyota Supra has long been a firm favorite among those who love sports cars. And then, instead of just going through because earlier when I read these out, I wouldn't look at I would look at text, read it, and then go further to have a good flow, but for this game, you need to enjoy the thing. But here, it's in here the race racing is, it's not in the gameplay itself, on the PS5. But you can see the graphics are better because it's like rendered cutscenes, It's a render. But that's the thing, like Review Tech USA has a lot of criticisms. I only watched 10 minutes of it, but it's like in his latest videos gave me like the known for combining a powerful straight six engine with rear-wheel drive layout. See, that's one of the things that makes the personality of a Supra. Just like the four-cylinder, it's not a rotary engine in every Mazda, so like somebody thinks. Like some people buy a Miata and think it's like a rotary engine. It's really not. It's a four-cylinder, and I'm very certain of that because I've driven one and I've seen one. And once you hear a rotary engine, even if you had the discussion or something, then you can really hear the difference. A rotary engine is like it sounds like a Formula 1 car, literally, and it's so smooth because it's like rotating. So my ultimate dream would be to put a rotary engine, of course not from a working car, from like if it has like if the engine is not like damaged or cracked or something, but from a car that maybe restoring the rotary, and then because it doesn't need to be like the powerhouse that it used to be, it just needs to be fairly decent, and put it in a Miata. I would, of course, the perfect one would be for me the 2015 version, which is the one you can get now, but you never know. And if an electric engine also is like kind of a rotary, and has many of the qualities of a rotary engine, and hopefully the NE, right now the generation is called ND, but hopefully the NE will be different. But when you have the rear wheel drive on a car that's so balanced, Like it's 50-50, and they put really a lot into the MX-5. It's very... it's one of the few cars. I have a lot to say about Jeremy Clarkson, but one thing is that he is a very... He has driven a lot of cars in a lot of different situations, you know. Road cars and road tires, you know, on tracks and track cars, and... So... He might not know a lot about tuning and suspension and physics and stuff, but he knows a lot about cars, you know, and driving them. So he knows about the subconscious stuff and stuff. But he's a decent driver, you know. Just like, you know, Hammond. You know, I can't remember his first name right now. But this is like, you know, a one-way stream right now. if you are lurking right now and have the answer, feel free to just yell it, and I'll just say thank you, and you don't need to like... But then at least you poked your head out today, if you were not like... If you're very shy on the internet. I used to never read, like... I guess it has been a process of many years. Opening up. And it's like, I know I'm talking about it all the damn time. But the NE is like, I will talk about more of this in depth when I tune some electric cars, but basically an electric engine is just like a rotor and a stator. It's like an electric pulse making a magnet move around very fast, and the better you can do it. It's like very complicated how you do that, and it's like reversing the poles very fast, and there's only one moving part, you know, and no gears and acceleration, like all the torque from the bottom. So even though you don't get the noise, it has a little bit of noise, you know. And the Porsche Taycan actually really sounds good, you know. I know it's artificial noise, but a lot of, you know, exhaust pipes are like tuned and like bent in a way that they sound good and not just sound like a fart, you know. It's like a trumpet, building a trumpet or whatever. You need to bend it in the right way, and it's like the length of the pipe and the width and how it's bent and stuff. It's all acoustics, and the Mazda MX-5 is a good example. It doesn't have a lot of horsepower, but it's very fun to drive, and they put a very good exhaust pipe on it, which is first of all fairly open. There's not really any restrictions in like, you know, a lot of friction for the gases to get stuck on a very small level, you know. And we're talking like quantum physics here, almost. Like we're at least down on a particle level. It's not like down to the ion, but you know. But long story short, they put a little bend in here and there, and now it sounds very aggressive. You could hear it on the last stream, and it sounds like that in real life. It's very close to what it is in real life. So that's what I'm basing the whole experience on, you know. I take what I know, and you know. But that's enough about personality of cars. I'd like to expand a little bit on this. Let me know how it works for you, and any criticisms and whatever, any tips and tricks and what you would maybe like. But that's enough about personality of cars, because that's more the Miata I talked about. Like, but it's you know, another example. It just has a but the powerful straight six engine with the rear wheel drive layout is what makes a Supra. You can see from 88 to now. So that's one detail that makes the Supra a Supra, you know. A Ferrari is very much a rear-ended thing, and a Corvette has recently, with a huge step and a lot of controversy, has become a rear-ended thing that's fairly cool. I saw one in real life and I thought it was Ferrari at first. And it's much cheaper, much more affordable. It's not cheap, but it's more affordable. It is faster and more powerful than its fellow Toyota, the 86. Yeah, that's a fun car. So that's kind of a little brother. That's a good rival to the Miata as well. You know, they're kind of like sibling rivalry. But I like both. All car cultures welcome here. I just like the convertible more than the rigidity of having the roof, because I don't need it on the road. It also contains plenty of the essence of the 2000 GT, the legendary Toyota that first appeared in the... Wow. Let's have a little... you know, we learn a lot of history, and now we take it in and we discuss it. A lot of people don't like all the cafe menus, but I like diving deep down into the discussion, and we like getting down in the detail, you know, getting down and dirty and whatever. But I really need to go to bed really soon. But everything is too exciting, and right now we're doing it like an endurance race, and right now it's the Le Mans. It's the beginning of the season. I know Le Mans is at the end of the season right now, but it used to be in the beginning, which was super dumb. It's good to start a season with a 24-hour race, though. But the crossover season was great, though. There we got two. We got one in the beginning and one in the end. But so it was like kind of two within the same year, kinda. But but then you had to wait 1 year instead of, you know, waiting the next, you know, half year, you know, like you had before. So that was a good season, just like the 2021 season, and I can't wait to see what happens and follow it second by second, because that's the thing about sports. It's very much decided by what decision we make in the moment. I like to refer it as, you know, they go much faster than 120 miles an hour, but 120 miles an hour, yes, because 120 miles an hour is not too uncommon in a decently tuned sports car, apparently, you know. I can go 200 around some of the corners easily in the car I tune, and I haven't even like tuned the engine yet at all. That's like the last thing I want to tune. So but does it also really put one of my big answers to rest when it comes to the future of race cars? How do you tune an electric road car? You don't have a team and a motorsports division. Get some customizable suspension on that bad boy, and I think just having customizable suspension on my car, electric smart car, would be all I ever want, you know. Then I can make the driving however I want. It's not like I need a luxury car where I can do it automatically from thing to thing, you know. I will adjust it and then I can have it a little bit firmer, and then if it's like, oh, I would like to go to the beach and drive around, because you can drive on the beach here. I don't live too far from the water. In Denmark we have so beautiful geography that you can only get 50 kilometers away from the water, and that's on a good day. You know, I'm a little bit like close to 50 kilometers away from the water. I'm as close away from like the ocean as you can get. I live near a small like fjord. People call it a fjord in English, but I feel weird saying it like that when it's the same spelling and everything. And the Supra also has a long association with motorsports. Maybe we should tune I got the Castrol Supra as well. I got that as a pre-order thing, I think. For example, the A70 Supra from the 1970s domestic tour cars in Japan, races in Japan. That is, we're opening up the history. Taking that information, 1986, yeah, because in Denmark we would say 6 and 80, like directly translated. I think the direct translation works a little bit better than just me saying and then trying to, you know, make it make sense. You know, fart equals speed is like one thing. I will put that in the description of the channel. Fart equals speed. Super fart racing, and now that David is here with the he's I mean, he's Dutch at first. I learned him as Dutch, but then I learned him to know as an Austrian, so we can represent him by the Austrian flag with the because my racing livery looks like the Austrian flag quite a bit, and I love Austria. Salzburg was one of my favorite trips ever. Let's go to the next one. As well as international rally events. Wow. Its successor, the A80, made its debut in 1993. So it has like a 5-year run. And then the next Supra was from 1993 to the early 2000, you know. So, but take that in, you know, we take in the pictures a little bit and take it a little bit slower. Jack, a good friend of mine, told he liked the way I play GTA, so I think he will like the way I play other games as well. He supports me very well, and he's not like a real life friend or anything. No, he has no obligation. He hasn't been there for a while, but we have been talking on Discord, you know. You know, there's always Discord if we're not streaming, you know. And would go on to make waves far beyond its Japanese homeland, even appearing at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Wow. Far above its homeland. That's like me right now. Even though it's only a few people dotted around, still international recognition, and it's a. But remember, it says appearing. It doesn't say. But I can't remember if my sister is from 92 or 93. But I'll find a good car for every. You know, if there's one for no family members, I will. Maybe I should find one from 60s, kind of from when my dad was a kid. Doesn't have to be like his birth year exactly. I'm not gonna say his birth year exactly, but sorry. I just don't like to close the mic because I forget to open it. That's the only reason why I have a condenser mic lying around. I just need an arm to like hold it up. That's all I need. Then I can like do it way better. And I need a PC so I can mix the sound better and stream whenever, even if the game bugs out and it's like, oh, you can't share, then I can just do everything better, you know. And my PC is not really working. I haven't opened it in years and years, so. At this point I would most rather just find a refurbished PC, because you can get quite a beast for only a few $100. It's not a build it yourself thing, but it's like it's not like just private cost. It's not just what was it talking about? It was because I heard of something that distracted me, that needed attention, you know. Priorities, priorities, priorities. You know, when you live in an apartment, it's very important not to listen too much. But if you feel like you hear anything, and it's like, you know, if I heard a baby crying for hours and hours, I have kids on both sides of me, like, that are in the crying age. And if I heard one of them crying for hours and hours and hours, and no one doing anything or even trying to, no movement other than, you know, the child moving around, then I would definitely knock on the door and call the police. Or at least CPS, maybe police, because it would be faster, you know. You know, but that's not what I heard at all. I just heard, I thought I heard a doorbell go off. But it was like some background in the music. See, another tangent. Yeah, that it was again, but now I know it's in the music. The Supra gained an extra level of global fame when it was featured in the Fast and Furious movie franchise. Thank you for not just saying a popular movie franchise like the Camaro. That is right there. Fast and Furious. I'm rapid and raging. Yeah. That might be a stream title when I do this. Gradually, you know, rapid and raging. Raging. Racing? Raging. Yeah. And then yeah, just, you know, just so it's like, it's not like I'm gonna rage or anything, it's just, maybe the word raging will bring in some clicks, but he's not racing at all. But people will forget what's in the title and just hang out if they had a good time. And hopefully people will have a whale of a time, and when I get to 1,000 subs, donate $1 so I can call myself a professional racing driver and musician once more. Not professional racing driver once more, but professional musician once more. On a technicality, you know. We like technicalities here, and going down into detail. So, plus a lot of my music teachers agreed that even though it might not have been like what a lot of the outside see as a professional musician, the fact that I was even out there making money on music was, and doing it consistently and doing it fairly well. I will explain more about that, how that worked and stuff, because it was a great opportunity, but it was a very largely a school thing. So I didn't play guitar when I came home at all. I was just done for the day. Played 8 hours a day on the days we did practice, you know. So that's the same philosophy here, you know. Practice for a long time. Let's see if there's a new picture. Ooh. There we go. I have all 3 of them. Sales of the A80 were discontinued in 2002, meaning that the Gia Supra is the first Supra in 17 years. God dang. That is kind of true, but also in between those kind of eras, I feel like that was like kind of a fat grandpa Supra kind of waiting, you know, like the NC Miata. It's not a bad car by any means, but it's not it's the worst Miata. But the worst Miata is not a bad Miata. I respect every single convertible. And every single little, if you have fun in your car and it's front wheel drive, and you know, that's why I would like to go folk racing as well. It's like, you know, good fun. It's very safe, fairly safe, you know. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. The BMW Z4 is the convertible version of the Supra. So if you want a convertible Supra, buy the BMW. It's the convertible. Because the C4 is famous for being a convertible, but it's not. It's not the same like car at all. They have just collaborated in making a car body, just like a lot of other car companies. It's very common to bring down costs, you know. And a sports car like this really takes a lot of money, research and development, especially when BMW wants to revise the C4 and you have a Toyota Supra, and you know it's good. You know, it doesn't mean that they have to work together forever or that best friends, but they had something to, you know, collaborate on, and it was good, you know, while it lasted, and it doesn't have to last forever because they will both maybe have some better options in the future, you know. Oh, World Touring Car 600. That sounds interesting. But first I need to go to the bar real quick. Yeah, just like, you know, hey, background noise. Hey, I have some glasses here. Like, hey, good to see you. I would like one bong thing, please, and a soda. Yes. We can use that, you know, cafe thing for breaks. You know, can smoke in the cafe. Maybe that will be a rule. I said myself, because the cafe is really helping me putting on brakes, you know. It's all about the brakes as well. We might go be full throttle and hard on the brakes sometimes, but we're also very careful and trail braking and traction budget, and you learn about life while learning about racing. And I hope that maybe can cross over a little bit, but you can see nothing in the menu book right now, so I'm very excited. Oh, Catalonia, the home of another great Danish racing team, high class racing. It's I think it's LMP2, number 20 in the European Le Mans series. High class racing. It's driven by you know, a Danish. I think he's a car salesman, but the racing team is based right off. You know, a lot of Danish people moved to Spain. A lot of Europeans moved to Spain because it's kind of the California of Europe. I haven't really thought of it like that before, but now that I collect all my thoughts and, you know, talk about stuff a lot that maybe my friends wouldn't talk about, or maybe they would have a lot of questions or whatever. Here I can just explain it and take it in my own tempo. And I have always loved to have conversations, communities, music, you know, all those kinds of things. So this will be kind of a main channel, and then you know, and then the extension of, you know, the fact that I'm building it on not one thing, but like all kinds of things, and not just GT7. And I really hope that you would like to follow my journey and see where it ends. It's not about necessarily hitting the goal exactly, but if we can get somewhere on the board with just $1, it would be that would be huge, because that would mean it's not the money, it's more the fact that, like, you know, there's a lot of freedom in having your own income. When you realize that when you don't have a lot of money for a lot of years, it's not like you're homeless and stuff when you don't have a job here and losing your home and everything. If you don't screw up your economy too bad, with the addictions that you have and the problems you have, you have enough to get by, and yeah. Sometimes you have to live a little bit above your means, but only in very small periods of time. And sometimes, like the last couple of months, I have been able to save up a little bit of my money. And I won't go into details about how much and how much it's how much, but I've been able to save up 5% of my income, which is like a little under $5. Like, that's exactly 5% of my income, and I have been laying a little over that amount, maybe a little under, around that amount aside for the last 3 months, because I have been, having a good streak and smoking less, and so right now I'm just spending the time and practicing on not smoking as well. But we're still in the cafe. We haven't even finished our smoking yet. I saw that you had your coffee on the table as well, so you better. I mean, I'm not looking at you all the time, but that's your cup of coffee right there on the table. You can see sometimes. You better drink it. At least go get it. I can like teleport it to your kitchen. It's like in your coffee machine right now, your coffee maker. It has like 10 extra horsepower right now. I send you that great cup of coffee with the atmosphere and everything in it. It's just soaking up the atmosphere. That's what it's gonna be like. Why it's gonna be so extra good. You could also have reheated tea, like in the microwave or whatever. How you like to reheat your tea. We like to discuss that here in the community as well. So and Die Hard, my favorite Christmas movie, of course, is another topic that we really like to discuss. We really love Die Hard in this community. Like, it's so insane. We talk about Die Hard all the time, like especially on Christmas. It's so good. But look at that black cup of coffee maker. You need that milk as well. Maybe some sugar. I mean, I'm not gonna be your waiter or anything, but you can see you have everything on the table. If nothing else, you have 2 legs of your own, and it's probably right at the. Chris or Jeremy will be very nice. Consider them as like waiters and car experts. Like, Chris looks very much like a guy on retirement, and he likes just talking about cars. So he works here so he can earn a little bit while he's on retirement. He might have been like been a motorsport enthusiast and maybe drive a little bit. And it's, I like to pretend. I like role playing, and we like. Yeah, but we need to start this thing, and then I will smoke during the little cutscene, turn off my microphone, and then turn it back on. Be very clear that I turn it back on, Let's start this. There's a little thing with music and everything. Next up, I'd like to go to World Circuits and try your hand on the new World Touring Car 600 Championship. That's right, Pilsnor. You're going to be competing internationally. So I need to be with that at restricted PB to 600 or less. That's my car! That's my car! Perfect. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter using a car from the booth. Yeah, but I have another one that I tuned since then. Don't worry though, there's lots of ways around that little problem. For example, you can lift fit tuning parts as a power restrictor ballast to reach people. Nah, don't need that. Or adjust your car settings as necessary. How you do it, as long as your PP is under 600. Maybe the 600 challenge is what we're going for then. Your goal is to finish in the top 3 overall. Good luck. I'll be rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. I love these cutscenes. I was about to talk without turning on my microphone, but I caught the first word. And you're of course not going directly to the thing. Did I get a thing? I think I got a thing for it. So let's see what we got. Oh, give me the invitation to the Porsche, please. I want to see what... I mean, a free tuning part is nothing to scoff at. And it's for the GTR Nismo 2017. That's awesome. Or ultra high RPM turbocharger. That's an expensive one. That's way better than coins. But right now we have a mission. 600 or less. Let's see how we do in this championship in the car as it is. Because that's really convenient, you know, and we can just change the setups as we want to because we have all the parts that we need at least. Oh shit, that's over here. Oh, I need an... Oh yeah, A license, good. I always read those like it's in the... like the thing is in this corner, you know. But the requirement is here. You need the A license, and I have the IB license. So we might after this championship, maybe it will be much, you know. But let's see what's what. Oh, Red Bull Ring and Suzuka. And then we go. It's a very good selection. We're going up against the RX-7 version. It's a very top tuned version, you know, tuned by a very super RC, and an NSX 2017. Not really an NSX in the eyes of Super Speedster Rob. He really likes the car, but it's not really an NSX. The NSX is his favorite car, like he has in his collection, his personal collection. He has a nice blue one and drives it all the time. And originally Honda wanted, you know, McLaren wanted the Honda engine for the McLaren F1, but they went with the BMW in the end. See? Right there. Good thing we didn't tune the engine and everything. It all played in the end, you know. And this is a car where I feel like I can really, you know, do something. So now we're putting it to the test, and we can't go out and tune it again, so it's all in the suspension. You know, lots of suspension in this championship. I should be a writer for like a sports magazine. At least coming up with the titles, you know. give me like $20 per title. That's fine. If it's like a huge international thing. If it's a local thing, just give me, I don't know. Also $20 because I know you own a lot more than that on that title. Because you have a lot more eyes on you, but it's not about exposure. Exposure is worth nothing by itself. But we have like the heavy rain, we do have the rain tires, so we can tease it like... Let's... Car settings, you know, because we are underpowered, so we are allowed to use the wets. And then we will make a copy. Duplicate sheet. Red Bull Ring. And now you have a wet setup for Red Bull Ring. I have maximum downforce on the rear, and let's stiffen up that. Let's counteract them because we might get some more, you know. I would rather have a little bit of understeer than oversteer right now. And remember, we don't have the carbon ceramics, and I'm not gonna put those on this car. Those are like on race cars and other cars. It's nice to have different... But see, look at that, I have even gone down. So, you never know quite what a setup change in the suspension is gonna do. So it might allow you to have more power or less weight or something, if you are going with the ballasts or whatever. So it's like, when we do this, we will do like gradual balance of performance, you know. We'll do some warm up and training and practice and whatever. And then we will like compare times, and if like one is like totally overpowered, either by being a good driver or by having a good tune, then we will add some weight or restrict the power, or however we see fit. But I think adding weight is like, you know, now I really understand how adding weight works. But because I would like to just be done with this, because I have this spa thing, you know, a lot of things I have the attitude, let's just get this over with. But it's because I have other things I want to do, you know. It's not, and I'm gonna, you know, let's go in and enjoy, have a good time and enjoy the weather at Red Bull Ring. And I have driven a few laps here, not in the, I think it was yesterday while it was like offline. So I got a good amount of practice. That GT3 I would like to tune as well to see, because that's within the 650 limit. So we might tune this one to the 600 and then the 650. You see, all kind of challenges work the whole time, and here you can really test it even more. Test it, take a championship. If you only get you know, second or third, you might get luckier with the weather or whatever. But right now we're teasing the rain laps because we had the money to take rain tires and they're not illegal, so we're pushing it to the limit. Also legally, I love that statue. Even though it's like, it's a brown bull in a circle, you know. Look at the architect, you know. That's a pretty amazing piece of engineering right there, I think. And artistry, you know. Form and function. Because it's the whole shape of the thing that does the whole specific angle of the thing. That bull, that's Max Verstappen right now, you know. And I hope every driver gets a really good season. I want to see very close racing, and you know, I want to see like boxing match, and then Hamilton comes back with the revenge, and then Max Verstappen comes next year, and then Leclerc comes, and you know, because Leclerc has a very tragic background, and I identified very much with. You know, I haven't lost people like that, and you know, the stakes have never been so high for me. But I identify very much with Leclerc, especially in the start. I've forgotten about him a little bit last season, but you know, he was a superhero when he started in Formula One. He was. It was even more hype than. And when I say hype, it's not a bad thing. It's just like, phew, that's really good. Oh, now we can test the car against all other kinds of cars instead of just the Porsche 911s. You know, so we're taking it from the Porsche 911 Cup to the 600, and we might be, you know, this one is easier because it's only like, you know, I like to talk about my thoughts, and I like to listen to podcasts and lectures anyway, so consider this like half, you know, setting up and lecture, and you know, really an in-game, like, you know, but I think I will do like tutorials and you know, driving technique things a little bit in the safety car. But it's not like I'm lazy that I can't sit down and edit a video, that I don't have the mental fortitude at the moment, so everything is just much better for me to talk about on stream. But right now I can't wait to do Red Bull in the rain and really cheese those guys. I'm not doing this like, you know, online. I want fairness and all that, but right now I'm in the fast lane to get to online, you know. Online is the big one. It's not the last LMP1 race or whatever the last thing is in this. But also the menu book has become very much a thing. I feel like I can come back and you know, back and forth all the time, so it's not like the road to 100% and the Platinum Trophy, you know. It involves a lot of stuff, including learning how to tune cars, because that's a new challenge. That's a really new challenge, and I'm taking this early and donating some of my time to make some content that might be able to help. But other than that, check out Physical Racing. It will be in a playlist on the channel. It will be Super Fart Racing something. It will be Super Fart Racing at least. And I think since it's on a very high level and it will be university educated people explaining it, it will be you, the university, and an academy level will be me explaining a little bit more intermediate stuff, and the racing school will be for the beginners. I think that's a good way to split up a playlist. Maybe split up a little bit of engineering and stuff, but the university thing will be more engineering stuff, and the other thing will be driving stuff. I'm just brainstorming, but I feel like it's a good idea. I feel like it's a really good idea. The good thing is that I roasted a ton of tobacco. If you don't know, the like hashish, like you need to mix with tobacco or else you're not gonna get anything out of it, because it burns so badly. Not in the throat or anything, but like physically burns badly. But being like formulating things like this also makes me feel like, and then I'm again talking about my goals in the future, and but like sometimes when you're young and living the fast life, doing a lot of partying and stuff, it feels like you're the only one dreaming about having a family and kids, and that's a fairly normal thing. And some people don't want kids, and if they ever regret, they can always adopt later. Family is a lot more than, and we can talk about that on another occasion, and I'll probably talk about that more like on Black Knight stream and stuff like that, because over there we talk a lot more about family and stuff, and over here we can have a little bit more racing, and so it's not like we're completely splitting up everything. Wow, that looks great in the background. But yeah, we have just tested this, and how many laps? 5 laps? And a trolling start. And we just need to be first of all. We don't need first in every race. Because it will only show up as a championship overall. It will never show up as... So that's a relief for me, Then maybe I can go back and do them all in a row and win every car, with... Like coming back with some newly tuned cars or whatever. But again, physics of racing, I might... I will watch some engineering explained about some differentials and stuff. Because I feel like I've gotten out of that what I am kind of intended for now. Then I can be more like... When I'm more fine-tuning things, I can... But what if you would like to help me achieve my goals in life and my dreams? My only wish right now is to get to 1,000 subscribers, and after Key got a 1,000 subscribers in 48 hours. I'm curious of how long it's going to take. When I started this, I was like 5 years, but let's see how much we can cut that down, because if it's going at this pace, it's certainly going to because it's a snowball effect and stuff. Let's take a little extra drink and go racing. But that's the biggest donation you can do, is like a subscription. No, the biggest donation you can do is watch time. And just be like a really solid, sorry, I have, I talk a lot so you can't get everything out in the right order, always. Move the brake balance forward a little bit because it's the rain, and we don't need the rain radar, we just need to keep an eye on the traction budget. And we are on wet tires and they are probably on road tires. We just need to get as many points as possible. If we could just get consistently top 3 and then we can come back with like a better car. Because this is a really good, like... It says in the title that I'm like benchmarking and stuff. So... and we're testing a lot of cars today, so... But remember, I haven't touched the engine of this thing. And the reason I say that so much is because I'm really surprised of how much of a beast it is. Remember, you have a less traction budget in the rain, so I feel like I have gotten around, you know, explaining this fairly well, you know, with the traction budget, because that's a thing I really learned. You can see how they're just, he even has 4-wheel drive, I'm only rear-wheel drive, same with that one. Only 23 seconds behind. Red Bull Ring is like one of the few tracks that did have rain. Just not a lot. You can see there's a huge chunk right there, and you can see ahead. Only again 200 kilometers an hour, cheers. 120 miles an hour, cheers. If you're in freedom units, but most of the world is using kilometers. Not everybody in the US is aware of that, sadly. But I have some American friends that where we talk a lot about the differences of countries, and it seems like compared to the Danish education system, it is a little bit lacking, you know. But you know, one step at a time. You can see how overpowered, this is mostly to just show how overpowered rain tires really are. Because now we can really show it now that we are, you know, 30 under the limit. And, you know, we can just make this thing insanely fast in the straights, which we will do. The first thing we will do though is, instead of doing anything internally in the engine, we will change the exhaust. It will hopefully change the sound. Now we have listened to this car a lot, and you know, you can pretty much go back to any point back, and then it's like, shit, fuck you, man. I'm willing to restart when it's like this. You know, when it's like a championship, and you know. See, now I get a first corner much better. You see, and we get a comparison of how fast, and you know, it didn't glide as much this time, so he's definitely not on like wet tires or anything. Also, you can see the traction budget meter that like works kind of in reverse. The more it like goes up down there, the more slippery it is. But it helps you like gauge kind of like how much traction you have to work with. That's like the first topic in you know, the Bible of car setups, which is physics of racing. He explains it to an audience of both students who have no background in racing, to give them a more of an appreciation of the challenge, but also some of his community from, you know, racing. So it's like bringing some communities together, which is very much in the spirit we're doing here. He also has a lot of like clips of him like racing on his channel. So if you're just interested in, oh shit, in that, then you know, his accolades are right there. You know, he had a hill climb record when he made that, at least. So he is very respected. You know, even if someone comes and takes your record, you still had the record that year. You know, you still managed to do it. To finish first you have to finish. You know, let's try to not you know, cut too much across the front of people. because we don't need to do that in this car. Now we know kind of what speed we have on these wet tires. I think this race is like default maybe in the wet, but let's try not to you know, because that's also our mistake. See, I just turned a little bit more rather than, you know, pressing him. And that's the Nismo GTR that we got a turbo for. So we can use that for the 700 challenge. Just slap that turbo on that bitch. Where we have it anyway. See, we're very close to aquaplaning here, but they are even closer because their traction budget is much lower. See, he needs to brake there, and we have everybody right there, just packed up. They can't even, you can't go on the outside. You can see like there on the inside it's very blank, and here it's very blank on the outside. So you can see the racing lines much clearer. Shit. Now it's pouring, but now we just need to wait, pretty much. Shit. We need to be patient, but if something like that happens, we need to, you know... Oh shit. We need to be in the right places at the right times to really make the most of it. It's a lot of what's racecraft is, you know. Maybe I will do like what is racecraft, like what is sportsmanship. Maybe it will be the introductory thing, because sportsmanship is kind of... See, I don't have much on the straights, but in the corners I'm just like much faster. Straight line speed is not everything, and that really shows in the build. See, now I'm gonna fight a little bit with this Supra. I have much faster acceleration than him because I weigh just under 1 ton, you know. I didn't do that originally, but I have full weight reduction. Remember, if you brake too hard, similar words. No, you can probably guess that one. Put it in the comments. You know, it's the same word, just with a circle above the A, actually. Horde. That's the O. That's the last letter in the alphabet. We only have 3 extra letters compared to the English one, so it's not like you need completely different language. But see, this is just like an example of, you see how... But this is like torrential rain, so it's like not fun at all if you like... I don't know... I shouldn't say torrential rain because I don't know what torrential rain really means. But like... This is right on the limit. I like to get hyped up with a few songs before the stream, and I mean by myself, and then put the jazz on or whatever, the copyright-free music, and then start the stream. But like push it to the limit is like there's a lot of limits that are being pushed where I'm like just finding the edge, and I feel like with the YouTube thing right now, it's just, you know, it's perfect for me. The tempo it's going in right now, kinda. I would like to get, you know, to a point where people could like support me, but I might get a Patreon quicker than I think, because it maybe, you know, someone is like hearing that I have a few different goals and like will give me that $1, you know. That's different, but that's only if somebody is like adamant that I want to give you this $1 and I don't know how, you know. And over at the Black Knight community, it's just like people give like a little dollar every once in a while, and then it gives like a good little average. I have noticed, because I've been thinking about this for quite a while, and I haven't been like about, you know, in the chat before about it, you know, because it hasn't been going this well before, you know. I've been on top of the world. You know, but the good times also feel way better after the bad times, so gotta keep that in mind as well, you know. When the good times do come, they do feel better. And then maybe this winter I have built up so much backlog of content, I will maybe just release some short clips and do some administrative work and do like, but I feel like streaming is one of those things where you can see I just streamed throughout the night, you know. It's 6 AM now, and I should have been to bed a long time, and I think it was very good for me not to be like stressed about having to have a meeting with my parents or anything. Not a meeting, but you know, we had some practical stuff we needed to do, so I talked about a little bit more in detail, but you know, I also, you know, I think about how I like to consume stuff and what I would like, you know, for my, let's say my content creators, but people who do content creation, and you know, and it's not like I know them or anything. Some of them, well, it's like they never see your comment, you know, anyway. But even though, you know, then it's like when you scroll through and you just see all the positivity, you know, they have the same ability to read as you have, you know. Maybe they do it a little slower, maybe they do it a little faster, but you know, I mean, at least the world literacy rate is like 98% or something. It might be lower, it might be higher. If you know the exact percent and just is gonna Google it right now, I'm not gonna Google it right now because I'm on the phone. I got first place without a problem in the wet, you know. Only 1/10 of a second actually, apparently. So let's watch that replay and talk about the music thing. First, that's 40,000 just for first. So this championship really gives you some money. If you know what to do with the money, I understand that credits is really a problem. But you can really get a lot for your money if you are economically, and maybe economics is it's a good thing to show that at least you can do well with whatever you're given, you know, and get the best out of it, and even have fun. I think I will keep the yellow interior on this one because it's like, at least if I learn to paint it, I will just paint it white. I see an interior and I want to paint it white. I see a line of cars, I want them to turn red. Na 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 na. I used to do that, could do that chord progression on ukulele actually. I'm gonna do that at, some point, you know. I'm gonna write down a list of things to work on, you know, so I have things on my plate and I can take them in the time I want, and there's hours and hours of content to go back on the streams and stuff. Lots of quote-unquote data. Now we have the data on the screen, you know. I make very sure that those things are on. I might not pay much attention to them right now, but man, I've gone from like being really like excited about trying to tune this car and get the best out of it. I thought it would be kind of that's okay, but the GT4 cars are better, you know. I don't call them Group 4 anyway, because my roots are more in the motorsports community in real life, so, and real life racing that inspired me to, you know, buy a Gran Turismo, because I would like to explore it a little bit better, and I only had a PlayStation to do it on, so. And Gran Turismo was about to release, and I had played Drive Club for a little bit, and Drive Club is not up anymore, by the way. Like, you can't even download the app, so. But Drive Club is very redundant right now, so it's just a waste of server space to keep them open, even though you lose some progress, but you have new progress over here, and now you're busy with something else. You know, it's hard to quote unquote kill your babies, but I would never kill a baby, by the way. But you know, it's you know, it's you do it in music all the time, and in racing, I guess. Kill your babies, because I wanted to do a lot. I wanted to slap a turbo on this thing and just you know, and there's a lot of ideas. I just, you know, it's just brainstorming, and you know, that tuned up Supra looks great though. I would like to do like a road cars versus Group 4 cars. Road tire, of course. Or maybe racing tire. We will decide. You know, if it's like consistent weather, we will do the race tire thing, and if we do it like mixed weather, we will do the road tire. So it will be like different challenges, kinda. So you can really push it to the limit in like consistent weather, and then on the road tire you can do the mixed weather thing. Damn, the frame rate just went down. The yeah, this game have a little bit of a hard time, you know, on the PlayStation 4, and that's very evident right now. But never before has my car, one of my dream cars, been like a 911, because I always thought of like the road car and blah blah blah. But this game has really taught me that already, that you can make a car pretty much whatever you want with if you adjust the suspension and know a little bit of how to do it. Because this guy, he has the accolades in real life, and he knows what he's talking about, and I feel like physics of racing is also very relevant to like what is the physics of a video game, and what about the traction and how it's going, and the aerodynamics, and you know, and it's not like where you're just playing it with one wheel and then the physics feels kind of, because if you are in a Formula 1 car with like soft tires and all the assists, then it does feel very arcadey. But if you like do this thing, gradual upgrading, and then really think about you know, then it's very, you know, setup wise, this is like 9 out of 10, you know, at least for me, you know. Sometimes you would like sorry, I forget to drink all the time. Guess that's the reason why they have water on TV. But you can really like gradually like benchmark your car all the time against all kinds of things, and do some times on the Nürburgring, or just a track that you really like, you know, as long as you're consistent, you know, or as long as you're like, as long as you're thinking about what's like holding you back, and it's not necessarily like the car in itself that's like, you know, this oversteers a lot and this understeers a lot. Well, maybe naturally if you have the natural born suspension on the car, but if you change the suspension, you can really make a car whatever you want. So that makes me like even more excited about, you know, maybe having that electric little electric car, and then, You know, of course I won't do it on like every car, and my first car, if it's like a too shitty car, if it's a car I just think I won't keep like forever. I would like a car that I can like keep forever and go on road trips with and come back to Nürburgring, and you know, I would like to have my little, you know, summer vacation spot or winter vacation or whatever. You know, when it gets a little bit rainy, you know, because then you can just have the roof up and or maybe just have the car with the roof, you know, and just drive around the Nürburgring at 200 kilometers an hour without feeling the chill factor, you know. Right now I feel I have a moped, so I feel a massive chill factor, you know, on even on at 20 kilometers, not 20 kilometers an hour, but you know, if you know what chill factor is, it's basically the wind is like, you know, the wind is making it colder, you know how that works, you know, you blow on something, it goes colder. But what that does is like, you really feel the effects of it, that it's like in 6 degrees weather, you need like ski pants and, you know, 3 layers of clothing and kind of look like you're on ski vacation. So it would nice be to, in the first place, just have, you know, be able to have more range, you know, and more then maybe the electric car only has like 150 kilometers of range, and depending on how old it is, it might only have 100 kilometers. But I'm okay with like then taking a drive for a meeting, then I have a natural stop, you know, and finding a good place to eat and sitting down. There's a place in my hometown where I really like the local grill, you know, so often get burgers there still, from there still, so. But I think it's time for me to, you know, go to bed and, you know, maybe stretch it a little bit longer. Alright, that was perfect with the replay and everything. 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and I would like to hear some of your results and what you find out and what you feel like and what you like in a setup. And but the guy said a little bit of mid corner understeer, just not general understeer, but a little bit of mid corner understeer, so you don't like fly into the corner and lose the rear. And then you can just press it a little bit, and I feel it's like really easy to achieve rotation in this car, like, because I have like driven it so much before I upgraded. I drive it between streams without upgrading it, just to, you know, think about what's what, you know. But here's Suzuka in the dry, so here we can use the road tire. And then you can see if it gets to rain how it like. So I have Fraga, and I like that it's like the big ones, and it's like fairly close, not like too much. I feel like they have at least asked the players a little bit, because it feels like it's kind of and it's not like I'm not knocking the licenses for 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 being too easy or anything. For me, I feel like I have to apply myself and what I know, and to get that gold. It takes me only a few tries, and it's like, oh, that's super easy, and I fly through them. But some of them are like super hard, and then I can focus on them later, like the Jeep Safari mission thing, and the thing about some of the rally tests and stuff. Because you only need the bronze to advance. You don't need all golds to advance. And maybe you just need to hone your skills as a racing driver a little bit. Let's go into car settings, and then at least go on the sports soft, and then see what it does. See, then it goes up. So I think it's softer in the dry. I've been doing a little bit of messing around with tires now that in the trial thing with the thing is like when you can just, I don't know if you can just choose those cars right away when you do a time trial, but at least the Porsche Cayman is in and that's one of the cars I have driven the most. So right now my log is very much a preparation meets opportunity kind of thing, and I am very very happy that I'm finally to take the opportunities that come my way, So, but again, you dream a little bit about sponsorships and stuff. We like dreaming on this channel and speaking clearly about our goals now, so we don't have to speak so much in detail about them later. But I feel like I have some solid goals, and it's not too expensive, and yeah. But the best way to support right now is not necessarily money. I have the money that I need to. I'm not on the street or anything, so it's not like that bad. And if I had a little bit more money and smoked a little less weed, of course I need to not smoke weed at all to save up for that car. But in the meantime, because maybe I will buy it, and when I'm like, okay, now I can live my everyday life without. Sorry I go on tangents, but I treat this a little bit as a diary as well, because I'm not good at sitting down and writing stuff down, and the YouTube format and video format is it just works for me way better, instead of sitting down and reading a manual on suspension. I'm watching a charismatic guy who has some accolades really explain it and show the right pictures at the right time and come with some jokes so you remember things better, like his thought of spinning the car for a specific problem. You will have to watch this, which was fine, because he does autocross with his daughter and it's very wholesome. So we need more women in motorsports. It's very much a sausage party right now. But there are very very good I hate the word female because it has become like female, like neckbeards and stuff. But there is a lot of female drivers out there. It's just I use it casually. I don't use it like a freaking goblin or anything. There's a lot of female drivers out there, and my point is that I've recently found I haven't watched much of any of the the videos. I have watched the one on Jim Hedworth, which is Jimmy Broadbent's partner in his real life. You know, they drive an endurance series, and even though it's like, but there's not many endurance races. It's like one mandatory pit stop, and you have to change the driver. I think at least there's like a minimum pit stop time, and if you don't hold that, so if you're like a solo driver, I guess, then you just sit there for a little bit longer. You know, balance of performance, all those kinds of things. It's all about thinking about the next step and taking one step at a time, you know. Now we learned in Formula 1 how, you know, not to call things. I mean, was it legal or illegal? I don't know. I'm not that an expert, but Mercedes fanboys just coming in here saying straight up, that was illegal because Toto Wolff was a sore loser. And everybody around him and the whole team, you know, Toto Wolff was the only, and it's a lot of feelings, you know, and he had it, and then it just, but they still got the manufacturer win, you know, keep that in mind, and he's still like that. But then you have Lewis Hamilton, who's just like, you know, talking to his dad and Max Verstappen's dad, and it was very much a dad and son kind of season, and this is gonna be a dad and son kind of adventure as well. My dad is like, he was born in the 60s, and I had an uncle who was born around the same time period who died recently, so, and you know, his asses are getting grayer, and he's a granddad now, and he really got me into motorsport, so it would really mean a lot to just, you know, maybe go folk racing and that before he passes away. And he don't think he will get that before I'm 50. Let's see, let's say right now the 10-year plan, we just turned the 10-year plan right up because I have some things I need to catch up on. Me and my dad, and I haven't been very open with my parents about creative things, and we have a great time now that I'm more open. It's not like I thought it would be, even though I hadn't had any, like, I know they wouldn't yell at me. I know my parents has always taught me that they don't care what you do as long as it's like, you know, moral and legal. At least semi-legal, you know. Weed is practically legal. It's not, you know, it's kind of decriminalized, and I can get it medically now that I have something to put in its that, so I can legitimize it a little bit more, so it's that like, so I can actually sit on a bench in public and get out more. And I think if that could help me get out more, just being able to smoke that little bit when I am out, so I can take some of that comfort with me, at least in the start, and then again smoking less and getting better, and you know, and then hopefully smoke so little that you can actually drive a real car, you know. But now we have the 5-year plan and the 10-year plan. You know, 10 years is a lot of time. When you hear like people getting 10 years in prison, and you think like, oh, he should have gotten 20 years or whatever. People often forget how much happens in a year, in a month. It can happen over a weekend, you know. And I'm not saying like loser prison sentences. I think just appropriate prison sentences that where you really work with the prisoner instead of like, okay, I will play prison architect because I have a lot of stuff that I have to talk about. God damn it, I love that game, and I, you know, have a good title for it. I've been thinking for a while, because I've been thinking about becoming a YouTuber and a streamer for years and years. So we have to catch up, you know. That's also the thing. And like catching up is also, social catching up. So we're living in the fast lane. That's my initials as well. And if when I know you a little, if you know me a little bit more personal and join the Discord and whatever, whenever then that gets up and running, then you might get my middle name, but but my first name is Thomas. My middle name is not Pilsnor. That's my gamer tag that I've used forever. It's all the way back from World of Warcraft. And if you know which character it is, and his full name, and his profession, and where he is, you get 1,000,000 points. But if you get a little bit of that right, then you get a little bit of points. I don't know. I like pretending that people get points, It's brownie points. Confidence points. And we're all about community here, so I put my trust in the process, Once you disengage with the community, it can be a little bit hard getting back because maybe people have moved on. But right now we are doing this and people are still streaming, and maybe Black Knight will not be streaming, in 2 or 3 years if the Florida adventure goes really, really well. But it's more like a social thing, the streaming. So I think it's like more like putting up the phone and then showing stuff while. I mean, I could do this, until I retire. We don't talk about the early retirement thing because it's not quite sure, but it's looking very good. And that's why I'm so happy and confident and have so much, things really affect each other, Things don't just stand alone, like people just want to, like, things like top speed, for example. Oh, the Bugatti, whatever, has the highest top speed, and it's only like, and this is 1 mile per hour quicker, and I was 1,000 of a second quicker over this 1 lap, and, people like to put things, and then say, like, be like all lazy, like when you're like questioning their opinions or whatever, they're just like, well, everything is relative, man. And it's like, yeah, that means you don't put things by themselves and are like just all willy-nilly. Relative. And I know a lot of people don't think about words, but I do, about, and it's not like I'm a shark at English or anything, but, Oh, DualShock battery level low. We need the music as well, but, it's all about everything is in context, and right now I can put everything. Right now everything is relative. This is the definition of everything being relative. I can put everything in relation to each other right now. I mean, I might not, be going for like a pilot's license, or a diver's license, like I really would like if I became a bajillionaire. But I had some dreams of becoming a pilot and some dreams of becoming like a construction diver on like a oil platform, because the world needs oil anyway, and Denmark is like, now with the whole Russia thing, it's even more important that you have your own supply of oil until you don't need it anymore. And then we need to cut down on how much we need, So, but I still need, some gas on my moped. I drive 33.3 kilometers on 1 liter of fuel, If you're from America, I don't know how much that is in miles per gallon, because I don't even think there's like 2 gallons in my tank or anything. It's like 3 liters in a tank. So I drive 100 kilometers on a tank if I don't like just go full throttle, you know. It's varied driving. Then it's like, and that's a lot of acceleration and stuff. If you just go out there, you know, it's the acceleration that really takes the fuel away, and that's why that's the good thing about hybrids, you know, also hybrid race cars, and you'll see that later, and we'll get into all that, because I love a lot of cars, and right now we, you know, oh, wasted years. I can't remember the song, but it's Iron Maiden, Wasted Years. And that's kind of how I feel right now. So we're in the fast lane, but whenever you're going on the highway and the autobahn, like I dream of going on, it's right across, you know, the autobahn is all across Germany. It's not everywhere where you can, like, on the autobahn specifically, where you can, like, go as fast as you want. But here in Denmark, we are very, very much have a good culture of, like, good traffic, and the same in Germany. It's a pleasure to drive through Europe, because people are not, you know, when you get to South Europe, you know, you get the Italians. It's like, you don't have blinkers, but you do have the horn. I mean, on Ferraris, this is a small little detail that many people don't know about Ferraris. Is that they have the steering wheels on the horn. But well, no matter what, I need a break, like, soon, because I need to cut off the stream in a few hours. But I need to cut off the stream, and then I can maybe stream for some hours until I'm really caught up, you know, and then just watch something until I fall asleep. I think that's the so right now we are into, like, an accidental 24-hour stream, but not a 24-hour stream, but at least accidental maybe 12 hours. But I feel like 7 hours is, like, that's double what BK does in a stream, you know. But right now I'm just putting stocks into the future, you know. I keep many options open, and I dream a lot of stuff, but I feel like I can stand independent if I want to. Oh, also, most importantly, I would like a doggo to have with me in the car. It doesn't have to be a little new puppy or anything. I would be happy to take a doggo on its, like, pension as my first dog. Like, a few years left, and it needs it's good, like, 14 dog years, like, in retirement, and then you know, it's not as sad when they're old. I knew an old dog, you know. I've known old people who died, you know, and I've known young people who died way too early, like my uncle, you know. You might think, like, oh, he's almost 60, he's fucking old, you know. I consider around 80, that's old. I have grandparents who are very, very fresh, who are almost 80, you know, right around 80, and then I have one who worked really hard throughout his whole life and did a lot of physical labor, but he worked on, not because of debt or anything, but like, because he just wanted to work into his retirement. He got down on time, of course, and did other things, but he worked until he was around 70, and then he had, like, a good 13 years in retirement, where you know, where at his funeral and around that time you really discover, I didn't know him very well, as I had a granddad who died when I was 17, and he was probably not that much older than my dad is now. Now that I think about it, you know, maybe 10 years older or something. Scary thought. But right now I depend a lot on help from my parents, and if I could be more independent by being able to have a car and drive to and from, you know, a little bit more than I can just go around in this, like, within the town, you know, on that. If I have to go from here to my parents, it would take, you know, at least half an hour in the wind, in the, you know, in the snow, in any weather and whatever. You don't have air condition and you feel bad at the same time. And if you just can get a little bit of ride around town, then it's fine. So, but I would also, you know, I'm stating a lot of goals, you know. I will do a video on it all, because I like introduction and what condensed into like a little video, because there is a lot of new people here, and you know. But the best thing you can do for me is watch time and just be here and have a good time, you know. And maybe if you're like having listening to my super fart playlist while racing, you will maybe have it on in the background while you are, you know. I like to donate watch time by doing that. For example, I did it earlier today, where I was like, I'm just closing this video down and getting ready for streaming, and I was like, well, I could just turn the sound off. And a lot of people have been very generous and watched the stream while they have been doing our other stuff. Like, at least we like to, you know what I'm saying when I say we joke about they watch like the stream in the shower and while they go bowling with their friends, and you know, two very specific example. I joked two very specific jokes, you know, but I'm not saying too much. And it's like, the important thing is that it's not like fake profiles and bots who are doing it. It's like people who want to donate they're like 1 minute per minute, you know, watch time. I take it like 1 minute at a time. I know it's a lot in hours, but you know, if you're here for a few minutes, that's also fine, you know. Just skipping through, just finding something, you know. And hopefully somebody out there will have a whale of a time and support me a little bit more than others. And no obligation to donate at all, because I'm in a situation where I never donate to streamers. I don't have the money at all. I would rather put the money aside for anything. So economic responsibility, and I can put everything into. This is like a podcast of everything I love, while showing you things, and can go on tangents, and it's like being on the radio but with the visuals. My dad used to do radio, not as a host, but as a technician. And I like to think as this is like, you did like local radio when it was like brand new, like not the first, but like the guys who followed it up, and now it's like a very successful thing. And yeah, you know, the guys in the background are also very important, you know. You might not see all the people behind me, but I have a massive team of people behind me, and we will, you know, drive a lot more. You know, maybe we will drive tired at Daytona, simulating the 24-hour super tired Daytona with a Y. you know, endurance racing is a thing, you know. So being able to like put aside some sleep if it's like, you know, like, okay, this day I'm like, I'm never like, I will do 24 hours or whatever of live stream. I will never like do an announcement of a 12-hour live stream or 24-hour live stream unless I'm like in a charity, you know, endurance race, which would be fun to do. Jimmy does those, but it would make more sense for me to do it like endurance race, fund racer, you know, we could call it fund racing, and for maybe for different things. Maybe some will be for charity, some might be for like, yeah, you know, if I have anything specific where I'm like, we just need this many, yeah, no, it's this, if there ever come many patrons, they will be, they will just, they will know what's going on, because I will update them on what I'm using my money on, and if they think I'm using them stupidly, they can stop supporting me, and, you know, it's also about showing that you can be responsible with the money you are given, and not just spend them all. Even though I am addicted to weed, I feel like I'm laying it off right now. I already had my mental breakdown and my weed addiction and all that. This is my comeback, you know. Pretty much. In many ways. And yeah, you know what I talked about and whatever. So I'm way ahead on many things, but I'm way behind on being out there and living life. And I will go more into detail, I promise, about that in a video, more concise, and I can cut something out if I ever get like and be like, yeah. But first I have the Interlagos video in mind, and then maybe a race in the electric car, you know, if that gets relevant, you know. So now I've talked for very, very long, and I like talking throughout the night and just see the sun go up. You know, that's another thing I used to do. You know, I would always be one of the last to go to bed before a party. So let's smoke and let's see what we can do against Fraga, because he's a guy that I really liked in the tour. I watched some of it live, and Fraga really had some especially on the Red Bull ring. Actually, he completely spun on the outside. It's not a like rookie mistake, you know. It's, you make a decision in the moment and think the car can handle it, and you're pushing the car and you're pushing yourself because you know you really trust the car, you know. So yeah, smoke, and then it's only 5 laps, you know. I've taken so many hours to do 5 laps, but I mean, this is an endurance race, not a sprint, and that goes for everything in my life. But I'm doing it in the fast lane, but I will pull in when it's appropriately and let people overtake and all those kinds of goodies. Drive smart, not hard. Maybe drive smart and hard. That's a good one. That's a good English slogan. For Danish, I want give gas. It's like give gas, you know, gas it the same in Denmark, and you know, you say that when, you know, really, it's like pedal to the metal in Danish. It's very funny with the super fast racing and stuff. Because maybe some, people will get it. Both of those only need like one translation per, So it's not like anything complicated. It's very simple. I can explain it just like fart equals speed, and what I just explained. But people will, the more the word gets out there, the better. But I have many things on my plate, and it's just a matter of like economy. I like, we're fully open here. We have the throttle full open on the mind right now, so we can focus on the other things better later. Again, building it out of stone and not. Maybe we're building it out of carbon fiber, really. I mean, we are kind of lightweight right now, but we can break very, This is gonna be. My life is gonna be like the perfect tune on a car, We're gonna tune it along the way and gradually living life, moving up, enjoying the journey every single step. And it's like, now I sit with the thing in my hand and just talk again. If I feel the thing in my hand, I have to smoke it. How about that? Just end the sentence and then smoke it. But we can just, it's also the feeling of, having it in my hand that's really relaxing. But maybe you should, a thing about addiction, it's gonna be a little bit of a, gradually stepping out as well, everything is very gradual. So gradually tuning is a very good series for me right now. I think I really hit the nail on the head with this one. But I would like as much feedback as possible. But this is like baby steps. Again, we are in phases, and the first days will be magical, and we will be looking back at those with like fondness. But don't be surprised when I change to be more of like a music thing or more of a racing thing. Because the main thing I want to do, because it's the thing I know to monetize best, is music. That's where my experience lies, and then I can maybe do that and use hopefully have enough money to have that smart car I really want. Just a used one, not a new one. It doesn't even have to be the convertible, but I will wait around, because the more I wait around for it while I have another car that I'm leasing, because leasing is very, very affordable for me. That's but all about that. If anybody is like interested in more about the economics, I would like to, there gotta be somebody out there that wants to give $1, right? When you see all the, I noticed the economics on this channel, and not on this channel, but on this side. And a loyal supporter is really worth something. Just one, can keep you going for a month after month after month, just on the little messages they give, like when they're there. If I can get a little bit, I think about, how much I use every day and every week, and maybe not on a weekly basis, but every day and every month, at least. And then I can always scale that up and down, know what comes in and what goes out. all my bills are paid automatically. So I'm never gonna be behind those. They are like priority number one, and then I have like, you know, I have my whole budget in a document that my dad have on his computer, because he has. I think it's not too much to say that he also has access to my bank, but he's never like, he has had that like forever. So, and he has never like overstepped any boundaries, so. Oh, we're gonna reach like 1080. If we could get a capture card, then we could get up to 1080p, but we need a PC for that as well. But then I would, again with the refurbished used PC or whatever, it will be very good. I'm just lying planes, throwing things out. I'm not trying to beg or anything. It's not like I'm begging for on the streets or anything. Don't think about it like that. It's not like I'm living in a car, or it will ever be like I'm just gonna live in my car for a while. That would never be the case. Because I need a base, you know. I can't just sell my apartment and go on a road trip forever. At least not now. If I had the money, I could just, you know. But right now, I just want to sleep in a tent. I have been going camping, and I was a scout, and I kind of miss going in a tent, and then I can enjoy that for a while, and you know. So it's never like we're just enjoying gradual upgrades, you know. Because I have been like every month for like the last few years, every few months, not every month. It's not like I make a point of it, but like if there's something I need, I have actually had, you know, I've actually had the money to, you know, spend a little bit of money on the. Hey, it's Daniel Solis. I really love that guy. It's a really nice guy. He seems like a really nice guy. I really love his picture. He reminds me a little bit of Post Malone without the tattoos. That picture. Go down to 4 and 2 down. Let's see how that goes. The rear end will inevitably be more lively, but see how little you actually need on the front end. I mean, a split on the front end on this would be like competitive in the 350 class, but you know, winning this is like, you know, the 600 class, because you can see you can use any car you like. This is very much in the spirit of what I want to do. Just any car, you know. I think we will do the 600 PE challenge, and then people can like really test it on different tracks, and because it's even better than the Porsche thing. Maybe the weather is like, no. But you can test it. We will do like test things and before we do races. For me, it's more like finding out the setups and stuff, because we're all going to have a hard time with that, and we're all going to test different things in different cars and what works in different cars. And then maybe some people will be like me and Kaboom, who's like both really like driving Porsches for different reasons. I've just driven a lot of Porsches in the Manufacturers Cup, so that's what I can relate the best to, you know. Plus I'm really excited about how just no upgrades, but just you know, adjusting the suspension and stuff. You can do that from the start on race cars. It's not like they come with like a lot of things from birth, and then you can put the thing on extra. It's like the thing they have from birth, it's like already equipped in the shop. So fully adjustable suspension are already equipped. For example, the brake balance thing which we had to install here. So it's much more in depth. around what goes into what, and then you can really try different things out and get to know your car and really go for a long run on the Nürburgring. Now, I would recommend doing like time trials or like custom races. Maybe we'll do like a custom race with some cars to benchmark them a little bit better. But right now I feel like this 600 pp championship is a very good thing. Come on. And we are under the limit, so we just need to come back tomorrow and, you know. Look how much speed we're gaining. It's not the... I mean, the suspension or you know, some... Igor Fraga isn't first. God damn it. But this car is slightly underpowered, so if we could get top 3, so we at least can, you know... Because I have other goals with this Porsche, and... you know, if we can get it to like 600 and you know, beat it's good. I have some single laps I can benchmark it over, and as long as it's under 600, it's fine. I'm really catching up though. You see, it's just a matter of time. But you know, Igor Fraga might be in first now, but. You know, we teased it in the start, and we're here because of the rain, and we have the rain tires, so it might change, you know, second time you do the championship. I haven't done any of the championship twice yet, so might be fun. Shit. Need a little bit more stability on the rear. I imagine I would have to do something with the diff. Oh, I have a whole other lap. I often forget about the last lap, so I was like just pushing and trying to see how far I can get, but now I think I can get like top 3 at least. Top 2 if, you know, if you get a top 3, you know, consistently, you're pretty much guaranteed being in third. I don't know, technically you could win a championship just by being second and third for a whole season. If the guy in first just has some really bad races, you know. It's all about consistency. Think about the championship. And that's what many young Formula 2 and Formula 3 drivers do wrong. It's like they have shown that they can win races, but they haven't really shown that they can think about the whole championship. Kevin Magnussen have talked a lot about that. You can see it's 600 pp there, and it's just like, you know, I can brake much later than this guy, and he's on my... I now have the inside, and the combination is that on this one, the trick is the first corner is much faster than you think, and the second corner is much slower than you think on that little... I feel I can catch the car much better as well when you like tune the car to your driving style. It's gonna be an exciting last lap here, it seems. And it's not about like, you know, you need a slightly overpowered car when you need to go from last to first. You know, Lewis Hamilton did it in real life, but he is the best. He's the best. He was the best driver in the currently best car. So top 3 is absolutely fine. We just need to not go down there. And then we cover the inside here, because I trust that we can go through, but they do have the slipstream. I just need to make my car wider, but shit, yeah, they won't catch me. Good. Don't spin. Let's keep it. Yeah, because in like amateur races anyway, they you know, they're not as hard on the track limits. There might even be some corners where they're like fairly accepted that especially on like tracks like Circuit of the Americas. That's one of the turns that very tight, where in, for example, the Mazda MX-5 Cup, they just totally went over the line all the time. It was just the old, you know, and I think that was fairly accepted to be like, okay, then we modify the corners, you know. Now we're in second, so if we can get a first, then we might do it. I might pull a Senna and spin him out if I see him. But that's only because it's AI. AI, you can get your aggression out, you know. But I think I'm gonna push this until it's like, it's around 12 hours. We still have a... And when I'm just sitting and talking, the time is going fast anyway, so... And it's not like anybody is gonna listen to all of this, you know, all the way through. At least not now. Maybe in the future. Maybe it may not be watched now, but it may be found in the future, you know. I find a lot of things, you know, that was posted years and years ago. By the way, all that Kanban stuff, it's not like cosmetic, it's necessary. And that makes it cool. It's cool because it's like functional. It's not cool to have like something that can barely drive. That's abuse. But now we really have to think about what we need to think about the rear, about what we can do. We need to stiffen up the rear. And maybe I don't need to watch like an engineering video to read what the few sentences, what they say about the diff, because it's very concise, and then I can watch it in detail later, you know. But this car is very fast. You see, it's like driving from Lamborghini Huracans and stuff, and this car is from 1995 and only has 300 horsepower. Barely. When we change the exhaust, it will have like 300 horsepower, and if I can hit 333 horsepower, I think it will be very, very quick. I think that would be plenty of horsepower for this little thing. It's not as small as like a smart car, but it's very small compared to many other cars. Very lightweight because it doesn't have all that technical stuff that new cars have. I think in that thing I will do with like my goals and stuff, I will put financial goals on the screen somehow, or at least go through them and put the numbers in on the screen. I will find some, if nothing else, I will put them in like numbers one by one in clip art, and it will be like slightly janky and, you know, and we can look back at that. And I'm just using whatever equipment I have because, you know, I don't have the money to go real racing or anything, you know, so I'm just getting the best out of it. And you know, you always dream of becoming, you know. And now I have the opportunity that nobody, not that nobody has, but that very few people have. And I have some, you know, financial stability behind me. I just a little bit more to you know, in the first place be a little bit more mobile, so I can be more social better and get back and forth better in the weekend, so I'm not so dependent. Of course I will still take the train and stuff every once in a while, because it's very nice not to, like, you know, relax and watch a movie in the train. Especially when you know you have like 3 hours. Lord of the Rings is very popular. Something very, very long on the way from, you know, like a place like here into Copenhagen, even though it's not like very far in a straight line. It's like very, you know. And if it's very important, I can get from here to Copenhagen and back again by plane. Super fast. It only takes like 20 minutes of flying. It takes like an hour of check-in, but it takes 20 minutes of flying. So if I had my own pilot's license for a glider plane, just could have my ukulele between the legs and a little weekend back. And a little help motor that's electric, because it's not like the helping motors are not very powerful. It's like a moped engine. Like I could transform my moped engine to, but I think you could buy like a small, you know, maybe JP Group. They make, I hadn't had the chance to talk about this, but they make like electric golf carts, maybe, and there's like a little glider plane thing out here, so maybe making a little electric propeller out of one of those things. You know, they know how to do the throttle and thing, and then they have glider planes right out the door. And you know, we might not have a racetrack out here, but you know, if they could make a modified little engine, and of course pay me for the idea, 33.33%. That's the magical ratio I go for. Maybe they will then say like, I'm gonna get 20%, and then I'm like, yeah, alright. But you know, it's better than, you know, say if they're like, yeah, you can get like 10,000 now. It doesn't matter what currency, just whatever currency you like. 10,000 Gran Turismo credits right now, and I'm like, yeah, but I would rather get a third. It's not too much. It's not even half of what they get, you know, of what value I would bring back, you know, of what it sells, and then you can use the rest to research and development and put back. And you know, there's a reason why big companies don't pay taxes. It's because when you put all the money back into research and development, it doesn't count as revenue, because then you have no net gain of the end of the year, because it's all put back into the company. So that's how they do it. It's not like they just fuck off to Panama or whatever. Some of them do, and that's how it's like so well hidden. It's because there are like, but private people here in Denmark at least can get like tax breaks for things like bank loans and stuff. If you have a bank loan, you can get a little bit of a write-off, business expenses, of course. So if I could write this up as a business, I could write off business expenses, you know, on the taxes, because it will go back to entertaining you guys and going back into the channel inevitably. Because I love doing what I really love is like, you know, entertaining and sharing information. So this channel is like kind of culminating into that right now, and I haven't been much lively and talking very much when there has been like no one here. Right now I'm talking like nobody's watching really. So kind of like if I made a video about it anyway, so. But I will make a concise video, you know, as my goals, and I will talk to Black Knight, who is, and Kaboom, and Max, and talk about what they think about that before I release that video, and before I have gotten some feedback on that. And I think the upgrade we would go for next year on this car, you know, quote unquote next year. Now that I'm just talking about it going from one way to another, it's the ADD, you know, a little bit, but it doesn't mean that you can't concentrate of anything at all. It's like if it's something that you're really passionate about, you have the other side of the coin, which is very hard to get away. I'm a little bit hungry right now. I was very hungry for a few hours ago, so I might take a lunch break now, and then I can extend the stream. I don't have to worry about the 12-hour limit, and it will be okay, because it would be like a little bit more concise, and like, you know, going back and tuning the thing for online a little bit, and getting ready and getting tired at the toner, and eventually, hopefully, and I know the answer to that question in just a few weeks. So we just gotta be patient, even though we want it right now. But I can't wait to make the pun in the title, like retiring with a Y. I know, like, I can't remember which one it is, British or American English, but it's an I as well, so it's like, but the pun stands clearer when it's like, when it's, you know, when it's you know what I mean. I can't, you know. I'm very tired, you know. I can focus on racing cars and a little bit of talking, you know. So now that I lose the line a little bit, it will be less talking and more driving. But I really love that I have blacked out the thing now. It's a thing I saw on the NPC cars, and, you know, take a little bit of inspiration, you know. 233 from a 234, wow, that's 1.3 seconds and within a lap, one lap was slower, but it's very consistent. And being able to learn is much more important as a racing driver than getting to Formula 1 and being number one. Race 3. Can't remember, it was Dragon Trail. Hopefully not 2. But Dragon Trail I haven't driven on Gran Turismo yet. Gran Turismo 7, sorry. I think in the start of next month I will donate to... it's not like this game is gonna die down. People are still buying it and waiting for it to buy. I think around Christmas will be very big as well, new traffic, and people are new to Red Dead all the time. Red Dead Online and GTA all the time, so... You know, it's all a cycle. People come and people go, and we have fun along the way. And maybe the real Formula 1 championship was, and the real, you know, Grammy Awards and all that kind of stuff was the friends and the fun and the good times we had along the way, while we tried to do the best with whatever we had, also economically, because a lot of people are very not stupid with their money necessarily, well, stupid with their money, you know. It's a good way of saying it, because, you know, sometimes they're like the attitude I've talked about before, where they refuse to learn and they do things their way, and people try to tell them and they can't get it across in the right way. They don't have the words to get it across in the right way. That the spending habits are like way out of whack to what's normal. Like, you know, they move into a new apartment every 5 months, and then they need new furniture because it's new year and new me or whatever. I will never do that. I don't have the need to do that. I don't have the need for a $10 million mansion. I mean, if I could become a super rich, great, good for me. I personally, I can't like fault people for having money. I've talked to a lot of people who are quite wealthy, and they are a lot about much more about the money. It's much more the passion. Well, and sadly, some of the bankers on, you know, Wall Street and all that, you know, their passion is just having a lot of money. But it's about doing what you're doing with the money. You know, a lot of elderly people these days say, if there's anything left on the inheritance, then I have made a miscalculation. And, you know, it's about enjoying your money while you spend it, and then building up, you know, your family, and, you know, making sure that the next generation can. But just leaving $5 million to a person who you have never like had any relation with, or like spend that money on giving good life lessons instead, and then maybe something will be back, maybe not, you know. And if there's any like, you know, if it's just a lot of debt, then you can like say, I'm not taking the inheritance here, and then the debt just gets cancelled. You know, my uncle who died recently, I can talk about it, they don't openly, because he is dead. You know, there's nothing I can do for him now, other than spread the word of how great of an inspiration he was, and how it really triggered something in me when he died very suddenly. So, yeah. I'm a little bit sentimental, but that's also a part of racing. We race cars might not have back seats, but we have the people who we lost along the way, who we enjoyed. We keep those people in the back of our minds, you know. And hopefully, when I'm not here anymore, I will have left some sort of impression on somebody. That's all I want. I don't want to go down like Christian or any other lol cow. Except for King Cobra. If you speak shit about King Cobra, I will formulate you a very strongly worded sentence. Trust me on that one, friendo. You know, serious business. King Cobra, honestly, I just saw an update on how he's doing. He's doing better than ever. So, King Cobra JFS, he's like. People consider him a lol cow. I don't understand why, because he's not like he's not an asshole or anything. He has like periods of time where he's like, he makes some mistakes along the way, but he is ooh, we like the helicopters, don't we? Drones are not fast enough to keep up with the race cars. That's why they don't use drones like all the time. But it's a nice sentiment. We could use drones for folk racing. If you want to, you know, write and find a way to contact me, I will make a business email for Superfart Racing, and because it encapsulates a lot of what I'm kind of doing right now. It's a philosophy. It's not a specific thing about Superfart Racing, you know. And now I feel like I have a forum to make a little bit of my own folk high school on the internet. No exams, just courses and talking about a lot of stuff while learning about some stuff that you might never have heard about before, you know. And you know, I'm during the week, when I have the time, I'm gonna join Black Knight. But right now, I've joined her peripherally through the Flying Dutchman over here, my little spy. I will when I come in the chat, like, yeah, I have spies in your chat. I sent a lurker over. He said hi the other day. Ooh, he's blending in. Ooh, and so go over and spy on PK and what she's doing. She's really doing very well, actually. You know, just go over there and lurk for a little bit. Watch the chat go by, because it's like everybody says hi to each other, and it's not like everybody, you know, reads every single hi, but it's like you skim through who says hi and not really who's, you know, but you know, you get a hold of what's going on, and you know, it's very special. It's nothing like the Yogscast or any gamer group or something. It's just a group of friends where you can, after a while, if you hang out in chat and is a good person and a decent person, you know, and don't shoot first in Red Dead and stuff, then don't shoot first, shoot last, you know. Then you can come and join, and if you're over 18, in BK's chat, I might make it 16 plus, because racing has a little bit of a younger audience, and I feel like a 16-year-old can handle these things at least. But I will start it at like 18 and 17 and see. It's not relevant at all yet. There's only a few like really engaged in the community, really like in the chat, who are under 18. So most of them are like 30 plus. They're above my age. So we're really pulling the time down, David. Okay, next. Let's settings and some setup. Oh, not the assist settings. We need to do something about that differential. Let's just do the Red Bull ring anyway, because I will duplicate these sheets and do like... and it is the fully customizable one. Rear. Oh, because it's like front and rear. I see. Initial torque, acceleration sensitivity, braking sensitivity. Adjust the effective not increasing the value of effective or increase the risk of understeer. Okay. Wait, was it increasing? Yeah, increasing. Okay. Acceleration sensitivity. Adjust the acceleration, increasing the value of steer more effective, but can make the car unstable. So that's a value we might want to turn down just a little bit. And then initial torque. So faster to we want. I think the initial torque is like, you know, in front rear torque distribution. It's not a four-wheel drive car. It's not like you can. So the personalities of the cars can't be like completely destroyed like in Forza Motorsport. There's a lot of freedom, but I think like the tuning in that game is like with the handling and everything. It's just. But you can go out and over there and compare if you play both, or even play on Xbox, or PC or whatever. Then you can compare to whatever my results are over here, and then we can have a discussion. It's 588. Nice. But now we need to look at a little bit of clouds while we're not going to change tires. We're just going to gauge a little bit. Is it like changing weather? Is it like, because it's not like we can foresee the weather, but we can actually afford I thought it would take like way longer to get the safety car, and I already have my daily driver, so maybe gradually tuning daily drivers will be like a thing. Right now I'm just brainstorming a lot. I might, when I end the stream, I might go directly in, and I know I will be distracted for a lot of hours, so I have a lot of things to watch. So maybe I've combined the evening stream and then the morning stream into a thing, and then when I start pushing that's still 4 hours until like I'm pushing 12 hours, so we can do a ton in 4 hours. The less I smoke, the more we can and it's like smoke less is not a criticism in the chat. It's like, or just, when I'm just sitting here and talking and not racing, let's say just smoke already, because that's all we're waiting for. We're just waiting for my stupid addiction to, it's the addiction talking, not so much the me. And it's not like I'm schizophrenic or anything, but, well, maybe mild schizophrenic. I don't know. But we like to have fun, but of course that's but mild schizophrenia is actually a thing. I found out this recently. It's not why we're hearing voices or anything. I like to spread the word about this because it's a very rare disease, actually. Mild schizophrenia is not like very normal schizophrenia. You just get very tired, and it was the doctor I talked about. We talked about it. We have talked about a lot of stuff, so the context don't matter. What matters is that I'm explaining it now. But mild schizophrenia is like where you lose all energy and you can't really find and it has a lot of, it's like one of those things where you rule out all the other things before you get to that, but there's like a treatment order in things, and I will talk about that when I get into because the better I explain things from the start, putting in legwork here in the first streams where I'm just talking, and it's gonna be nice, and it's gonna be nice to look back on, and a little nostalgic and whatever. I can look back and at least have a little bit of a diary, and that's kind of neat right now, So there's a lot of things going on where I feel like I can apply all of this streaming, not only Gran Turismo, but all kinds of games. I'm not gonna log on to like just Gran Turismo or racing games or whatever. I'm a variety streamer from the start, just playing whatever the fuck. I'm not in the need of like, just grinding one game forever, and I have some fairly lofty goals in a lot of games, and there's a lot of time, and a lot of games to be played, and sometimes you would like to be sucked in and of the hype of some games, so it's like and maybe the viewership will go down a little bit when I'm not doing Gran Turismo, but those who have a whale of a time, I will stop doing that pun as much. But you know, it's called whales and stuff. People who spend a lot of money. But I just if you're having a whale of a time, you can donate $1, you know, to make my dream come a little bit closer every day. And I will break down all the costs of everything if at some point. And but even though I'm not at 1,000 subscribers, that's because it's more convenient when you're at 1,000 subscribers than you have a lot of stuff. Even in the YouTube Studio app, I don't even have unlocked yet. I don't have a community tab. I don't have, you know. So it's not about necessarily have 1,000 people engaging. It's just if you would subscribe, then so that the people. And then when I'm over 1,000 subscribers, and you can comfortably like it's a snowball effect. So when I'm like comfortably over, you can be like, when I'm like, okay, maybe at like when we reach 1,000 subscribers and we like doing this thing, it will go a little bit down, and then I will reach 1,000 subscribers again from the people that are just subscribed to like keep me on the road. You don't have to watch the videos, and if you don't watch them, they will just disappear in the algorithm, and you won't even get notifications. That's sad because there's some channels where you're sucked into some other topics, and then suddenly, you know, like for example now I'm very much GTA and Gran Turismo, and then all of a sudden I don't even get notifications for some of Brandy's streams, even though I have the bell turned on for everything. If she does like more than one stream a day, like starts it up again or something, then it's like, nope, nothing. So YouTube's algorithm is a very mysterious thing, but I have and it changes all the time. I believe nobody really knows how it works. It's so complicated, you know. But but it connects videos that if you're subscribed to one channel and another channel, then those two things will be recommended together and put together. And if you like two videos and like a lot of the same videos, then people who like a lot of the same things as you do will be recommended it. It's just a matter of getting the ball rolling, and you know, if we could add just a little weight to that snowball, you know, the faster it goes, the faster I can get out of the fast lane again, you know. But right now I'm just living the hype, and I feel like I have reached 1 million subscribers already. So, you know, I watch a lot of small streamers where they feel like they have already hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and then you look at the sub count and it's like, okay, they only have like a couple of hundred or something. And those two we would like to shout out a little bit and, you know, lift them up. And I will do collaborations with Kaboom, and it will not only be me, it will be a lot of people, you know, whoever I can get on voice chat, you know. So it's kind of and they don't even have to be in the same game, at least not in the start when we're not a lot of people in the chat. But eventually, if we do like a 20-man race, and all of us are stably in the chat, and then it would be like, you know, very strict discipline on the microphone, but like team calls, like things like it's getting very rainy, and, you know, sharing information and stuff, so we're racing for fun and very hard, and where we have very clear lines, and, you know, and it doesn't matter if you make a mistake and make a huge crash, because it doesn't cost anything, you know. The tires and the fuel doesn't cost anything, and we can go to whatever track and whatever cars and whatever, you know. We have every race car driver stream right now, and even professional race car drivers doesn't even have the time to play Gran Turismo 7 right now, you know. Even Lewis Hamilton, he doesn't have the time, you know. And you know what? I think I know what's going to keep me awake. The the Formula One practice, and qualifying, of course, is later. So I'm so excited. So right now I don't do any sleep right, and then I go to bed early and wake up for the Formula One tomorrow, and we will see you at least after that. I will do some setups for the stuff and nothing. Now I've done a lot of the in detail kind of things in the start, and it will be a whole playlist. I just need to get a lot of balls in the air and things going, so I have a diverse. It may not be income yet, but like diversifying, the opportunities. But just 1 second, and then I'll be take the headset back on. All right. So I've been thinking a little bit about that thing about having a whale of a time as well. Some people, a person who's really having a whale shark of a time. Well, whale shark is also having a whale of a time, yeah. So he's a whale and a shark, but uh, but David is really having a great time here, and I know I talk a lot about David, but he's in the chat, so want to get talked about, and maybe you're streaming too, want to be part of this, and maybe you can like join right away in the game and whatever. I mean, I will do open lobbies where you can like join, and maybe you can talk about some stuff, and I will check out your channel because I need some new stuff to watch every once in a while. It's nice to discover some new channels every once in a while, and hopefully it's just a matter of consistency, not necessarily hard work, but consistent work, and that's what I'm showing. We're still doing laps around, people who are just doing nothing, one step at a day, and you're lapping everybody who's sitting on the couch, and I've been taking like one small step at a day, and now I'm taking more steps. And then I can run for a little bit, and when I get tired of running, I can lean back and not be financially depending on things like Raid Shadow engines and ad revenue, because of the way the whole welfare system is structured. I can earn a little bit of money on the side. If you give me $1, it's not like, oh, you have a job now. It's like I'm allowed to earn a certain amount of money every year, and when you divide that over every month, it's just enough extra that I can that I could afford to lease a car. But like in the month, like during that building up, it's like, so let's, I mean, while the music is not playing anyway, why not why not look at the site I'm looking at anyway? Just look at electric, what's available right now, because I like to keep an eye out to see, because your the prices change quite a lot actually. There's nothing like nefarious going on. It's just like, now these are popular, so one just sold for a little bit more than the others, and you know, it's like the World of Warcraft auction house. Sometimes you need money more, and sometimes you need but yeah, I'll go into that as I search for, you know, an electric car, you know, maybe leasing one and going into that, because I really love you know, electric cars as well. You know, it's where my passion really are. That's my modern rotary engine that doesn't need oil or anything. You know, I mean, there's still a transmission that needs oil. But like, here's a Fiat 500. Costs 1,200 kroner a month. That's, I don't have the conversion right now, but you can Google it. 1,200 DKK in US dollars or whatever currency you're using, and you will get the answer right away. But what we're interested in is not so much the we're interested in what it, you know, what they want in you know, as the first time, you know. Alright, for 12 months the payment you have to pay, it's like 26,000, but then you're just leasing the car and you don't hang on it, and it's like the apartment I have right now. I can just take it or leave it, you know, move, and it's very godmorgen, Kås. Det går godt. Jeg har lige snakket en hel masse om, hvad mine mål er og sådan noget. Måske er det også godt nok lige... We will just switch to Danish for like a little bit, you know. It's nice to talk in Danish, and it's morning in Denmark, and here we are. But men ja, der er sket meget de sidste par dage, Kås. I will talk a little bit more personally in Danish, because the only Danish people here is like people who understand me, and you know. Men der er sket rigtig meget. Jeg føler nærmest, at jeg har 1 million subs allerede, og jeg føler rigtig meget, at den der Physics of Racing, jeg sender et link til dig lige om lidt, fordi det er 1,5 time. Sådan, hvis du lige har 1,5 time, du lige skal bruge noget baggrundsstøj eller noget, altså selvfølgelig, du kan få en masse information om, hvad jeg har lært og sådan noget, men også gå tilbage til den første stream, jeg lavede med det her gradually tuning. Jeg føler virkelig, at jeg har fået fat i en lange ende her. Så er der også lidt til dem, der ikke rigtig forstår engelsk så godt. Det er også godt lige at få snakket lidt på dansk, for det savner jeg lidt. Men jeg har været vågen hele natten, og jeg har ikke sovet så meget, så... Men jeg glæder mig til, at du kommer forbi en gang. Jeg glæder mig til at dele alt det her med dig, men lige nu der er jeg rigtig glad for, at jeg kan dele det med dig her. Og jeg har en ven, der lige er flyttet til København, og jeg har en anden ven, der lige flytter til København snart. Så alting er rimelig godt lige nu. Ja, lige præcis. Men det er ikke sådan noget... Altså, vi er meget afslappet her. Vi vil gerne være magtfoldige. Og det eneste mål... Jeg har snakket rigtig meget om mine mål her i weekenden, så jeg... Og det har hjulpet mig til sådan... Du ved, jeg sidder bare og snakker ud i ingenting. I lidt timer og sådan noget. Jeg har puttet dansk og engelsk i selve titlen der til sidst. Fordi at nu kan du se, jeg har lavet alting i sådan caps lock og sådan noget. Så vi kan også lave engelske undertekster på et tidspunkt. Hvis du orker, så kan du få lov. Ellers så vil jeg selv gøre det sådan lidt, sådan lige når der lige er noget. Og ellers så vil jeg bare sådan private. You know. Hvis det er noget... Jeg er meget fleksibel, men lige nu der er det sådan meget med at holde alle muligheder åbne, og jeg føler, at jeg kulminerer rigtig meget, og jeg har for første gang i lang tid spillet en ukulele for nogen, ikke? Jeg har spillet det ukulele over mikrofonen. Jeg kan gøre det. Jeg kan gå lidt igennem nogle sange for dig, hvis der er. Det er også nemmere end, du ved, så er vi i gang med det og sådan noget. Men jeg skal lige køre en omgang på en bestemt bane først og sådan noget, som lige er relevant og sådan noget. Så tager jeg det hele på engelsk og sådan noget. Men nu, I'm sorry, this will be like Danish for a little bit, and I will keep doing this for a few more hours. So just come back in like, let's say, go watch physics of racing, and then come back. If you want the English, it's very entertaining. It's not like sitting in class and being bored. Not at all. It's made to be entertaining. And he's a very good teacher and all that. Men Kås, jeg har et rigtig godt navn til min anden account der. Jeg tror, jeg skrev det til dig. Og du forstod det godt. Og det er så det med gamertagget bliver til... Jeg har alligevel lige en anden e-mail, jeg lige skal sætte op lige hurtigt og sådan noget. Fordi jeg har glemt koden til en af de gamle og sådan noget. Så... Men jeg skal lige bruge lidt sådan... Hvad tænker du, hvor du tænker, den skal være fra? Skal den være fra Nordamerika, eller skal den være fra Europa? Fordi... At du kan godt race fra Danmark, men det er sådan lidt... Jeg vil mere... lave sådan lidt mere anonym karakter, hvor der ikke er nogen flag på og sådan noget. Så jeg tænker Schweiz eller Monaco. Monaco, fordi at det er... Fordi det, du ved, rød og hvid og sådan noget, men, eller Canada, fordi at Nordamerika er lidt en nemmere region online. Det kan jeg godt sige, uden at træde nogle over tæerne. Fordi at tiderne er bare gennemsnitligt lidt lavere derovre. Vi kan også tage til Asien. Det er også meget spændende, men jeg tænker Schweiz eller Monaco. Fordi at Europa er den hårdeste region, så kan man bedre få en... Og det er ikke noget, jeg siger bare fordi jeg er fra Europa og har en A-rang, men det er godt lige at skifte lidt mellem dansk og engelsk. Du kan ikke være Nordkorea, Daniel. Jeg var hurtig på den der. Jeg kunne se det sådan... Så lige sådan... Hvad for flag det er, så jeg lige zoom lidt, og så er det super tydeligt. Men det er sådan lidt de options, jeg tænker. Fordi det skal helst ikke være noget, der svinger alt for meget en vej eller en anden. Jeg gider for eksempel ikke rigtig at være amerikaner, fordi så der er der en hel masse med det. Canada er mere en... Eller Schweiz er en mere, du ved, neutral, og det samme med Monaco. Rimelig neutralt. Jeg tænker Monaco måske, fordi at det er et af mine yndlingssteder i verden, og der vil jeg virkelig gerne ind. Og det er et meget lille sted. Det ligner også Polens flag lidt. Det er bare vendt på hovedet. Hvilket er lidt sjovt, fordi, du ved... Så du har det samme ligesom med Grønlands flag, hvis du forestiller dig det Grønlands flag bare uden solen, ikke? Så du har jorden, og du har, altså i stedet for isen, så har du jorden, og så har du vandet. Men jeg kan ikke huske, om det, hvad for en, der lige har været og sådan noget, fordi det passer ikke helt, tror jeg. Men det er sådan lidt sådan, jeg ser det, sådan, fordi at de er på hver sin side. Så jeg synes, det er lidt sjovt. Men Indonesien har det samme flag, så... Men Monaco. Vi tager Monaco. So we just discussed what my second account is gonna be. It's good to bounce some ideas, especially in your own language sometimes. You know, we're very open to this channel. We're building this channel up of bricks and not of straw and sticks, you know. And when we do the straws and sticks, we do it where it's needed and stuff. But Monaco is gonna be the place where the second account is from. I'm gonna introduce it a little bit more in a video because there's some stuff I need to unlock, and I need to show you guys the initial gameplay anyway, and online is not on, you know. But that's gonna be like a second account, a learner account, you know, very in touch with the driving school I'm going to be. I'm currently saving up for the I'm in the championship, so I don't want to like exit it right now. I just want to do these 5 laps and then hopefully get top 3, because I can do a lot to this car and still get faster. I think I can get a podium in this and then tune the suspension and do like 1 or 2 upgrades. Be very economical in this like very tight economy, you know. Very, very true to life, you know. You need to do 1 upgrade, come back, do a race, and then 1 thing. Then it's not so bad actually, the economy. But it's like you have to get the money from the testing and the comparison from the car and doing all those things and dialing them in, and not only dialing them in time trials, but custom races, especially the ones that give the money. I like the Porsche thing. That's the one that made this, and you can like go but the sticks, European, I mean the stick had a lot of cousins, and I think one of maybe a few more of the Stickling's cousins will and grand cousins will show up around the world, you know. He had a lot of cousins around the world. It's a big community, you know. So, but the Sticks grand cousin will grand nephew, not grand cousin, grand nephew will make an appearance, you know. And it's very, you know, I'm not a dad myself, but I had nephews, not grand nephews necessarily, but I might get some soon, you know. So and it's still like, you know, it's your cousins, and we have a tight family, and you know, with my grand cousins I really have a great relationship, because my mom and her cousin have a great relationship, and I've learned a lot, and I have a lot of freedom when I'm down there. They are like in southern Jutland, where I've spent like almost 4 years of my life combined. Being in school and then being down there, you know, it all adds up. But that's only like a few kilometers from the border, like, and only a few kilometers away from the boarding school. Actually, the 2 boarding schools I went to down there is not too far away. It's in the same area, basically. Very, very southern Jutland, like right next to the border. Like, you can walk to the border in a day, in like an afternoon, if you're a little, you know. If you walk like a good walking speed is like, if you really have a good tempo, you can walk like 5 kilometers an hour, and that's when it's goes like fresh. 4 kilometers an hour is a little bit more, and then relaxed, and then, you know. I've been hiking a little bit when I was younger. I haven't done it a lot, but we could walk 20 kilometers in one day, you know, just chilling. We walked from our hometown and then actually to this town here. There's like this cycle path that was an old railroad. I might do like a, but I don't want to be like too many videos around the area and stuff. I would much rather like. But now we, I mean, I already said all the things I'm telling in Danish, so it might be, you know. Jeg bruger lidt det her som en dagbog også, så hvis du bare vil drage lidt tilbage, altså tilbage fra starten af du har jo været her hele weekenden og sådan noget. David, han er virkelig, han har været her hele tiden. Han falder i søvn til mine streams og sådan noget, så det giver virkelig meget watch time og sådan noget. Og jeg har fået 6 subscribers i den sidste måned, altså. Men en anden streamer, jeg ser som streamer det her, han fik, og du ved lidt om YouTube, fordi du har været her et stykke tid, og du er næsten ved 1000 subs. By the way, my friend here, Daniel, he's almost at 1000 subs, so like he has last time I checked he had like 940 subs, and then he had like it's like a very, very long time ago he had 1 million views in total, because he just used it as like me as a library. Så Kås, du skal måske lige gå lidt tilbage og lige tage lidt stilling i, ikke måske at slette nogle videoer, men måske gøre nogle lidt private og sådan noget. Måske nogle af dem, vi lavede i gymnasiet og sådan noget. Måske dem, hvor vi var lidt mere barnlige og sådan noget. Så kan vi have dem sammen og sådan noget. Og jeg kan måske have et link til dem eller sådan noget, men du ved, det er ikke rigtig noget, der kommer. Nu hvor vi alligevel er i gang, så kan vi lige så godt. Og det er jo ikke fordi, at dit arkiv forsvinder eller noget, det er bare måske nogle af de ting, hvor vi måske var lidt mere unge og dumme og sådan noget. Men det er helt op til dig. Der er måske lige en video, jeg gerne lige vil snakke med dig om, men jeg tror ikke engang, jeg er ikke engang sikker på, om jeg har måske sagt en eller anden ting, og det er ikke noget alvorligt eller noget. Det er bare lige et stykke information, du ved. Men jeg har en god idé om, hvad det er for en video, og jeg tænker, at du tænker, at det nok også er en god idé at gøre den privat. Fordi at det er ikke noget med gaming eller noget. Det er en af de der videoer, vi bare optog på værelset. Og det er ikke verdens kedeligste video. Det lover jeg dig. Jeg lover dig, det er ikke verdens kedeligste video. Eller koncerten for den sags skyld. Den kan også. Altså jeg ved godt, at jeg var i bar med og sådan noget, men hold kæft, man, jeg var også 17. Altså. Vi var begge så meget yngre, og vi havde det virkelig sjovt, og det der dansk-polske punkband, vi havde gang i, det der kraftede med ikke mange, der har været en del af. Det var sådan noget, der har været på den måde. Det er lidt den samme ånd, vi kører. Alle de der fællesskaber, jeg har været en del af og sådan noget. Det har jeg lært meget af, og det prøver jeg at tage lidt online, og så gør jeg lidt det her til sådan en online højskole, du ved, sådan lidt oveni, så det ikke bare kun er racing. Fordi nu har jeg sagt det på engelsk, men jeg får måske den der tidlige pension, jeg har snakket om. Fordi at, på dansk og sådan noget, bla bla bla. Jeg har haft en masse, du ved, problemer, været på kontanthjælp i mange år, og har flere diagnoser end en på en gang. Det kan jeg har gået mere ind i detaljen på engelsk, og jeg vil også gerne gå ind i detaljen på det på dansk og sådan noget, hvis der er nogen, der har nogle spørgsmål. Men ja, Men jeg bliver snart nødt til sådan at holde en pause. Det er om 3 timer, der bliver nødt til at korte streamen af, fordi ellers så... Jeg har fundet ud af, at efter 12 timer, så er der ikke mere sådan stream, du ved. But now it looks like somebody else joined, so it was nice, you know. Hope you enjoyed your little time away, or maybe you just turned on my playlist and did some laps. Super fart on Spotify. It should be public. Don't know if it is yet, but there's only 3 songs on it right now. And I think it's like songs that I go faster to. At least to like if you do like chill music and rap and, you know. This is like music I go fast to. It's like compared to like when I do like, you know, jazz and stuff and whatever. And on the background music, the whole mood very quickly changes, you know. Og jeg har også begyndt at, altså jeg kan måske ikke tjene penge på YouTube endnu. Men jeg håber lidt på, at der er nogen, der sådan gerne vil støtte. Jeg er sådan rimelig klar i mailet om mine mål, og det har jeg også inspireret af nogle YouTubere og sådan noget. Nu tager jeg det lidt som om, at jeg lige snakker lige lidt i telefonen med dig. I'm just gonna like, because I have a lot to speak of. He's my best friend in real life. He must be after at least one of them. I don't like to set my friends up at this is the best and this is the best. Some people are like good at some things and some are good at some other things, you know. And I love them dearly, all of them, you know, for who they are. But he has been with me forever, and it's not like we have been like just super tight and doing everything together, you know, forever, for years. We used to be super tight back in the high school that I dropped out of, and ever since we have just kept contact, you know, a little, and then met up like maybe once every 1 or 2 years, you know, when there was something to some occasion or whatever. He has been very busy with education, and I have been, you know, having my quote-unquote mental breakdown so I can have my comeback now. That's how I feel. I feel like this is my comeback from a mental breakdown. I'm laying off the weed, you know. I already had those things, and I'm thinking about, you know, all the money I wasted from last time. I really had, you know, I earned a decent amount of money while living at home, you know, playing music. And it was not because I didn't want to move out, but the fact of the matter was that I was only 17, just turned 18, you know. And so, but after that I moved out pretty quick. I couldn't move out quick enough. I moved into one of those camping wagons in my parents' driveway before I even like found an apartment, because we couldn't, you know, when you're like around those 18, 20, 21, you should be feeling around, you know. I know how it is getting over it, you know. So it's okay. I know it's okay that you feel that way. You can't really stand being with your parents, and it has always been the same. And they always, you know, you just want to get away. And then when you have been away for a long time and found yourself, you can come back. And I haven't been so open to my parents, you know, about my weed and stuff. They know, and all those kinds of things. They know all the things that's going on, but they didn't know about. Haven't told them about anything creative, because they don't. You know, I haven't known how to explain it, but I have had to open up to them about it, and that's really healthy. That has helped a lot. But now we need to smoke twice, because we have been a good boy today, and we have talked for many hours, and we have saved a lot of money by talking for a lot of hours, and it's really helpful for me, at least now, that we can take one step at a time, and then we can get to the folk racing. I moved ahead the folk racing plan. That's my 10-year plan now instead of 5-year plan. It's much cheaper than I thought. The license and the racing gear itself as well. So if somebody wants to support, and if you're having a whale of a time, blah 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 blah, you know, it's like, I'm not like trying to be like a whale with microtransactions and blah blah blah. It's not like that at all. It's not like I want to scam people, but it's like if people are having a great time and really spending a lot of time in here, then the ball really gets rolling, and maybe somebody out there who has disposable income, because it seems like it's not only poor people who watch live streams and stuff, it's also people with disposable income where they think, I like this channel, I like to put a little bit of money into it, it's not a sponsorship, it's nothing like anything, and it's not like when you like when some politicians, it's not all of them that's like that, but it's like when they like take a meeting and they're like really overly positive because, oh, it's so nice food and everything is nice and new, and then it's a lobbyist who's professional at doing meetings and stuff with those people and really being short and concise and really telling what's the point, and then they don't have any like backups for it, like they don't have the answers ready, because they might be figuring out something, and then they get overwhelmed and just say, oh, it's such a good idea, and maybe not think critically about it. It's not necessarily that it's like they come here and say, you get $100,000 for doing this, but it's a much more fine sort of corruption, I think. It's easy to be ripped along if somebody has a good personality and is good at. And I've watched a lot of different streamers and a lot of different YouTubers, and everybody's goals are different. I just want right now I just want to use it to get rid of that weed and present some ukulele and grow, so we can find so we can help connect me and the people who wants to help a guy like me with some passion, and hopefully who can show where the money goes and stuff. That's definitely what I'm going to do on Patreon, but not if I'm not just gonna set one up and wait until people come around. I'm gonna, if somebody says something, because it's like, if it becomes relevant before 1,000 subscribers, it becomes relevant. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and then people can donate $1 or $2 when we're on the $1,000 thing. It's the 5-year plan. 5-year plan is the $1,000, not $1,000. It's the 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 view hours. And it might go faster, and then we have a lot of things to do on our plate, So that's good. I just see the light at the end of the tunnel now. It has been a long tunnel. It's been very dark at points, I won't go more into detail about that right now. Right now it's more like, Pilsnor in the morning, But I'm feeling like I'm talking out, And catching up is the title anyway. And I will put like Danish, English in parentheses, and at least in the thing, and you will hopefully have some understanding. Oh yeah, Daniel, der har jeg slet ikke snakket med om a little bit more in Danish, because I already told about it so much in English. Der er den her streamer, The Key 25. Den anden dag, der ramte han 40.000 subs på 48 timer. Altså sådan, ikke bare stream 48 timer, men sådan 48 timer sådan real time. Der fik han 1000 subs. Så det har virkelig givet mig drive. Det er ikke sådan, at jeg bare sad og lyttede en hel masse til det der. Det var sådan, jeg havde mit headset lidt af og på, og tog nogle omgange og sådan noget. Gran Turismo var offline og sådan noget, så der var ikke så meget at streame, du ved. Så Du ved, og det har virkelig pikket, det er virkelig, det er virkelig gået opad. Så jeg snakker meget om økonomi her på kanalen, og sådan lidt om, hvor mange penge der er i verden og sådan noget. Det er ikke ret meget at der skal svinge i min retning, hvis det er. Jeg skal bare have let til at køre for at have råd til at lease en bil, du ved. Og måske køre ud til dig en gang imellem. Høre noget musik på vejen, og køre måske ud et sted, og så sætte mig i naturen og lave en ukulele-video, i stedet for at gøre det i mit... men det kræver også, at der er mange ting, og lige nu der brainstormer jeg bare. Og musikken, det bliver meget mere stabil end det her. Fordi der er ikke noget med, hvor man sidder og siger ting og noget. Og når jeg får min pension som lægen, og jeg siger når, fordi nu snakker jeg på dansk, og I forstår lidt mere systemet og sådan noget. Men lægen har virkelig min ryg i det her. Det har han virkelig, og jeg skal snakke med ham på mandag. Jeg har en masse spørgsmål til ham. Det er sådan lidt et netværksmøde, og så skal vi tage den derfra. Se hvad der sker, se hvad kommunen siger. Fordi at de skal jo lige have informationen, og så skal det lige en afgørelse, og så vil jeg også gerne lige have et møde med den der læge igen, fordi jeg har en masse spørgsmål og sådan noget. Til en masse ting. Og jeg har snakket om en masse ting, og der er måske en ting lidt skjult derinde, et eller andet sted. Det er måske lidt en halv joke, men jeg fortæller dig, hvad det er, fordi det er virkelig en overraskende ting, og du aner ikke, hvad det er. Altså, det er en helt ny ting, jeg lige har fundet ud af. Det eksisterer overhovedet. Men det kan vi tage over, når du kommer. Eller, jeg kan i hvert fald lige skrive, hvad det er, de tænker. Det er lidt mere sådan personligt. Det er sådan patientinformation. Så det er lidt private. Så. Men her i weekenden, der skal jeg bare lige have fundet ud af, hvordan man sætter en Discord op. Og så skal jeg have lavet nogle playlister, og jeg skal have lavet den der anden account. Det er de 3 ting, jeg ligesom skal nå. Jeg har taget kontakt til nogle gamle musiklærer og sådan noget. Jeg føler, jeg har svinget rigtig godt med, men en af dem har vist ikke set beskeden. Jeg tror, det er fordi, det er hans gamle Facebook eller whatever. Måske så, du ved, finder vi hinanden en gang, når tid er, ikke? Når jeg har været ude og vise mig lidt frem og sådan noget. Men lige nu, der er likes og subscriptions og seertid. Der er ikke særlig altså, der er få, der har brugt, du ved, der er mange, der har brugt sådan 10 år på YouTube, sådan lige der omkring, som streaming service. Så man snakker meget om sådan algoritmer og sådan noget. Det er jo ikke kun mine egne observationer. Det er også, hvad der sker. Så der er 1 milliard mennesker på YouTube. I hvert fald, det er den sidste statistik. Og jeg har i det mindste nogle rigtig gode seere, jeg kan komme tilbage til. Jeg føler allerede, at jeg har ramt 1 million subs, sådan følelsen. Nu skal jeg bare lige have en lille bitte smule økonomi, og med førtidspensionen, så er der ikke noget, der bliver modregnet. Jeg kan have lov til at spare op. Og jeg kan frasige mig førtidspensionen, hvis det bliver relevant. Hvis jeg kan stå så meget på mine egne ben. Men lige nu, så ser det ud som om, at jeg kommer til at være pensioneret musiker og racerkører. Men det lyder også godt nok godt, ikke? Altså bare nyde den pension, min onkel aldrig fik. Det tror jeg lidt. Jeg har hans nummerplade heroppe. Jeg bruger den som YouTube-banner. Det skal jeg også lige have gjort i weekenden. Lige at lave YouTube-banner og sådan noget. Det ved jeg ikke, hvad det lige er, men det tager vi til den tid. Og jeg har ikke noget imod, når det bliver modregnet og sådan noget. Bare jeg har råd til de ting, som jeg lige skal have og sådan noget. Så har jeg ikke noget imod, at der lige er en overgangsperiode, hvor der måske lige er noget, der bliver modregnet eller noget. lige nu der er mit mål bare folkeræs inden for 10 år. Og så må vi... jeg spreder min income så meget som muligt. Jeg ser hver eneste lille video og sådan noget som en aktie. Og så kan den gro, eller den kan falde til jorden, eller... Men jeg putter lidt arbejde ind i det, og så er der måske en masse, der ser alt det her. Fordi hvis du for eksempel går tilbage og ser serien, så kan du så prøve at komme herop, se om du har lært noget. Fordi jeg føler faktisk, at det vil være god feedback. Så kan du få noget, så kan du få online debuten på den anden account. Så kan det bare være sådan, du ved, gøre lidt license test, lidt challenges. Du behøver ikke at få guld i alting, bare bronze. Det er fint. Det er det eneste. Så har vi det mindste bevis på, at vi har lært noget. Men lige nu, der skal vi ryge 2 gange. Daniel, vil du ikke være sød, at hvis der er, jeg ikke kører og sådan noget, vil du så ikke godt være sød at skrive bare, jeg ved godt, at jeg skal ryge mindre og sådan noget, det er også det, jeg gør. Men det, jeg skal gøre, det jeg virkelig skal have gang i, det er, jeg sidder nemlig med bongen i hånden, jeg har siddet med bongen i hånden en halv time eller sådan noget nu, med et hoved i og sådan noget. Jeg skal bare lige tage den lineren, jeg skal bare lige holde kæft først. Så kan du ikke lige minde mig om det? Send en emoji eller andet. Og eventuelt send en bil med noget røg bagefter. Stanley. Jeg fandt jo en god kombination af tags. I will put the music on later. Men den her, det er lidt ligesom, der er en, der hedder Christian, som har sådan en signatur, han er i fængsel. Nej, at jeg skal ryge, så jeg kan køre. Lige præcis. Se, jeg har en extension af den. Se her. Det er fordi, jeg fandt ud af, du ved, mit racing livery er rød og hvid. Og jeg fandt ud af, at David, du ved, hans racerfarve, vi har snakket lidt om racerfarver og setups og sådan noget. Og måske er rød den hurtigste farve, men måske er rød ikke den hurtigste farve for dig. Måske er din hurtigste farve, det er Golf livery. Og jeg så faktisk Porsche med det der Golf livery. I saw the Porsche Golf livery. It's not a Porsche 911. I think it's a Boxster, actually. And it's a really cool Porsche. People are not like, oh, it's not a 911, you know. But this one. And then og så var der en, der skrev det her i chatten en gang, men han kom aldrig tilbage sådan rigtigt, tror jeg. Jeg skulle måske have skrevet det før emojisene, men there we go. Det er mit emoji signature. Vi kan snakke mere om sådan lol-kaos og sådan noget privat og sådan noget. Fordi at det er lidt mere sådan noget, hvor folk de... enten så kan de finde ud af det, eller så kan de ikke finde ud af det. Altså, du ved... Folk, uanset hvor gamle de er, så er der bare nogen, der er bare... Og selvom at de virker som fine mennesker i en kontekst, så er de virkelig dårlige i en anden, du ved. Vi er alle sammen gode til noget, og nogen de er ikke særlig gode til lige at handle det der med ikke lige at engage med folk. Man skal bare observere dem her. Det er nok. Men superfart racing, det er ikke bare noget, der jeg går og drømmer om nu. Det er virkelig en ting, som jeg føler, jeg er ved at bygge op nu. Måske vil vi have en separat racing-ting på et tidspunkt, fordi der er nogen, der ikke vil have gaming, der er nogen, der ikke vil have musik og sådan noget. Men det kommer an på, altså, det er jo kun, hvis der er, jeg kan nå de mål, der er, du ved. Men indtil videre, så er det musikken, der kommer til at være en separat ting. I hvert fald indtil det bliver sådan bygget op, indtil jeg har noget fast. Indtil jeg har nogle gode aktier, du ved. Nogle ting, der kan blive fundet og noget. Der er måske også lidt undervisning og sådan noget, men jeg tror, jeg vil referere til andre for undervisningen. Så vi bygger lidt op sammen. Jeg behøver ikke at være den eneste ressource og den bedste ressource, når der er en hel masse derude, som jeg også ser og lærer om og sådan noget. Det er også derfor, jeg gerne vil have en Discord. Så, men det skal jeg lige have fundet ud af. Det er også meget hyggeligt at snakke på dansk, men nu kommer der flere, så. Hello, welcome. We speak English as well. Don't worry. It's just I have one of my real life friends, so we speak a little Danish, so we can. It's like having a secret language, you know. I will not do too much Danish because he understands English as well. But sometimes you just need to hear and speak your own language. So thank you very much for that. That I can get that little break in my voice, and now I'm totally not tired of speaking English anymore. Like you get fatigued. It's not like totally tired, but now I need to shut up for a little bit. It's not like dead air. I'm not afraid of dead air, you know. I was so close to elaborating on that sentence before. It was so hard. I'm more addicted to talking to people than I am to weed. And I saw something about, you know, a guy who just went fishing, you know, instead of, you know, doing drugs. And he was like on the street. He was in way worse condition than I am. And hopefully will ever be. I will never be on the streets, I feel. I never have been like in a situation where I feel like I'm gonna end up on the street next month, and you know, it's never been like that at all. So but still I have spent a lot of money on my addiction, so which is stupid money, you know, but you live and you learn. And I had a great time smoking, and it was a good time while it lasted, you know. But now, you know, some of the friends I used to smoke with, they don't all smoke anymore, and we have all gotten older, and we're just in a time right now where everybody is like, you know, cutting down a lot. And it would really help all of us if I only needed to, you know, buy a small quantity every 14 days instead of a very large quantity in the start of the month, and then at the end of the month buying a little more to get by, you know. I'm gonna be very honest on how much I spend, and I'm gonna buy a weight next month at least to see how much, you know. We like data here, so why not measure what we can? It's not like I'm gonna measure my dick or anything, but you know, we already measured testicular fortitude on the racetrack, and we already can see that even though you have a small PP, it's about you know, sticking it in the right way, you know, and braking late, and having endurance. Staying consistent. We can keep on going with these puns forever. I'm a big fan of like Bob's Burgers, which has gotten my pun game to the next level, I feel, because I just think about puns all the time. Bob's Burgers, but be aware, do have a burger on the way or something while you watch it, because Bob is not like a bad chef or a resentful man. He very creative chef, comes up with a lot of puns. But it is a cartoon character. It is a cartoon. But it's John Benjamin, the guy who did the Archer voice. It's exactly the same voice. And they did a crossover. It's so amazing. It doesn't really make any sense animation-wise. And I haven't seen it. I've just seen the cutscenes of John Benjamin talking to himself. It's so amazing. The range of that man, and the range he not has. Yeah. Exactly. But let's take 3. It's the magic number. 3. It's the magic number. Bling, bling. It's a phone company here where if you have it, have that song. But they have a great international package, so if I get racing as well, why not check it out? I can always, hopefully, if not, I have the platform to call them out. But they have this like free like home thing. And again, I'm just gonna talk about. I'm not gonna like be like they're not sponsoring me, so I'm not just putting gaffer tape over my guitar, even though it looks ugly as fuck, rather than just let it stand out. Because it's not like I want to be an influencer or anything. That's not my goal. My goal is being an entertainer. And I feel like I'm good at conveying information. And if I always wanted to be a teacher before I knew I had the ability to. I was very insecure. So my backup always was that I wanted to be a teacher and working backstage and stuff. And I feel like if I go and do a little bit of of footwork, in the community, while I both in the e-racing community but also in the real community. I'm gonna take contact at least on next week when I get the time. The priority and the stuff with the doctor is it's my priority next week, and when I get the time for it, I will call or email or contact the local motorsports club, and then because you might not know it, but all the officials around all the tracks, even at Formula 1 races, they are volunteers. All of them. Great people. They just get the, they just wave some flags and they get to see some motor racing. And I love all kinds of racing, and I go to some race events anyway, and there's like a track really, really close to me, even closer than the track was closest to me. Again, I'm just gonna talk a little bit in Danish, but I'm it's nothing that you haven't heard, don't worry. Maybe a little bit more private and a little bit other detail, nuances, but it's the same message. Så løvelbanen, jeg er fra Viborg-området, jeg har ikke noget problem med at sige det. Jeg er rimelig, jeg elsker det her område og sådan noget. Jeg har ikke nogen sådan travlt med at flytte til København. Det troede jeg havde en gang, men nu har jeg det virkelig godt i min lejlighed, hvor jeg bor og sådan noget. Og jeg bor virkelig tæt på løvelbanen faktisk. Jeg googlede sådan Viborg Motorsportsforening for lige at research lidt og sådan noget. Fordi selvom jeg ikke kan køre bil, så kan jeg i hvert fald lige snakke lidt, sådan lige sparke lidt dæk og vifte nogle flag og få lidt forståelse og se noget mere løb og sådan noget, og se hvem du ved, se hvordan det er, og se om jeg kan lide det. Og det svarer også lidt til at være lidt dem, der arbejder på bagscenen, når man spiller musik og sådan noget. Og det har jeg været ude at prøve en masse og sådan noget. Så vil jeg prøve lidt bagscenen og det her og sådan noget, fordi det har jeg altid gerne vil se lidt. Så det er sådan en ting, imens jeg sparer op. Og så måske kan jeg forhåbentlig få JP Group med på deres sociale profil, og så måske de har en virkelig stærk social profil, hvor de hjælper folk både der er på vej på pension og du ved folk der har haft det svært og sådan noget. Jeg føler virkelig at jeg kan tilbyde dem noget, og måske laver jeg en video, hvor sådan privat video, som er sådan lidt et CV-ansøgning, hvor jeg tager nogle omgange rundt om Nürburgring, hvor jeg lige viser lidt biler og sådan noget, for at vise, at jeg er passioneret, og jeg kan køre en bil og sådan noget, og jeg ved lidt, hvad jeg snakker om, og jeg har fået en masse erfaring her, med tuning setups og sådan noget, og det vil jeg gerne. Jeg vil gerne se, hvor realistisk Gran Turismo virkelig er. Så hvis jeg bare kunne komme ud i en folkeracer og se, hvordan det er i virkeligheden, så det er alt, hvad jeg drømmer om. Og det koster cirka lige så meget som at lease en bil. Så hvis jeg kunne lease en bil, og så i stedet for at købe en bil, så jeg skal betale af i mange år, så bruger jeg de penge. Så i stedet for at bruge 80.000 på en bil, så bruger jeg 20.000 på en udbetaling, måske 30.000, helst kun omkring de 20.000 på udbetaling på en lille elbil. Jeg finder lige, hvad der er billigst, og hvad der lige er i området. Man kan lige så godt lige prøve lidt af og sådan noget. Det er jo ikke noget, du køber for evigt, og hvis der er noget galt med den, så kan du bare levere den tilbage. Det er det gode ved leasing. Jeg har rigtig meget fundet. Før i tiden var jeg meget sådan, leasing og sådan noget, jeg vil hellere eje og sådan noget. Men det er måske okay at være proletar lidt. Og min farve er alligevel rød, og jeg kalder min bil Reliable Red, så det er måske okay at være lidt ligesom røde fra Matador. Lidt. Det er fint. Der er så også røde på min mikrofon, så jeg kan godt lide at relatere ting, du ved. Du ved, folk siger altid, alt er relativt som sådan en doven ting. Alt er relativt, men ja, alt er relativt, og det betyder, at du skal sætte alting i relation til hinanden. Nu sætter vi de her biler i relation til hinanden, og måske sætter vi hinanden i relation til hinanden, og forhåbentlig så kan jeg fange noget opmærksomhed, fordi jeg føler virkelig, at jeg har noget at byde på. Og JP Group, de har en stærk social medieprofil, men der er en masse ting, de kan gøre bedre. Det er nogle rigtig gode videoer. JP Group, det er også på engelsk og sådan noget. Og det handler ikke om, at det er mig, der skal få subscribers eller noget som helst. Det handler mere om at løfte dem, fordi det er et firma, som jeg kan forklare lidt mere sådan, om deres personlige historie, sådan, hvis jeg kommer i kontakt med dem på et tidspunkt. Men dem på kommunen har en stærk kontakt til dem derude, du ved. Og problemet er bare, at jeg har været bange for at brænde broen af. Jeg har rigtig mange mislykkede ting og sådan noget. Så, og når jeg så har sagt, at sådan stille og roligt sagt, fordi at hver møde, så får man at vide, jamen er der nogle firmaer og sådan noget, du ved, og du aner ikke en skid om lokale firmaer jo. Altså, det er sådan, jeg ved en masse om, hvordan systemet er lidt i detaljer, så det vil jeg måske snakke lidt mere om på dansk, du ved. Fordi jeg lige forstår lidt mere om, hvordan det er at bo i Danmark og sådan noget. Det behøver vi ikke at snakke så meget om. Men så kommer man derind og sådan noget, og det eneste firma, jeg kender, det var JP Group og et andet. Men det gav mig virkelig inspiration, fordi jeg var i sådan et socialt tilbud, hvor det var, at man kom, og så lærte man lidt nogle skills og noget. Så det ultimative mål var lige at få bygget tv og få skrevet, komme ud med et CV, der var rimelig godt skrevet og sådan noget. Og jeg har det også på et USB-stik, men jeg har bare ikke vil brænde broen derud til endnu. Sådan, du ved, så møder man op, og så har man et par dårlige dage, sådan lige midt i ugen, og så er det lige den dag, hvor man har aftalt, at man skulle komme og sådan noget, så flekstid og sådan noget kunne være en kæmpe frihed for mig, men lige nu, der er det bare lige førtidspensionen, så kan jeg i det mindste stå selv. Jeg behøver ikke at læne mig op af JP Group, hvis det endelig er. Altså, men det er sådan, det er drømmen. Det er JP Group. Jeg føler, at det vil være et virkelig godt match for mig, og et virkelig godt match for... Altså, de er lige i Viborg. Altså, jeg kan køre derned på min scooter, jeg kan også cykle derned og sådan noget. Hvis det endelig er. Og det vil også give mig sådan noget, hvor jeg kan bare gå ned og, du ved, bildele, og selvom det ikke er sådan noget med, hvor man kører bilen og sådan noget, så er det stadigvæk en tuning, du ved, biltuning og sådan noget, lidt dele og sådan noget. De laver dele til Porsche, men de laver også dele til hele VW Group, og jeg ved godt, at VW Group, men VW Group, det er ved at være nogle år siden, og de chefer, de er også forsvundet og sådan noget, og de var de første til at bygge en hel fabrik til, altså alt ting ved VW, det er bare blevet elektrisk, altså fuldstændig. Altså de er gået, de har fuldstændig droppet alt det der diesel, og så har de sagt, oh shit, vi har virkelig nødt til, altså det har de gjort, fordi det har været nødvendigt for dem, og vise sig lidt ekstra fra den gode side i den her periode. Og så har de virkelig trukket deres vægt lidt, og nu er vi lidt mere klar til at give VW-gruppen en chance. Og lidt ligesom at verden måske er klar til at give mig lidt en chance. Ting er meget mere komplicerede, end de lige ser ud, og der er rigtig mange passionerede medarbejdere, og de har lavet de har Nürburgring-rekorden i en elektrisk bil. Ikke bare sådan, bare overall, og de har også, Pikes Peak, og måske var det også, jeg ved ikke om de fik Goodwood også, men der tager de bare rundt hele verden, bare top-tuner en bil, fuldstændig, altså, og ser om de kan slå nogle rekorder. Og jeg elsker det, og det er VW, det er ikke Porsche eller noget som helst, det er VW Motorsport. Og du bliver nødt til at sætte, du ved, motorsportsafdelinger og sådan noget, lidt for sig selv i forhold til gadebilerne og sådan noget, fordi det er to vidt forskellige, du ved. Gadebiler og racerbiler er totalt forskellige. Og jeg vil elske, og især efter det her, der føler jeg virkelig, at jeg har noget sådan at snakke om, du ved. Jeg lærer en masse om suspension, jeg har hele den der physics of racing, jeg har set en masse engineering explained, jeg ser en masse sådan om Formel 1 og du ved aerodynamik på, både på, jeg ser også træninger på dansk og sådan noget. Men så fik jeg også det der A-rang, og jeg det tror jeg vil gøre efter jeg lige har afsluttet det her. Jeg vil lige starte op på lige at lave en speak på det der. Fordi jeg har klippene, jeg har haft dem for evigt, og det var mit magnum opus indtil videre i Gran Turismo Sport. Og så har jeg også et race, et FIA-løb, der bare var med er det Physics of Racing? Eller hvad er det? Du må gerne lige skrive en lille besked, sådan lige hvad det er og sådan noget, når du poster et link. Fordi selvom du er moderator og sådan noget, så er det meget rart lige at, fordi at folk de er måske lidt bagud eller sådan noget. Men jeg laver en playlist. Det kommer til at være superfart racing. I hvert fald med et U bagefter. Det bliver måske University. Oh, nice. Jeg kan ikke lige se sådan clips og sådan noget på stream, så hvis det er sådan noget... jeg skal lige se senere og sådan noget, så er det bedre lige at enten at poste det i en kommentar, men jeg vil helst ikke have links i kommentarfelten, medmindre det er fra... Og se om det er de mest latterlige... ja... Det er den mest latterlige dating app i hele verden, som jeg aldrig bruger, som jeg egentlig bare skulle tage os lidt. Men send det til mig på Facebook. Eller Discord, når vi får den op at køre. Jeg skal lige spørge nogen i communityet, om de vil hjælpe mig lige. Men lige nu foregår der rigtig mange ting. Nu var det, jeg kunne se, der var en, der lige kom ind og klikkede af igen, og så kommer han måske tilbage en gang, når han har glemt, at det var lige kanalen, og var det på dansk, og hvad var det? Men det er også på engelsk, og det vil jeg putte i sådan lige i parentes efter. Det er både dansk og engelsk. Fordi jeg nyder, nu har jeg snakket på engelsk i mange timer, så er det ret lige at komme ind om morgenen, og så lige, når Danmark vågner lidt op, og så kan man også være lidt en del af det, og så kommer man i seng. Men synes du, at det sådan lyder urealistisk, eller synes du, det lyder sådan meget sådan fair og okay? Jeg kan snakke lidt om noget med det der folkeræs og hvad det koster, fordi det skal vi lige snakke om. Jeg laver lige en... jeg er ved at regne ud i mit hoved, sådan, jeg har et godt overslag over, hvad det koster, men jeg har kørt sådan, hvad en licens koster og sådan noget. Men nu skal vi lige være... Jeg skal i hvert fald lige ud og være lidt frivillig først og sådan noget, så jeg lige kan sparke lidt dæk og se, hvad folkene er og sådan noget. det hele, sådan set. Fordi jeg kan også lave sociale medieting for andre firmaer og sådan noget. Og jeg spørger ikke om mange penge, jeg skal jo bare... Hvis jeg kunne få den der smart cabriolet, så er det virkelig prøve at tune undervognen, og så, du ved, fordi at biler kommer jo ikke med suspension, du kan gøre noget ved. Så det er jo ikke noget, der er en faktor i folkeræs, der er det nærmest bare... Nej, det kan man vel ikke, og praktik, og jeg føler, at der er en... Men det er en jeg føler, at jeg kan byde på noget derude. Og nu har jeg sagt det offentligt, og der er en lille smule... hvor langt er vi inde? Vi er... omkring 9 timer inde. Og nu har jeg sådan snakket lidt mere om det, sådan... Fordi når man lige snakker om det første gang, så bliver det meget, så går man meget ud på siden. Sådan har jeg det rigtig meget. Men der er rigtig meget at snakke om, så det ville være rigtig fedt, hvis du kunne låne en bil, og så komme herud. Nu vejret også godt og sådan noget, så kunne det være, at vi skulle ud, og... Vi skal i hvert fald... Nu bliver det nok lige Gran Turismo 7, vi kommer til lige at... Og så måske lave en lille co-stream og sådan noget. Lidt dansk-engelsk og så videre, så videre, så videre, ikke? Der er mange planer, og jeg brainstormer alting, jeg holder alting åben. Jeg føler lige nu, der har jeg det som om, jeg lige har fået huen på, ikke? Ja, påsken. Så er der også store bededagsløb og sådan noget. Det kan være, at du kan komme med til store bededagsløb så. På løbelbanen. Det har jeg været til før. Og nu har jeg også åbnet mere op, og du vil gerne være med og sådan noget i rejsen. Og så om ikke andet, så kan du være lidt frivillig en gang imellem. Og hjælpe mig, og så kan du være forsøgskanin. Er du frisk på at være Superfart Racing forsøgskanin? Du bliver den første elev i Superfart Racing Academy. Og så får vi dig til at blive rigtig hurtig. Og så ser vi så er spørgsmålet bare, fordi du har jo arbejde, og det er sådan, så kan vi hjælpe hinanden lidt med sådan lige, jeg kan hjælpe dig med lige at måske prioritere lidt hvordan, og måske hjælpe dig med at få lidt på den kreative, og vi kan lave lidt musik sammen måske, og du kan få lidt procenter af det, og vi finder en fair måde at gøre det på. Jeg ved ikke, jeg sætter ikke noget fast op endnu, men det kan også være, at vi skal lige hurtigt skal betale en advokat for lige, og det er ikke fordi, det er noget farligt med lige at betale en advokat, men simpelthen have fat i Koda, eller simpelthen nogen, der ved, hvad de snakker om. Koda er en rigtig god ressource, vi har her i Danmark. Det er nærmest en fagforening for musikere, men også en kontakt til, hvis du vil bruge noget copyrighted musik fra hele verden, så har Koda den bedste kontakt, og du behøver ikke at være medlem eller noget. Altså jo, som musiker være medlem, men så du kan få alle fordelene. Og det koster også en lille smule penge, tror jeg. Jeg tror, det er gratis at være medlem og melde sig ind. Men dem skal jeg også lige have ringet sammen med, fordi jeg har en masse problemer med copyrighted musik og sådan noget. Så det er rart lige at kunne få en playlist. Og ham der, David fra Holland, han har også en masse musik på hans kanal og sådan noget. Det har jeg ikke engang fået tjekket ud endnu. Så det kan være, at vi kan sådan arbejde lidt sammen, og så opbygge en lidt chill playlist med noget akustisk musik og sådan noget. Og så alt det der funk og synth og alt det der lidt mere, så kan man have det til, når det lige passer og sådan noget. For eksempel nu. Fordi jeg kan godt lige at have lidt musik på, mens jeg lige kører og sådan noget. Og selvom jeg ikke kan have copyrighted musik, så er der noget af det, der godt lige kan ramme lidt af de samme ting. Og lige nu, du ved, musikterapi handler ikke om at bare høre en masse musik, og så jo, det er det også lidt. Men det handler også om at lytte til de rigtige ting på de rigtige tidspunkter, og så bare være i den følelse, det giver en. Altså det er okay at få lidt tårer i øjnene og sådan noget. Jeg er en rimelig sentimental person. Og det har altid været meget følsom og haft mange nederlag i mit liv, men så føles sejrene også ekstra gode, og så kommer der sgu en lille tårer engang imellem, fordi man tænker tilbage på på alle de ting, og jeg bliver nok mindre sentimental, lidt mindre hen ad vejen. Men der sker bare ting en gang imellem, som gør, at man bliver sentimental, når man tænker over det. Men lige først, så skal vi have en Discord op og køre både engelsk og dansk, og så vil vi have en dansk general chat og sådan noget, men det er både dansk og engelsk, helst på engelsk. Ellers så vil vi sådan translation i store ord, og så ellers så bruge translate, eller helst ikke bruge translate. Hellere gå derind og så lave nogle fejl i dit sprog og sådan noget. Hvis der ikke lige er et ord, du ved, hvordan du lige... Hvad der... Altså, det er bedre at bruge et slangord en gang for lidt, og så... Det er JBL 3 Go. Det er en virkelig, virkelig lille højtaler, men prøv at høre. Den er super god. Det er ikke noget med, den er stor, eller det er bare mega meget bass, eller sådan noget. Jeg kan nu heller bedre lide at have mit headset på, men du bor også ude et sted, hvor der ikke rigtig bor nogen. Så det er også en anden ting. Jeg vil gerne bare bo lidt uden for en landsby, hvor der man måske kan undervise på den lokale skole lidt og sådan noget. Når der ikke lige er så meget, når man er hjemme, og måske, du ved, når man bygger familie lidt op og sådan noget, hvis det bliver aktuelt. Så gå lidt ned i tid på nogle af de her ting, og så måske undervise lidt her og der, og gøre lidt ting her og der, og så, du ved. Jeg føler, jeg har rimelig godt styr på det lige nu. Jeg føler, at endelig så kulminerer alting, som jeg ligesom er god til, alle de ting, jeg ligesom har interesseret mig for. Og her der kan jeg virkelig udfolde det hele på en gang. Fordi at jeg føler også, at jeg føler, at jeg får forklaret tingene rimelig godt, selvom at det er på engelsk. Og hvis der er nogle spørgsmål, eller et eller andet ord, du ikke lige forstår, eller noget, så skriv det i chatten, eller noget. Og det er okay at være dårlig til engelsk og sådan noget. Vi starter alle sammen et sted. Det er lidt ligesom når man starter med at bænkpresse, eller den her bil der man startede og sådan noget. Det ser lidt sølv ud i starten og sådan noget. Og man vil sgu gerne være der, hvor man er tilfreds med at være. Men når man så endelig kommer derop, jeg er endelig et sted, hvor jeg føler, at jeg er med min ukulele, hvor jeg gerne vil være. Hvor jeg føler, at jeg kan træde ud og virkelig være sikker på at jeg ved, hvad jeg laver, og i det mindste kan trække nogle ressourcer og ligesom lære mig selv lidt. Jeg har haft en masse gode lærere, og ved en masse om, hvad en god lærer er og sådan noget. Så det vil jeg også tage lidt over i det her, og så ligesom så dele mine ressourcer og sådan noget med jer på nogle playlister og sådan noget. Og så kan vi se, hvor hurtigt... fordi Superfart Racing er ikke kun mig og dem, der er omkring mig og sådan noget. Superfart Racing er for det første lidt sjovt, fordi fart er brudt på engelsk, hvis du ikke vidste det. Bare lige sådan generel information. Det er kun et ord, man skal oversætte for at forstå det jo på begge sprog, ikke? Så, men det handler om, at vi virkelig bruger internettet, og vi prøver at bruge de fordele, vi har, til virkelig at gøre det bedste, vi kan, når vi så endelig kommer op i folkeracing, og en sejr i et folkerace, bare en event, eller bare et heat til at starte med. Til at starte med, så skal vi sgu bare lige ud og prøve, hvordan det er, og se, om vi overhovedet kan lide det i virkeligheden. Det er egentlig det, jeg vil. Fordi at i folkeræs, der sidder man ikke og er ved at skide i bukserne. Det kan godt være, når der man føler, sidder på et computerspil og sådan noget, at det føles meget... du kan ikke mærke G-kræfterne og sådan noget, men jeg har prøvet en Mazda MX-5 i virkeligheden, og nu har jeg prøvet den i det her spil. Og en Mazda MX-5 er virkelig, virkelig sjov i virkeligheden. Og hvis det er sådan, og den føles sådan virkelig kedelig og sådan noget i det her, især hvis man ikke lige kører et løb og sådan noget, men det er virkelig en bil, jeg vil recommende, altså. Måske skulle man lave en sportsvognsrådgivning, bilrådgivning, du ved. Hvad for en bil er det lige, du skal bruge til dine, så måske søge lidt rundt på bilbasen og sådan noget. Men det... Altså, igen, det er bare brainstorming, og jeg vil hjælpe med alt det, jeg kan, og alt det information, jeg kan. Der er ingen spørgsmål, der er for... Altså, jeg siger til, hvis det lige er lidt for meget. Jeg vil sige det på en pæn måde og sådan noget. Det er ikke sådan noget med fuck af og sådan noget. Men lige nu der prøver vi bare at komme til... Det kan godt være, at der er nogle af jer, der ikke lige ved, hvordan lige alt det her det virker på den her side, men... jo mere visningstid man får, det er det der virkelig tæller, det er visningstid. Og så efter det, så er det likes, og så er det subscribers. Fordi at visningstid, det viser, at du kommer tilbage og er ligesom her og sådan noget. Et like, det betyder, at du lige husker og lige liker og sådan noget. Og et subscribe, det er ligesom det tredje level, hvor du ligesom er... hvor du kommer tilbage en gang imellem og virkelig føler, at du har det sjovt og lærer lidt. Og så kan du altid se streamsene lidt bagefter og sådan noget. Jeg har nogle playlist, hvor du behøver sgu ikke engang at være subscribed. Altså du kan sgu bare komme og se et eller andet om det der traction budget, som jeg bliver ved med at snakke om, ikke? Som jeg har fra en rigtig god kilde, der hedder Physics of Racing. Og den kommer også i en playlist på Superfart Racing. Ikke på Superfart Racing kanalen, på den her kanal. Og så bliver den playlist, det bliver ligesom bare, hvor jeg deler mine ressourcer, fordi de kan forklare det meget bedre, end jeg kan. I hvert fald på engelsk. Og så hvis der er noget, du ikke forstår, eller hvis du ikke lige er så god til engelsk og sådan noget, så kan du sgu lige, så kan du bare lige komme herind, altså. Det er sgu ikke noget, altså. Vi er sgu nede på jorden herinde, der. Og det er ikke sådan noget med janteloven, og man skal ikke tro på noget. Fordi nu jeg lige har jeg i Danmark, ikke? Det er 2 sekunder. Nej, ved du hvad? Janteloven. Og så vil jeg snakke om influencers. Fordi der er jeg tænkt rigtig meget over. Fordi jeg altid gerne vil leve af musik og sådan noget. Så man altid gerne vil være lidt offentlig og sådan noget. Det har man altid lidt i baghovedet, ikke? Så hvad er en influencer? En influencer, når man ser det på nyhederne, så er det dem, der har 1 million subscribers og virkelig får nogle... er ude at få penge for virkelig en... Men føler du ikke lidt, at når jeg sidder og snakker, selvom at det kun er 2 viewers og sådan noget, og selvom at I ikke har penge til en Porsche og sådan noget, føler I så ikke lidt, at JP-group er lidt mere cool? Og det er fordi, at vi tager det lidt mere tight. Og det er det der med the circle of influence og sådan noget. Influence-cirklen, eller hvad man skal sige. For eksempel, når at en nyhedsvært har en rigtig fin... kvinderne er et godt eksempel, fordi at de har meget mere varieret tøj på, end mændene har. Men mændene, de har måske også fedt slips, eller en god farvejakke, eller et eller andet. Og så kan man pege på tv-skærmen, når det er, man lige har den på loop. Vi har rigtig meget nyhederne, news på loop, ikke? Derhjemme, når vi lige snakker og lige ordner noget. Og så skulle vi lige tjekke nyhederne, og så gør det bare lige sådan 3-4 omgange, ikke? Men måske sådan lige op omkring jul, så kan man lige sige, det er sgu lige den skjort der, det er lige den farve der, ikke? Og selvom at de ikke sidder og reklamerer for en skjorte eller en halskæde eller noget, så kan man så pege ud, at det er lige den og sådan noget. Og så kan deres familie måske sige, at de er måske lidt tættere. Så er de sådan, nej, hvad er det for en halskæde? Og den er godt nok fin, og hvad har du givet for den? Og hvor har du købt den? Og hvad er det for et mærke? Og det skal jeg lige have kigget på og sådan noget. Imens jeg har snakket om den der Lego-buket, jeg har lavet til min mor, jeg skal nok dele et billede af den på Discord. Jeg har også et rigtig fint billede af en Lego-version af mig selv på en Porsche 911, som jeg bruger. Jeg vil sætte den som profilbillede i hvert fald. Fordi at i den her uge, der bruger vi alligevel den der Porsche 911, og jeg har kun det her livery og sådan noget. Så alligevel. Og jeg føler, at jeg lige har vundet en hel masse, så selvom at jeg ville have lavet det foto, når jeg vandt i noget FIA eller noget, så har jeg også en god idé til et banner. Min onkel, Og nu bliver jeg lidt sentimental igen, men nu har jeg ikke været så sentimental på engelsk endnu. Så, og jeg skriver dansk-engelsk i den der description og sådan noget. Eller i titlen bagefter. Men nu har vi fået rigtig mange timer, og nu er vi ude på de små timer. Det er ligesom en endurance race, hvor man ved, at om natten, der snakker de lidt mere om nogle andre ting. Min døgnrytme har været meget skæv, så i mange år, så endurance racing, der har virkelig været virkelig godt. Fordi så kan man bare falde i søvn til sådan at snakke om motorsport og sådan noget. Og jeg trænger bare til sådan ligesom at have nogen, der lige nørde lidt biler med. Jeg har haft en masse gode lærere og sådan en masse nørd musik med, men nu trænger jeg lidt til lige at se, hvor du ved, test af. Vi kan godt lide at teste ting som farver på racerbiler og musik og sådan noget. Har det virkelig en effekt og alle de der ting, ikke? Nej, du skal ikke tage din næsering af til dit jobinterview. Det er godt nok gammeldags. Nu er jeg på masser af monopolet, ikke? Det har jeg altid siddet og drømt om, fordi jeg altid gerne har været lidt offentlig. Nu skal du fandme høre min mening. Og jeg er ikke på det her eller noget, så jeg kan godt sige må man godt sige pæk i radioen. Nu har du allerede sagt det har jeg altid gerne ville sige som det første i radioen, fordi jeg var til sådan en rollespilsting, hvor det er meget mærkeligt, du ved, det der med rollespil, men det var et scenarie, hvor det er lige meget med konteksten, men der var vi kommet i radioen for noget, og så det første, som en i gruppen siger, og det er det første nogen som helst siger i det der, det er sådan, må man godt sige pæk i radioen. Og det var virkelig fuck, man. og det var ikke bare sådan edgy, fordi bare for at sige pæk, men det var ja. But more a little bit in English because I can see people going back and forth, and I'm just having a little bit of a talk in Danish. If you want to come back in, like after watching the physics of racing and then watching maybe some other live stream, then that's fine. But right now I'm going to subtitle, maybe get somebody else to do it over time, you know. But I explain, I'm not talking about anything in Danish that I really haven't talked before, because all of my thought process is like, this is kind of a video diary anyway these days, so it's very much in the beginning, so it's a very beginning phase right now, but I'm enjoying this phase. You know, it's like when people say like, oh, I miss the old Metallica songs and whatever. Yeah, how about you just enjoy the good times? Those people have grown up and they're totally different people now, and they want to do different things. So og det jeg lige forklaret der kan du så se, at det er lidt den samme, hvorfor det er så godt for mig, at jeg kunne komme på tidlig pension, ikke? Og igen, danskere har lidt mere forståelse for det, i hvert fald generelt. Der er nogle enkelte røvhuller derude, ikke? Men der ikke fatter en skid. Men dem kan vi ikke lade styre, hvad vi går og tænker og føler, og hvordan vi har det med os selv. Fordi at man skal definere sig selv ud fra de ting, man elsker, og ikke de ting, man hader. Det er sådan en livslæsen, jeg virkelig har taget til hjertet, fordi jeg har virkelig været sådan, jeg hader, eller den ting, og jeg kan virkelig ikke udstå den ting, og sådan noget. Så er jeg bare virkelig sådan, i stedet for bare at definere mig ud fra de ting, jeg hader, og gå online, og så søge efter ting, jeg hader, og sådan noget, så bare søge efter ting, jeg godt kan lide. Du ved, der er så meget på internettet, og der er så meget at se, så hvorfor ikke bruge tiden på noget, du kan lide, i stedet for at sidde og råbe af nogen, der alligevel har supporten og alt det der til de gider ikke, de ændrer sig ikke. Og det kan godt være, at vi skal lytte til alles meninger og sådan noget, men der er fandme også nogle meninger, der bare kan skride af helvedes til. Altså, undskyld mig. Og især i den her tid, der ligger det virkelig i os, at vi er lidt ekstra i den her tid. Og vi ved alle sammen godt, hvorfor. Vi behøver ikke at snakke mere om det. Se, jeg har snakket så meget om mine meninger og sådan noget. Og jeg er blevet spurgt om mine meninger om sådan nogle ting i løbet af weekenden. Så det hele ligger i et arkiv samtidig med, at jeg tuner den her Porsche helt fra grunden af. Og men lige nu der er det sådan en videodagbogs podcast med biltuning og lidt, vi øver lidt ukulele og sådan noget. Brainstormer. Imens at vi tager the road to 100% and the Platinum Trophy. Du ved. Og måske i slutningen så er det... Platinum Trophy og 100%, det når vi. Det ved jeg kan. Det gjorde jeg også i Gran Turismo Sport. Jeg ved, hvad og det er meget nemmere i Gran Turismo med alle de der trophies. Der er ikke så meget online, hvor man skal være unsportsman-like. Så det er også ekstra godt. Og jeg tager bare alting super chin up. Du ved, tager alting learning experience. Og jeg har virkelig lært meget om bilsetup. Jeg har ikke engang opgraderet motoren på den her bil endnu. Og den er allerede i toppen af det her, du ved. Det er jo det sidste championship. Normalt så skulle den være mellem... Jeg først så tunede jeg en bil, der stod i missionen 2 sekunder. Jeg ryger lige 2 gange. Der stod i missionen, at man skulle være mellem... du ved, det er ikke mere de der sådan... N100, N200 og sådan noget. Der er mange ting, der går ind i det. Der er også setup og dæk og sådan nogle ting. Det har jeg også lært meget om. Det kan du se alt. Fordi alle tallene, de skifter sig sådan stille og roligt. En opgradering en gang. Tager vi en omgang i sådan et løb på Nürburgring. Det kan vi lige tage bagefter. For lige at vise jer, hvordan det ser ud. Lige på dansk. Fordi det er også rart nok lige at være på dansk en gang imellem. Fordi jeg kan godt lide Danmark. Og jeg ved en masse historier. Og København er også med i Escapes og sådan noget. Jeg vil lave en Københavnstur. Men nu har jeg lige fundet ud af, at jeg har en ven, der lige har flyttet til Korsør. Og jeg vidste ikke lige, at Korsør det var så tæt på København, at man bare lige kunne. Så vi har aftalt måske at mødes i København lige at drikke en øl i Nyhavn. Det tænker jeg i hvert fald gerne, jeg vil. Så er spørgsmålet bare om... Altså, jeg har pengene til at komme derover sådan rigtigt. Jeg har bare ikke lige pengene til lige øllen og sådan noget. Det er mere det. Men, du ved, når der er lige... lige sådan noget til København og sådan noget, der er jeg meget hellere til toget. Jeg gider sgu ikke køre en bil ind i København. Så vil jeg sgu bare parkere bilen et eller andet sted, eller låne den til nogen, og så... Men min drøm, det er lidt... Nu snakker jeg sgu om det på dansk. Fordi nu er jeg i gang. Og så kan man altid gå tilbage, ikke? Selvom man er... Det er også en videodagbog, på en måde. Offentlig videodagbog. Lige nu, i hvert fald. Hvor der jeg sætter nogle mål og sådan noget. Jeg kan... Nu snakker jeg lige lidt mere privat på dansk. Jeg har lige været indlagt på psyk igen. Daniel, du ved nok ikke lige alt det her. Men du ved, jeg har været indlagt et par gange og sådan noget inden for de sidste... Så det er Daniel lidt et vidne på. At jeg har haft det rimelig hårdt de sidste par år. Han har kendt mig lige siden jeg bare var 16 og havde min første bytur. Og hele verden var åben, og jeg lige startede på gymnasiet og sådan noget. Og så fulgte mig ind i det her helvede, og han er en af de eneste, der sådan lige har skrevet, når han har kørt igennem byen og sådan noget. Men altså, alligevel, jeg ser alle de andre, jeg ser dem stadigvæk som venner. Jeg håber det stadigvæk, at de vil have kontakt og sådan noget. Men faktum er bare, at jeg har ikke energien til at holde kontakt med alle sammen. Men så er det godt, at man kan dele på den her måde, så man ligesom kan... ja, du ved, dele det på den måde, ikke? Kås, han sidder ude i... Jeg siger nok ikke for meget ved at sige, at han siger, jeg sidder ude i Vestjylland, jeg sidder inde i Midtjylland. Vi mødtes op i Struer. Tilbage i 2012 eller sådan noget. Så det er snart 10 år, ikke? Så det skal vi fejre med at begynde at streame sammen og have noget champagne, måske lige nu 0 og sådan noget. Men nu skal jeg lige ned og snakke med min gode ven her i Viborg, som har været en lokal støtte for mig og sådan noget. Han er helt anderledes end Kås. Fuldstændig anderledes på alle måder. Men jeg holder sgu af ham lige så meget, ikke? Og sammen der havde en cabriolet, den der Mazda MX-5, jeg snakkede om tidligere. Jeg vidste ikke nogen hemmeligheder. Jeg siger selvfølgelig ikke, hvem han er og hvad han laver og sådan noget, men... og hvor han bor, men... jeg vil stadigvæk gerne lige snakke lidt om de mennesker, der betyder noget, fordi at... ellers så står du der til Oscar'en og skal takke alle sammen, og så glemmer man kraftet med halvdelen, ikke? Men det er ikke det, jeg søger. Jeg søger ikke nogen kæmpe awards eller pokaler eller noget. Jeg søger sgu bare lidt fred og ro i alt det her, ikke? Men nu jeg har været meget frem og tilbage på hospitalet de sidste par måneder med, især det sidste år, med maven og sådan noget. Men så var der endelig en læge, der havde arbejdet i psykiatrien, som virkelig tog en snak med mig. I ved, de har meget travlt. Men han tog virkelig en lang snak. Og så, selvom at man ikke har altså, hvis man ikke har selvmordstanker og sådan noget, direkte selvmordstråd, så er det fandme svært at komme ind på psykiatrien. Fordi der er så få ressourcer. Og jeg føler, det er sgu ikke fordi jeg er en ekspert, men jeg har kraftedeme brugt mange... Jeg har mange indtryk og sådan noget. Jeg er sgu også indlagt lige nu stadigvæk lidt. Lige nu, der støtter lægen mig bare i, at det bedste jeg gør lige nu, det er at sidde her og gro alle de der ting. Jeg viser ham de der statistikker og sådan noget. Han synes, det er fantastisk. Jeg glæder mig til på mandag. Nu er det lørdag. Jeg glæder mig til på mandag. Så har vi et netværksmøde. Og så finder vi ud af, om lægens ord virkelig betyder virkelig meget, når det er, at man ligesom siger undskyld. Men når han siger, at man skal på førtidspension, fordi at man har en masse ting, der betyder noget. Det er sgu lidt som at få et sponsorat fra starten, ikke? Jeg behøver ikke at bekymre mig om noget, så. Fordi at de der økonomiske lofter og sådan noget, hvis jeg rammer dem, så er jeg allerede langt over, hvad jeg har brug for. Fordi jeg har researchet rigtig meget i de sidste mange år, og du ved, lagt tallene rigtig meget sammen. Og måske var jeg ikke så god til matematik i skolen, men jeg har virkelig brugt det meget mere. Og selvom jeg måske ikke lige kan de der matematiske udregninger, som ham der laver physics of racing kan, så føler jeg, at jeg kan formulere det på en god måde, ikke? Det er sgu okay at være lidt mere sentimental på dansk. Men det er sgu ikke fordi jeg sidder og tuder over alting. Jeg har bare... Det er sgu bare en kæmpe lettelse. Jeg kan være totalt åben om alting. Der jeg ikke følte jeg kunne være i mange år. Føler at jeg skulle sætte mit livs lys under en skæbe. Eller det er ikke fordi at jeg sådan snakker hele tiden sådan, så dramatisk og sådan noget. Jeg er meget normalt, meget afslappet og helt normal, ikke? Men det er sgu også helt normalt at være lidt sentimental, når det hele har været lidt hårdt. Vi har sgu alle sammen haft nogle hårde år. Så jeg tænker, der er mange, der kan relatere til det, og hvis der bare er nogen, der... Du ved, hvis kommunen bare støtter i det, så er det sgu fint. Jeg er sgu glad for, at du er her og lytte, Kås. For lige nu der snakker jeg sgu bare med dig. Sådan lidt. Så kan folk springe det over, hvis de har lyst. Måske kan de... Det eneste jeg vil have, det er, at de bare kommer, og, hvis I har lyst, og måske får et lille afbræk fra hverdagen sammen med mig. Og snakker lidt biler, og snakker lidt musik, og snakker om lige præcis, hvad du har lyst til. Fordi jeg kender sgu mange, der streamer og sådan noget. Det er godt nok på engelsk og sådan noget. Men måske hvis der er nok interesse, så kan vi sgu få K's op og køre også, ikke? Så kan han også få lidt på siden, ikke? Om ikke andet, så kan han prøve noget af det der sociale, jeg har. Og måske også prøve lidt på engelsk og sådan noget. Jeg vil rigtig gerne, du ved, lave en co-stream med ham, når han lige kigger forbi og sådan noget. Det bliver også rigtig godt, når at man ligesom føler, man har formuleret en masse ting. Og så bliver det også lidt hans første eksamen, ikke? Eller første prøve. Jeg har gået på højskole. Jeg har været på højskole 2 gange. Det har været sådan første gang var det i 3 måneder, og anden gang var det i et halvt år og sådan noget. Jeg fik friplads 2 gange, og det vil jeg med glæde gå ind i detaljer om og sådan noget. Og hvor meget det koster, og hvordan man kommer på højskole og sådan noget. Fordi jeg har den ene højskole er godt nok gået konkurs, men den anden, den kører bare fuldt trygt derudad. Og der er elevfester hvert år, gamle elevfester og sådan noget hvert år, som man er altid velkommen til og sådan noget. Det er omkring oktober hvert år. Jeg siger ikke lige, hvor det er henne og sådan noget, hvad der lige foregår og sådan noget. Det er lidt en... Men hvis du vil være med i den eksklusive loge, der hedder højskole, du ved, skal man sige, foreningen, eller hvad man skal sige, så du ved, der kan man bare fordybe sig og sætte sit eget schema, og hvis du har en svær tid og sådan noget, så kan du få økonomisk støtte. Jeg ved ikke sådan lige med international økonomisk støtte, men du kan få... Jeg fik sgu friplads 2 gange, fordi jeg bare var så fordybet i musik, ikke? Så hvis man... Måske får du en chance, men jeg vil sige, hvis du får chancen, så grib den nu er det samme. Og så gør, hvad du kan. Og man skal godt nok være 18 plus for at tage på højskole, ikke? Men så er der efterskole, og du kan lige tage et gymnasium og en uddannelse og sådan noget. Og så... Eller... Tage et sabbatår. Fuck det, jeg tog... Hvad har jeg taget 8 sabbatår, ikke? Men til gengæld føler jeg virkelig, at jeg har fundet mig selv og fordybet mig i nogle ting. Og nu har jeg hele den der højskolestemning igen. Men ligesom, altså, nej, hun skal ikke tage hende der på masser af monopoler. Hun skal sgu ikke tage den der næsering ud af, vel? Altså, det må chefen skulle acceptere, altså. De fleste chefer i rigtig mange businesses skulle store businesses, JP Group. Jeg tror sgu ikke, at de ville have noget imod, hvis der lige kom en med en ring i næsen, eller lige en tatovering, eller lige et undercut, eller noget blå hår, eller måske altså... Hvis jeg bare kunne komme derned og pakke nogle bildele, altså, det er det eneste, og så snakke nogle biler med nogen, der også er passioneret omkring det. Det er et rigtig godt forum. Der er rigtig mange gode sociale tilbud, men der er, og så måske komme ud og være frivillig ude på løvelbanen, du ved. Så kan I også lige komme ud og sige hej og sådan noget, og se hvad der foregår. Se mig køre, hvis det er, jeg endelig får råd. Men om ikke andet, så skal jeg skal nok klare den. Fordi jeg er ikke afhængig af Raid Shadow Legends, eller alle mulige ting, jeg ikke lige helt tror på og sådan noget. Jeg har allerede den støtte, og jeg har taget rigtig meget til sådan motorsport events og sådan noget, sammen med min far og sådan noget. Det vil jeg rigtig gerne dele. Den del af motorsport også. Fordi at der har været rigtig, rigtig meget... Folk har været... Ja, hele den sidste Formel 1-sæson var noget af en rollercoaster, ikke? Og efter at Toto Wolff, han han flamede Michael Massey sådan lige over radioen, du ved. Lewis Hamilton og resten af teamet, de var sgu glade for, at de havde vundet. De havde jo vundet teampokalen, ikke? Max Verstappen, han vandt bare lige det sidste løb, men lige det sidste. Og Lewis, han kunne have vundet ved at gå ind på bløde dæk. Altså, han havde muligheden 2 gange, og det gjorde han ikke. Hvis han havde gjort det, så havde han vundet. Det er jeg 100% sikker på. Men sådan er det med racing. Man spiller lidt skak med sådan 200 km i timen, 300 km i timen, og jo hurtigere det går, jo hurtigere skal man tage en beslutning, og der er sgu pres på, og altså... Så jeg vil bare gerne... Måske lige nu, der spiller jeg måske skak med 200 km i timen, ikke? Fordi jeg føler mig rimelig hurtig og sådan noget. Men hvis jeg bare i virkeligheden lige kunne komme ud og lige spille lidt begynderskak med nogen, og måske lige lære noget om biler i virkeligheden og sådan noget, så kunne det måske også hjælpe mig. Fordi jeg føler virkelig, den lille smule... Jeg kørte jo et mere i min vens bil, end han gjorde. Og det var der en simpel grund til. Det er fordi, at vi kørte og hørte musik, ikke også? Og jeg kunne rigtig godt lide at køre og høre musik, ligesom jeg kan her. Jeg kører lidt, vi kaldte det køreterapi. Ja, det var en cabriolet, og vi kørte med en dag, ligesom nu, ikke? Hvor solen skinner, og det hele kører, ikke? Men det kaldte vi køreterapi, og jeg har også tænkt meget over sådan musikterapi og sådan noget. Det hele kulminerer på en måde lige nu, som jeg forhåbentlig kan holde det her drive kørende. Og hvis jeg bare lige kan få en enkelt krone eller 2, så jeg på en teknikalitet kan kalde mig professionel igen. Ligesom jeg kunne på en teknikalitet ved at være på produktionsskole, ikke? Som musiker. Men til gengæld så lavede vi noget. Vi var sgu ikke dem, der sad og dognede og var på musiklinjen bare fordi at det var afslappende og lød okay sjovt og sådan noget. Vi var sgu dem, der havde noget at vise frem. Altså. Og selvom jeg ikke var en del af det bedste band på skolen, altså de var virkelig sådan nogle, der virkelig bare, når man tænker tilbage på det, så tænker man, at altså, det de havde kørende, og især på en produktionsskole, det var sådan, de havde spillet sammen virkelig længe, og så kunne de assimilere lidt. Good morning, David. I've just talked a lot in Danish, and you know, it has been a little bit of a morning podcast. I will talk a little bit about in Danish while you wake up to maybe the physics of racing while I talk. That's a good thing. I can talk about go to the physics of racing and watch the introduction for that for like half an hour or something. Just let it. I promise you, 1.5 hour I will be here. Or I might have to restart the stream because I'm going on to 12 hours. You know, I'm not that kind of guy who like 12-hour live stream, 24-hour live stream, but right now I have the energy, and when I'm done, I'm gonna sleep very well, and I might not stream after, you know, but at least I come back even more refreshed, and I feel like I need to do a lot of stuff that is not streaming, but has to do with the streaming, you know. Things that I have talked about, now I need to keep my word on, you know. And right now I wanted to talk about the Yanda law, which is like everybody, I'm gonna explain it in English to David first, because Danish people are very good at English, by the way. Like, I had an American English teacher in high school. I don't know if you remember her at all. But the courses from by the way, if you're Danish and the course thing is like throwing you off, it's the also my last name and some racing. It's like and there's like my last name and then racing team. That's why I had to come up with Superfart Racing, by the way. The other one was already taken, but that's like some peripheral thing where it's like some great grand, the Sticks, you know, great grandnephew, you know. But I have a guy with the same last name as me, and it's spelled in a way, you know. It's a little bit common, but it's if it's spelled that way, it's pretty much a 90% chance that it's like some sort of relation somewhere, and sometimes it's very easy to find, and it would be fun to, you know, do some detective work. I think. You know, if I can get a little bit of panache going, so I at least can get a talk with him to find out what the relation is. That's like I have watched him many times. The only reason I know his exists is because me and my dad would like go to racing events, and he's there at a lot of stuff, racing a lot of stuff over the years. You know, really just living the dream. I don't know what he does for. He might be a professional racing driver actually, because he gets quite a few of. You know, get good results, and good results give money. It's not like only first place gets a huge amount of money and then the rest don't. It's like when League of Legends or Fortnite or something says $1 million prize pool, they mean like divided over maybe the top 10. That's also why points are worth money in Formula 1, and you will hear me say that some people know exactly how much money 1 point in Formula 1 is worth. But that's something I have, you know, I watched a lot of the Danish commentary on the Formula 1, and it's very good. Because we have so many great, like, old boys, you know. I don't think that that John Nielsen would take offense to me calling him an old boy. He's sort of like old boys football, like soccer. It's like 50 plus or something, and it's just like, you know, because they can't go as hard as they used to, you know. And if I could beat like an old boy, you know, at some point, you know, there are people who are like pushing 80, like Fittipaldi and stuff, like pushing above 80 at this point, still racing, you know, and still alive and still well. So it's amazing. If I could beat an old boy in a race, you know, see how, you know, see if I can gather so much. You know, I'm very curious about, you know, Gran Turismo put the real driving simulator as the subtitle for their games for many years. And now that I understand a lot more about physics, I feel like I can talk a lot about more physics and explain how things work. And really put it to the test, instead of saying this car doesn't handle like in real life, when I know how to counteract the things with suspension and sway bars and things. Because physics of racing, it's the bible of this whole series. It's the main source. But you can see how much things you just have to go and test for yourself. He says, by the way, that there's no substitute for going out there and testing it yourself. And the best thing would be if they could have some sort of track day there where they would have like do a lap, come in, or do a few laps, come in, adjust something, do a few laps, you know, like, you know, just have a track day where that's the purpose, you know, just setting up your car, because you can do quite a lot with just the suspension. And I'll use the Mazda MX-5 for an example, because that will be my next like gradually tuning, like that will be like, you know, maybe when a little bit more new viewers come in, a lot of people from the Black Knight community will also come over here inevitably when I start picking up the thing with the Black Knight again. Not that we have a thing, but we are friends on Discord and friends on the internet at least. And she's a fellow streamer, and she is one of them who encouraged me to stream, and not only as like a peripheral thing, but I'm in the chat, and I've been in the voice chat during the stream over there, and playing some Red Dead with them, and it's really fun, you know, just riding with people. So if you're looking for somebody to race horses with or whatever in Red Dead, I'm your guy. I've been thinking a lot about the horse races, and we're doing organized races here, so We will start with the 650 PP challenge, and then we will do a group 4 stock challenge maybe, or whatever. We will do around there, and because right now I'm under the limit, and you will see like. But let's say I talk about Janteloven. I'm just gonna, say things as they are, then you learn more about my language as well, But I'm gonna talk about Janteloven in Danish, and that is gonna be the Danish lesson of this day, because then I will maybe go back and subtitle that specific thing. And if not, then I have already explained it in Danish. Not in Danish, in English. If you go back in my captain's log and go to the start date of like a week ago, Now it's captain's log, start date, Saturday, 19th of March, 9:55 p.m. It's a convention I have from well, it's a horrible guy, but it was a funny intro. So, we can take the good stuff and extract it from the bad. And now he's luckily in prison for the things he did. Nobody knows for how long. The trial is still an ongoing affair. If you know lol cows, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but do not engage. Do not feed the lol cows. Don't feed the animals on the internet. Don't just feed the... and it's not like about bullying. I have to reiterate that because I know there's a lot of new traffic on this channel and not a lot of things going on in the chat. So maybe when the chat goes up, gets a little bit more going. But lol cows is not about the bullying. It's about the psychology behind, because there's a lol cow that is the exact antithesis to me. And right when I felt like at my worst moments just a week ago, before I went to the hospital. The trigger for me going to the hospital, by the way, was like me not eating because the Gran Turismo 7 came out. So it was not anything. It's not like I'm gonna go into personal stuff and blah blah blah. I'm just a very small YouTuber, just building the start of my channel. He has more things going on, and so he doesn't have to do as much leg work now. But he also has a very solid foundation. He's not even at 100,000, and he lives very comfortably. Streams a lot, have a good time with his family and stuff. And then maybe when his children are older, he will do more. This is just the dream factory for now. The dreaming couch. I like to call it my gaming couch. One thing I will never call it is a casting couch. Well, maybe during some sexual, while we're talking about PP and, if I have a friend over, but it's not gonna be like anything, it's just a pun, We're just having fun, and, every time I'm joking, think like it's a comedian. Maybe it's, sarcasm over here is very flat, and I'm not gonna say pun intended after everything, and really stress the point, because that's not how I talk at all. And you're just gonna have to assimilate that, and I'm gonna compromise with some things and explain some things, and meet you on the middle. How about that? And then when we have built a little bit more, then hopefully somebody, I'm tired of saying this because whales, but hopefully somebody will have a whale of a time and become at least a view time whale, or a like whale, or maybe not a subscriber whale. Well, a subscriber whale would be if you rung the bell. You can't become members yet or anything. But I only have 34 subscribers. It might seem like I have a lot more, but if you look at the subscriber count, I only have 34. So it was really helped me a lot to get a little bit up there, so I can unlock some community tabs and some things. so I can do my streaming a little bit more efficiently, at least in the first place. But the 5-year plan right now is 1,000 subscribers in 5 years, and when a guy who just hit 40,000 subscribers can get 1,000 subscribers in 2 days, 48 hours, then then I think it's fairly realistic to get 2,000 people to no, not 2,000, but get 4,000 hours of view time and 1,000 subscribers. The likes doesn't matter really, they matter a lot for pushing the specific video and matching it with, in the algorithm. Because when you like things, it will compare what you liked and other subscribers and blah 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 blah, and things that it's like you have to think about the other people who might also like this product, or people bought this product or whatever when you're shopping online. It's very much like online shopping algorithms and those kinds of things. It's not like it's completely unique, and I think I have a good view on it because I have watched a lot of YouTube. I mean, they say it takes 10,000 hours to become an expert on something, and I think I have watched right around 10,000 hours of YouTube. God damn it. It's many thousands of hours, It's definitely more than Dark Viper you have been able to play GTA speedrunning or whatever in the last, since GTA came out. So, and he has played a lot. He is up to 9,000 hours. It's kind of a meme that 9,000 hours is not much of a speedrun, and he's kind of tired of it, but we like a little bit of a silly joke in here. And now I really have the feeling of, really having a good talk in the morning. I was like, I want to go to the bar this weekend, but this have been like totally like going out and just having a good talk, just one-to-one or whatever. Talking to myself, rambling to myself at 200 miles an hour. But now I'm sitting with the bong in my hand again, so I'm just gonna smoke and go. I have a tiny bit of tobacco left, so I'm gonna smoke twice. But only because I've been talking for so long. I always think about, I haven't done any laps or anything, but dang, when I'm talking, I can just keep talking. Because I feel like I have something to say. I'm not afraid of dead air or anything. But but all of this is gonna be like kind of an introduction, because it takes a long time to talk about who I am and stuff. So gradually tuning, that's a good start. Just start with my first Gran Turismo 7 streaming, or go back and you can see like the energy is totally different. And people say it's like a brand new Thomas. It's like the good old Thomas for me. Sounds like my neighbors are waking up. I heard like a bump. Usually means there's some sort of life. Who doesn't drop something in the morning or make some sort of loud noise? So I notice little things like that sometimes. But it also helped me, like, maybe I should go to bed soon. But right now I'm just talking, getting everything out. And I really processed some feelings in Danish earlier, because the Danish people understand a little bit more what I'm talking about. So, and it's a little bit of a tighter audience. We're already in the same boat over here. At least that's the. There's only 6 million of us, and we really have a great community over here. So it's all about community, man. Combining communities in all different ways. Hope I hopefully combine some things, you know, be the catalyst for some things. I already have some people watching some Black Knight, and you know, I was lurking on, not even lurking, I was on Kaboom Operator's stream earlier, but it was like very peripheral because I was just in a chat said I'm just having your audio on and listening to the discussion and then typing in chat whatever I'm saying, and like if I have something, you know, had something to say and he was just rambling on about some settings or something, I would just close down the volume and you know, and he wasn't, we talked about, I asked him about if he wanted to be in voice chat, you know, because I was there anyway, and we were doing different things, and then it's very nice if you can go back and forth, you know, and we have a good discussion, you know, live on chat. And he wasn't totally dismissive of the idea. He's just like, he doesn't know to get the sound through in the stream or whatever. It's like, we're not like, just because you're streaming you don't know, because especially if these days, like, it doesn't take that, you don't have to be that tech savvy at all. There's like a share button on the PlayStation, you just press that, then you set up your YouTube account, and then you have to wait 24 hours before you can, like, you have to actually like set up the stream and press play actually, and then it's like, oh, you have to wait 24 hours. Dang, that really put a break on it, but at least we can grow together, and we all have different goals, and if we all can be a little bit social and talk to each other, and talking is always a little bit more, you know, I'm totally open for having people on, you know, it's not gonna be like a call-in show, but it's like, you know, if you have something to say and add to the conversation or something, please feel free to add voice chat, especially now that there's not like, you know, not now, but like, I'm too tired today, but like after maybe I get max ammo or Kaboom Operator, or maybe Daniel on where we tried a bit more, or maybe do the co-stream thing with the, because he was like totally supportive. He also subscribed right away. I actually told him about it once, a little bit when I started, but now I really have a lot of energy, and he subscribed right away when I'm. It's not about, you know, subscribing right away. It's about coming back, having a good time, engaging, you know, remembering to leaving a like, and I forget to leave likes all the time. So if you have forgotten to leave a like or whatever, want to support this the growth of the channel. Likes is something that really pushes a video. Subscribers really pushes the channel up and stuff, but the individual videos is like watch time and likes. And then of course comments, engagement of any kind gives me more to talk about inevitably. Even if it's just a small question, there's no obligation to keep chatting, or I will not get like that attached to you. If that's not what your goal is, you know, it's like you can come in and out, but you see now I've just been talking for over an hour, I think, just waiting for this thing. But this is like, you know, sometimes you get distracted from the video games with the talking, and I have been doing that a lot lately because I have been chatting a lot in chat, and now I'm at least, you know, making a kind of a gaming podcast, I guess. Now that we talked about a Danish radio show, like a show where people can write in and ask questions, and was like, should I take my nose ring off before my job meeting? And I'm like, no. We live in a modern world where it's not like people are gonna faint if they see a nose ring. It's not like the people who are 80 now, they were 20 in the 60s, you know, or something. So they were very much hippies, and I've smoked joints with a lot of old people, and so some of the old hippies, you know, even though they're old and might seem very reserved. It's just because older people get a little bit more, you know, not tame, but they let the next generation take over, you know, and kind of, you know, look for a little bit of guidance, and you know, because the next generation is inevitably gonna have a little bit better information, you know, and we hopefully can lift up the next generation even better. The better we can lift up everyone in each generation, the faster everything goes. And it's not like I'm on a fast lane to the future. I'm more like, there's a lot of good things that needs to be done, and it's just a matter of, you know, putting time into it. So we just need some people working on that. And it sounds very political, but that's just how I feel, and you're allowed to be totally different and, you know, have that opinion, as long as it doesn't become like a toxic flame war, you know. Then you will be timed out and then eventually banned if you... I'm not gonna ban anybody for like stating an opinion or anything, but if it comes from a place of like hate and not of love, then maybe think about how you think about things and what your priorities are. That's just a general thing. You know, a lot of people base all of their opinions about, I hate this thing and I hate this group and I really don't like those group. Keep those out of this thing and those can't get in here. And but everywhere else where it's like you just open up, it's like it's totally okay, it's totally fine, you know. But we can. It's not like we need to have everything totally open, but we can't like restrict other people just because you don't think that their lifestyle is up to your standard of living, when life is so much more than just one opinion. And that's what the different countries are. I don't want everything to be like one country or whatever, because being able to be in charge of your own area and eventually smaller and smaller and smaller things, we have a very, you know, I control my own apartment. I have a say on what goes on in the whole area of the block, because there's like, it's like a common like thing, and some people own the apartments and they have a little bit more of a say and are a little bit more engaged. But you know, people have good opinions, and we get a little, you know, we get like the economics of like what goes on, and there's meetings, and it sounds very like a socialist paradise, but it's really just like, could we just help each other and a little bit and lift each other up and act like we're all on the same planet, and not like fight each other. And you know, I'm not afraid of you know, Putin blowing everything up with nukes right now. I think despite all the doom and gloom, the nukes are quite far away. You know, they haven't even been discussed. You know, and everybody's like, send the nukes, and but the nuke is also the only kind of bomb people really knows that's really powerful. You know, and bombs are not the best way always. Sometimes it's just better with boots on the ground or dropping a little bomb into something, you know. Nukes are expensive too, and if you fire off one nuke, you fire off all of them, you know, from the other side, and then you inevitably have to, you know. So that's like a last solution, because then Putin will have nothing to govern. There will be nothing left. He will have no riches at all, you know. And that's nothing I have thought about much before, and it's not like we're going to like, but I'm just taking you through my thought process. I know a lot about international politics and stuff, because I know a lot of people from around the world and watch a lot of people from around the world. And I watch a YouTuber from Russia right now as well, so who's very, very against Putin, and just following up on what kinds of things does this mean for like the average Russian. Like, no video games. What am I? What the fuck am I gonna do? I love Red Dead Redemption or whatever. I don't know what games he loved, but it's like, god damn it, you know. So it's very like the normal average Russian is not very interested in politics and just like, you know, Putin is the man, and you know, it's very propaganda heavy and very like a very specific example, like way after like sex with animals were like you know, made illegal here for very good reasons, you know, because animals can't consent, and fight me on that one. You can't, you know. Same with children, they can't consent, but two consenting adults, no problem at all, you know. If it's consensual, I don't care, as long as it's not like too harmful, you know. And then, you know, then we come into a whole other discussion, you know, blah 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 blah, which you can ask me about if you want to, but like, I'm willing to have a discussion. But right now we need to do smoke two things, because right now I have a hard time concentrating. I'm just smoking the two things and getting high enough to. So I'm gonna do a little bit of data and rest my voice, and then I would like to have some music I could just put on, but I only have the like copyright thing. I use ukulele mic a lot of time, but data, here we come. Listen to the song of my people, at least the noises, car noises, it's music. Now I'll shut up. But sometimes you also hold a thought a little bit extra in your head while you suck in that bong, you know. I'm gonna explain Janteloven. Instead of calling it the Jantelaw. They have it in Sweden as well, I found out. Ah, Laval! Just in time to be my Swedish super fast racing correspondent. I was just about to talk about Janteloven. It's like the stars are aligning. So I'm talking in English so everybody can understand. Everybody here can understand English, I assume. Danish people and Swedish people are very well educated in English. I had an American English teacher. Me and Daniel went to the same school. Why not have had her both? But at least I have a very good witness to like my claims, you know, and that means something. To me, at least. It's not like I know you're gonna write to him and stuff, but it's like I can back up what I'm saying, you know. But she said that a lot of Scandinavian, let's just say Scandinavian people in general, but specifically Danish people, have better grammar than English native English speakers, and I'll tell you why. It's because my grammar is in Danish sucks. Like, if you learned as a grown-up Danish, your grammar would be better than mine. Yeah, and I'm gonna turn it on your head, on the head, because I have a lot to say about this, and I would like. This is a forum where I feel very safe. I've thought about this for a while, and I talked about it with some teachers while I was doing some very good things. Where it's like, you know, Janteloven is not like, oh, don't think that you're anything, and if you're better than anybody else, people will get jealous. No, it's more like when you are successful. Like, I feel like I have 1 million subscribers already, you know. I just want to make a little bit of money and, you know, have a car to go for a drive so I can smoke less and think about what to do next, and you know, listen to some music and maybe buy some suspension for it and some better tires and follow that. And Well, we are turning it a bit on the head because I have a lot of opinions on it because I've thought about it for a while, and I actually discussed it with a teacher. He was not specifically my teacher, but we drank a few beers together on the last school day. That's the good thing about folk high school. Laval, I will recommend you a folk high school near me if you want to come and get a really good look, and I can, you know, it's an international school. Laval is like, hey Laval, think fast. I trust you, so I trust you can grab this thing and hold on to it. By the way, just this is like my... Yeah, exactly. And Kos is making videos, and David has his music thing going on, which I can always, I feel like we are really networking here, and we can really build this community together. And motorsport has also always been about community, and I'm gonna use my early retirement to hopefully, the doctor says that it's because I have these things that give me all this energy. Not that now that I have a lot of energy, I need to go do a lot of stuff. You live in Sweden, so you can back me up on this. The more people I back up. By the way, I hope that wrench didn't hit you in the face too hard. I hope you caught it pretty well. It's because I liked it, to throw around the terminology, throwing wrenches at people but that's like a Pilsnor certified, that's a guy I talk to and trust, It's not like they are, but until like channel memberships and all those kinds of things. I only have 34 subscribers right now, so I better build up some people, and you're all here in different times and stuff. So at least I have that, and we can help each other, and I don't expect to be like a moderator over in your chat necessarily. I can just come over and, if some people have some questions, maybe answer it to my best of the ability. But as you have been in the Black Knight community for a while, and David has been over and checking it out. I think he at least said hi in chat, and he was lurking yesterday. And there's a lot of big things going on for both of us. I have wrote a message to Black Knight, but I will join the stream when this is like falling a little bit down. I will take a day off, not a day off, because it will still be a little bit like, I will talk a little bit about what's going on now that there's a lot going on, and I feel like I have it's like a video diary for the last many days over my goals and just some tuning and watching the cars evolve, and really see my hope going up for I haven't added any horsepower to this, by the way, only removed weight and all kinds of things, and I can't wait to show you the next car I'm going to upgrade, because I'm going to do it with a lot of cars, and then I'm going to really show you I'm going to really tune an electric car, but my dream is to test these things out in real life, and I feel like I could do it rather economically, and I'll show you how, the economy in this game is a bitch. If you really just go for that nitrous, it costs 100,000, but you can buy half a car with that, and maybe you could be the Swedish edition for, we can be, it could be, if we get a really fast Swede in there and some really fast Danes in here, it could be like a good rivalry, nonetheless. So if you would like to, like I have invited David to be quote unquote founding member, it's nothing official, it's just to feel like we have something going on here with Superfart Racing. So if you would like to take a little care of the Swedish division be a founding member of that. Then we have the Danish division over here, and it's not like any specific racing colors because we like to test out things, and I like to say that red is the fastest color, and the university professor in physics of racing says that you have to get out there and test up your setups, and there's no substitute for that. So let's test out which is the color that works for you. You know, the same setup that works for my driving style doesn't necessarily work for yours. And it would be interesting to getting some results because there are some very vague results out there that I would like to follow up on because I'm not quite sure if they have been debunked or not. It's like red team is more aggressive and blue team is more like, you know, and I feel like I'm fairly smart when I'm driving, you know. I'm not too aggressive, but I have my reliable red, you know. And it's not like, you know, but it's a good name because when I like named the first like livery, it was just like red, you know, and that's the name of my dog in Red Dead Redemption, and now I really want to go and say hi to my dog and my horse in Red Dead Redemption. We might do that someday, but right now we have a lot to do. You can see you can see the title. You can see the title. That's the goal, and I already, you know, I did it in Gran Turismo Sport. I can go back and show you all the golden disco balls and all the dates and stuff, but you know, the proof is in the pudding. I'm gonna put in the work now to back up my words, and then I have a really good race from some really good races and some really good moments, and you know, from GT Sport as well. So specifically, I will do a speak over my a lot of things on the plate, just brainstorming, you know. So right now, the best thing for me is like likes and watch time. That's the two main things right now to get even more recommendations, you know. And then because I have something to talk about and there's a lot of things happening, and it's not like, but I need to talk a little bit about it myself and process it a little more, or else I'm gonna process it on her stream while I'm talking, and then it's I'm gonna hijack the whole stream, which might be okay for a little bit, but you know, it's okay to talk when you have something to say, but sometimes you also have to lean back. But I will, you know, it's a little bit easier to handle it when it's a natural conversation, you know. And I need to go. I haven't even had time to go back and watch the BK streams, but I will do that tomorrow if or sometime during some practice, you know. Because now I don't need to do it as gradually, but I will still do it gradually. But right now I'm just so excited to see what you could do with, like, you start with the road tires and then you go for a trip to the Nürburgring in a tent, you know, and then that's all I want, you know. If going through Europe in my convertible in a tent, then it's fine, and my ukulele, so I can have some beautiful backgrounds, convey some information and talk about stuff, and then I live fairly close to some good racetracks, and I would like to do some folk racing in Sweden as well, and Norway and all around Scandinavia and stuff, if I ever do get to that. Well, when I get to that, let's say that, because I'm already putting aside money, so I will at least get it to where I'm 50. But the key 25, he got 1,000 subscribers in 48 hours. So economically, to talk a little bit about the economic of, you know, viewers and people and subscribers, you know, economics is not only money, you know. Just 1 second. And not a lot of people have a lot of insight, and I have a lot of friends who stream, and we talk about it a lot. At least they talk about it a lot. And we have some, you know, I recently had some questions and stuff, so it's like, you know, there is a billion, just some numbers for you, just to set it into perspective here. This is the sales pitch of my whole channel, you know, to hopefully get someone to say, like, yes, I would like to give you $1 a month or whatever to really support your dreams, and then you can at least call yourself Lavelle, tell your brother if he you know, because the Swedes are very fast, I would like to see what I just talked about. I would like to beat one of the old boys, you know, who has a lot of experience, you know, to see really put Gran Turismo to the test in real life. And we need a budget to do that, you know. But we don't need like $1 million to go race a Porsche 911 when we can do some track time and road trips in the smart car, and then we on the side we can have a lot of, you know, we can have a totally open, you know, you're Swedish, you know, so you know how folk racing works and all that, and your brother used to race, and it sounds like at least you know, folk racing is like the entry level, so he has at least been there and knows maybe something about that. But folk racing is where my dream is right now, to really, you know, I know I can't, you know, suspension and all that kind of thing, do that on that car, but you know what I can do? I can like put some duct tape and some strips in the right places, and I can recreate I've been googling, like, because the reliable red is also like, I wanted to call it like duct tape red, but then it was like reliable red is a good name for a red race car, you know, good old reliable red, you know. I've had that in my head for a long time. My red has always been my racing color, red and white. So you can just put a white stripe with some gaffer tape, you know. You know, horses, you know. We should do some free roam, a little bit of, you know, point to point racing, you know, testing some horses and stuff in Red Dead then at some point, because my heart beats for Red Dead as well. It's like that all it for Margrethe, Elisa, you know, if you know that old song in Danish. It's quite a popular one, and it's like this sailor who just sings of I'm gonna smoke and then I'm gonna drive while I talk about it. But how about your this is very much the folk high school spirit, you know, and if I can extend that at least to like a racing folk high school on the internet, and a little bit about music, because I test a lot. I have the time that pretty much nobody else has, and the patience and all that, and the economic sense to like navigate through this. And the only A I ever got, by the way, in school was in physics and chemistry, but I failed miserably at. And I'm gonna drive now because, you know, I have discovered while talking for the last few hours, it's not smoking that keeps me going, keeps my body a little bit happy and keeps me from getting withdrawals. But oh yeah, Dragon Trail Seaside, we know this one. We have the chicane of death and everything. It will be interesting. But I have been benchmarking this car a little bit today and a little bit yesterday against my favorite car, which is a little bit of an odd one. But it's kind of the one chooses the wizard kind of situation, and you know, actions speak louder than words. So I'm just gonna, you know, lean back and relax and hope that that video finds people well in the future, you know. Because right now I feel like I have some people to convey some information to, and a lot of people will maybe get this game for Christmas, or maybe get a PlayStation for Christmas, maybe a used PlayStation 4 now that the 5 is out, and some used steering wheel, because the PlayStation 4 experience is very good. You know, if you don't have that much money, it's not like it's going away, and then the visuals are fine. You don't need that, and it's not like GTA 6 is coming out next year or something. So the PS4 thing is, you know, developers are very cautious about the thing about the and yes, you might have a little bit of FOMO of some PlayStation exclusives. Looks weird, like this is a 1995 car with like from my birth year, yay! But like we haven't upgraded the engine, and you see all of these cars have like a bajillion horsepower. We have just weight reduction and everything. After this, I will put some big fat tires on it, because I feel like you will see on the replay a little bit. I need to go roast some tobacco and go to talk to a man about a horse and pay a water bill and those kinds of things. So it might take a little bit. It's nice to have two things to describe it, because then first of all you have the double chains, and then, you know, like double the confusion. It's double up for all the goodness, I feel like. Also, I have to do a lot of stuff when I finally, you know, I can't just do one thing when I finally stand up. I have to do like a few things, and then I sit down again after like, you know, a few minutes. But I just need, right now I just need to go to the toilet and, you know, have a quick whiz, and then I think whiz is a better word than using the same word with a P, actually. Because in Danish you just say it with a P, like very casually, but it sounds very rude in English. We're learning a lot, you know. There's something like a word that's not like necessarily like shit. There's a reason this thing is called the chicane of death, and not everybody can even get through this thing alive. But it's all about getting third, you know, overall. So if we can do that, and if not, then we can at least, it's any car, so we can come back with like anything, and just as long as we get third, and we still have, we're 18 seconds behind first place. That's the only thing we need to really concentrate on, you know. The truth is not really in raw lap time, even though you can see the first lap here and blah blah blah. But see how late I can brake compared to them. I don't even have the carbon ceramics. Shit. Because you wouldn't put that on a car. Whoa, shit, realistically. Like a road car where you would go from track to track. I know I talk a lot about real life racing, but it's because my heart really beats for the Danish racing community. Oh, shit. Damn, right now I'm okay if if I don't get third, then I have something to pick back on. Oh, you gotta go. I'm gonna read the comment after. But have a good day, you know, and be sure to check the streams over the last few days, because it has specifically just from where I started Gran Turismo, you know, and you know, you have seen how tired I've been, and I have had a lot of trouble, and now I'm finally a little bit on top, and I feel like I explain things fairly well. I've gotten very much in today. Oh, you'll catch me later. Yeah, I'll just I might do a catchy title, like when I wake up, like playing online at 3 a.m. Gone wrong, gone sexual or something, because I am very much often streaming at 3 a.m. So if you see the 3 a.m. thing, it's because I'm just streaming around 3 a.m. It's not like specifically like 3 a.m. But I will try to be like, you know, before and then, you know, going into. But I could do like midnight to 3 a.m. sometimes. It wouldn't be like I can still wake up in time to, you know, get everything done. And then I would have already have something done. And then, you know, I'm trying to find a good rhythm in this. And just like with these cars and we learn a lot. Sometimes, and sometimes we really move a lot, and then it will inevitably be a little bit slow sometimes, you know. And you know, right now we go through some really big, you know, cycles with where like because the amount of people is so small, so it feels like way bigger in percent. By the way, if there's one thing this thing doesn't have, then it's top speed. But that's because the engine, because I've seen the little things and here and there, and now I'm really interested in you know, I like to you know, while I shut up and stuff and take a break and stuff, I like to, you know, it started with the ukulele mic thing because he is very much dead, and I don't think any of his relatives have any passwords or anything. So I know it's nothing at all. If it gets a strike later, you know, I will still have lifted him up, and you know, it's nothing. It's like, consider it a favor, a back favor, you know. Sometimes we pay in advance, and sometimes we pay back later, but everybody pays their dues. You know, just do whatever you're good at. I need to think more about traction budget, because when you're full on the brakes, I might need to experiment with the setup as well. So when that guy talked about, you know, he introduces his car like under a minute into the thing and whatever, and like when he says like he has the hill climb record and says like hopefully even faster, that you know, that was 2018, and hopefully even faster this year. I understand more that it's way more about balance in the car and how much lap time there really is in a good setup. Because in between streams I have just been restricting myself, you know, to going to the car and stuff. So I'm donating my time right now at least, and then hopefully every little stream will be like a little stock growing, you know. You know, I would like to have some stock options or whatever, and something that I really like, you know, and that I really believe in. But Bitcoin and NFTs and stuff are, you know, way sketchy. First of all, because there's no product. A thing like JP Group, you know, they sell stuff and they turn a profit, and you can see where the money comes from, you know. If Warren Buffett was to have all the farmland in the world, or well, all the NFTs in the world, he would much rather have all the farmland. You know, because actual tangible value is better than. But now we did okay. You know, we have some cars many other cars that we can just use, so we can just cheese it later. But let's see if we got third. We got second. See, look at that. So it's like a good average is good. It's, we learn, we live, we learn, we love, we lose. You know, it's the circle of life. And see, now I have that thorn in my eye. And specifically with the Porsche, I have been doing a lot of the same races, and I will do. Ooh. I want all of those. If anybody is there. Oh, you have a plan for an interview tomorrow. You might not be here anymore, but Lavelle has a plan for an interview tomorrow. Wait. Well, I kinda wanted the C4 more. But the TT. Oh, I thought it was the R8 I got. So fuck this. We can get the R8, the TT really, really fast. But I like. Oh, it's the C8. There's one of those in this time in town, and they're super, super rare. Like it's, you know, the C4 is fairly affordable, but the C8 is like not affordable at all. I like to look at used cars and what they cost, you know, when you play games, and a lot of the prices are in dollars, and you know, you like to look at. But I was an Audi driver before I became a Porsche driver, so might be time to pull up the good old Audi and take it to the C4s and all that. But let's see what the challenge is, because I have some economical goals that I want to reach in real life, as well as, you know, and things I want to do. So priorities are important in this game, just like in real life, you know. I like to relate everything to everything. Everything is relative, you know. We relate everything to each other, you know. Sometimes you have to really cut things out to understand them a little bit better. And I know some of the viewers are a little bit younger than me, some are a little bit older, but I feel like I have a lot of good things to say if people are willing to listen. And right now we're just like, I think this is like the last one where I really need to talk this much. So I feel like I've spent a week really talking and really thinking, really reflecting, and now I come back even stronger, really doing some laps and then working on the things that I'm bad at. But I need to go play some music. Nah, actually I want to, you know, I want to know what kind of mood I'm going for, so let's just have a little jazz, and then later I will listen to you know, to the music, so I can have it in the background when I don't have anybody to talk to, and so I can feature a friend, even though these playlists are, you know, fairly small challenge, but I feel like 1,000 out of 1 billion is it might not be good odds, but it's not a lot of people, you know, that you need. And it's not like it's the chances is the 1,000 out of 1 million, it's out of 1 billion. It's more than that, you know. It doesn't work like that. That's not how, you know, think about how you consume, and then what you look for in a stream and stuff. That's the thing I have been reflecting a lot over. You know, I've spent a lot of time streaming already, and I feel like I'm really getting a hold of it. Even though I haven't been doing this for a long time, I've been spending a long time doing this. But I have 8 minutes. Enjoy this little ensemble of a little car jazz. I will be playing the Porsche 993 911 from 1995. It has the stock exhaust, just if you but please enjoy. It is very much like a solo, but really listen to how the car sounds and the things really work together. That's one thing I really, you know. Now we do it with copyright-free music and chill stuff, and then later I will, you know, I use, you know, I'm starting a playlist on Spotify. I have already 3 songs on it, so super far on Spotify. I will make it public at least. So see you in 5. Take 5. That's a simple song as well. But now we're just brainstorming and, you know, we don't know how it is next week, so let's get everything out of it. Mitigating the bad times by sharing the good, and that's what it's all about. And maybe there's not many new viewers on searches and stuff, but I have a lot of people to back me up, both in real life and on the internet, who really understands what it's about over here and in this little shared world of ours. Also, the ukulele is much about community, you know. Oh shit. See, even though that was a spectacular moment, you know, I lost a lot of time, but we still did it in the end, you know. Now we have silver. I'm the first loser, god damn it. It's like Spa all over again. But now we need to tune cars and take names on Spa with wider tires, because that's what we do, and then we go on a world tour. Go to our test track, test against some Porsches that are a little stronger, and go back. Okay? We have many hours, so maybe I have to cut off the stream somewhere, but we'll be back after I've eaten then, because then I have been going for 12 hours without food, so yeah. See you in a bit. Oh, the suspension. Sorry, I just laughed at my own unintentional fun. But yeah. Shut up, Thomas. Get to the thing. Yeah. just like everything else on the stream, the intermission is going to be a little bit longer. But I will come back and set the replay back on in 2 minutes, and be sure to have the data on the screen. Can't remember if I put that on. I call it the data, but it's really just the screen overlay, but it's just a bad excuse. Oh no, we didn't get the data. Oh no. And so many cars we can collect data from, you know. Data is just, you know, a fancy word for information. So, and it sounds more like a cool thing, you know. Formula One is, you know what? When Formula One starts, I will finish. How about that? How far are we in? 11 hours, 9 minutes. I let this replay play, and then I take a smoke break, and then I come back. How about that? Then I can concentrate, and I will just do everything the same in the title and the description. No, actually I'll be a little bit lazy with the description, because I will just copy paste it whenever I get a PC, because then I will go through and hopefully not too long, because I do have a PC, and I will, you know, before it gets overwhelming. It's like with everything. But right now I have some tobacco roasting on the stove, so that's just what's going on. Oh yeah, we need to reset this, and I'm just gonna take this and find some Cure music, because I'm open to new things, you know. I might change the song a little bit around, you know, and talk a little bit about it, but we will find a good mood. We will find a good mood. Trust me. And you have the full stage now. So welcome to David Cure Music in a little bit. We'll just have to just concentrate, you know. Okay, I feel just about ready for lunch. So because the stream is on. If you don't know, it's gonna cut off in like 40 minutes. Good thing I have a stopwatch, a wristwatch, so I can keep an eye on the time a little bit. But that means we can just about widen these tires, and then go back and then test the setup for the online to see what that balancing is like, and then you know, see, now I'm very concise because I only have 40 minutes. Oh, little teaser for not the used one, but that's where you buy the Porsche 911, and as you can see, it's the only car I have in my wish list. But yeah, I feel like I will like quickly eat, you know. Europe, AMG, and this one. We need that for an achievement as well. I like orange the most. It's the most visible. And then we will keep this one fairly stock, and then only do like things like setup changes, and the other one we can like tune like fucking crazy. What kind of horsepower does it has? It could be a fine safety car for the PP thing. If people can keep off the rain tires and follow that, then the safety car could be on rain tires and be kind of an icebreaker in the rain. Because rain tires is much better. It's like a kind of snow plow. But there we go. Safety car. Yay! Trophy. Progress. Finally. But we have made progress, you know. Yes! I want to change this car now. Because then it's first in the list. But now I only have 20,000 to widen the tires, so maybe benchmarking the thing to how much does not this. What upgrades does this have? Just it has nothing. It's a road car, so you can really play around with this one. But yeah, we can't even afford the heavy wets, so we have to do that on a budget. We have to do everything on a budget, because I'm not the guy who's that impatient that he, you know, I'd rather take the learning experience. You know, I have everything I kind of want in GTA, so, and I'm not even a level 1000 billionaire yet, which is my long-term goal, you know, so I have things to go back and forth to, you know. It's not like it's GTA or Gran Turismo all the way through, you know, and that might turn some people off, but I think my community will keep me up. Let's go to the next thing, see what it is. Congratulations, Worlds. I got you ready for it. Go ahead and take it. Hey, Catalonia collection, AMG. How appropriate. How appropriate. But we can't really, I don't want to benchmark this car right now, because we don't really have it in a race. We might take it through the 600 league. Safety car, because we're always in front, you know. Oh shit. Forgot to accept the thing. You only get a... Yeah, AMG, whatever. I'm gonna... Formula 1, all those kinds of things. We all know Mercedes, you know, AMG. It's like... It's not like Honda or something that hasn't like, you know, Honda's also in Formula 1, but they're on their way out. But that's a completely different story. That's not because of lack of success. It's because of a lack of money. Money. But this one could be a brilliant thing in the... or maybe I can just, if I'm super good at setups compared to everybody else, I can just... Oh, I need to go to Catalonia. What kind of requirements? I might do this in the safety. Ooh. How appropriate. How appropriate. Safety car challenge next time. A little bit, you know, to continue on, and then we can really benchmark the thing. We do have to win with the Porsche on Spa, which is the thing we will do now, because that's the car we have, and we need to go to the Nürburgring as well to really, you know, we're really taking this thing on a world tour, you know, safety first world tour, you know. But right now, our business is at Spa. No matter what the weather, we're together. And maybe we can cheese it on a good setup in the, you know. This will continue right after lunch, and then after that we... See, my stopwatch going, and we're not even 10 minutes in. We have done so much in 5 minutes already. You can see I'm much more concise after I get everything out, you know. Sorry for coughing, mic, there's something on it. Maybe I should do like this. Yeah, that's better. RIP. Rest in peace, headphone users. Oh, totally clean slate here, so... Hopefully no rain, but all we need is the money right now for the AMG, the next thing to tune up the AMG, you know, gradually, the safety car, because see how far we can get with that, because right now it's just like a funny thing, and I have a lot of I have this car, you know, German 600, whatever, so let's compare it to like a modern, you know, I like to compare a lot of things. And I like to explain my thought process, and here there's no one, like, people can come and go as they please. It's not like, you know, physical things that, like, but we do have the trolling start though. And but let's see how this setup is like. I know we have the wide tires and everything, but maybe we can get the safety car to be so fast that it because it starts up there, you know. So maybe you tune it up a little bit. I would do tires, brakes, no, tires, weight reduction, and then brakes. Because that's a good order to do things in, I think. I would like to think of this. I'm a role player at heart, so I can put this little passion into my thing as well. So we have everything going. And it doesn't matter if we make it or not. Na 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 na. It doesn't even matter if we make it or not. Oh, you know, I have a lot of music in my head. I would like to get it out, and you know, I think in music a lot, and I need to get that out first and foremost. But right now I have a lot of thoughts that I need to get a handle on, you know. I've even driven like 300 kilometers before lunch, you know. And even though it's not much physical, maybe I can relate to my friend who to truck drivers a little bit more, you know, driving 1,000,000 kilometers, you know, behind. You know, it might not seem that physical, but it's tiring over time, you know. I have a good friend whose biggest dream is to become a truck driver. That's his streaming dream, you know, and he also has some difficulties, and he had a more difficult thing than I have. I'm not gonna go into like family or anything, but you know, let's just say that I have grown up more fortunate than him, and I have fell on, you know. I haven't seen him at as his worst, you know. We don't see each other at his worst, you know. But you know, he seems like he knows what he wants to do, and he knows how to do it, you know, because that's just he needs. It's very specific. That road has been very well traveled, but if you want to play the ukulele professionally and do covers and do folk racing and streaming and all those kinds of things, not a lot of people knows how to combine those things, and I think I really got something here. I think I really got something, at least that I can do as a hobby for a long time. While I'm hopefully getting retired soon. Looking forward to my retirement. Maybe that could be a stream while it's like, depending on what the kind of consensus is. Because if it's the meeting on Monday is like super positive, I could practically be be a pensioner by Monday. So I'm not gonna go more into my age because it sounds crazy if I do. So you can just go back and see the other streams. Start from the start and then catch up, and then I will take a few days where I like make a little less content while people catch up a little bit, because there's a lot to do. You know, I stream more than people can even watch in a day, you know. I'm just here as like a thing all day. If you want to be like engaged with somebody who likes to talk about stuff. Here we have the placebo effect again. 11:20 has always been a good time of day for me. If I'm awake at 11:20, like I feel awake, then I often have a good day, and it's a good time to like have lunch as well. It's a magical number. We used to point out that to each other like kind of a meme, so 11:20 could be like kind of like lunchtime or like break time, and then I might break off and do some ukulele stuff and whatever if I haven't slept, and you know, I need to catch up on a lot of sleep, you know. So I might just sleep all day and then do a little bit of a speak, and then be like, I feel like I can do a lot to, maybe I can spot some problems in the car and remember what I had of problems going into some corners and relate that to the new game. So maybe it was good that I waited. You know, all the stars are aligning for me right now. So, but let's see, jazz is not very fast, you know. But the reason we didn't do Cure music was because it's like unsearchable. Yeah, one of the comments has gotten a like on the of the 4 likes on a auto addiction video. It's good to see. It was like a Skoda going super hard throughout your YouTube corner. You see all kinds of cars going hard, and you can just hear. I don't know if it was a spectator saying "woohoo" or it was like a car noise, or if it was the driver. It's a little bit ambiguous whether, you know. But I was like, woohoo! That Skoda was going hard, you know. He was really pushing it, and that I really respect that. I don't respect it much on public roads, you know, and I can maybe speak about that publicly. I feel like I feel like I can do anything. I can even, you know, go into local politics. It's not anything like I'm gonna be a professional politician, but it's a fairly nice, could be a good thing to do. on retirement while I, you know, have a lot of things, you know. Maybe, you know, if it becomes relevant in the future. I think there's like 3 or 4 years to the next election, so let's just get settled in with what we have now, you know. I got what I wanted for the local election. I got the candidate that I voted for. It's not very much like a 2-candidate kind of thing over here. It's like you vote for a lot of candidates and all of them get like an equal kind of say, but the mayor says the most, and whoever has the, you know, inevitably more panache will swing more, you know. You'll hear it more. So it's just a matter of like, it's a bit like the school elections at, you know. It's like I'm just gonna smoke because I'm nearly out of time. And then do this once, and then maybe just take something to eat, because I'm getting a little bit stressed over the time limit here, so yeah. Let's do 1 lap and see if I can cheese it like after lunch or during lunch, and I will be back within the hour or something. Not within the hour, but within an hour, let's say that. And I will be going throughout Formula 1 testing and stuff, you know. But let's drive. We can take the decision after. But you need the drink. I just got myself another soda, so might not be water, but it sure keeps me hydrated and gives me some calories while I don't really eat something. That's why I'm not like totally on the weight. And we feel fairly confident in this setup, so we could be like, you know, on free until the rain comes. I've done this quite a lot of times, and it's very liberal with the things. But this thing can take on Lamborghinis and things now, so there was a lot of things in that thing, so shit. But the thing is, the AI makes mistakes now as well, so they drive a little bit like a club level driver, you know, with only, you know, the track time that they would have, I think, kinda. But we don't know, you know. That's why you should subscribe to this channel to find out. Because I'm really gonna go in depth. That's gonna be the university part of this. It's gonna be the research and the, you know, applying our knowledge and the music thing and the music while racing. Maybe we'll make a conclusion and a study on colors and you know, effects while racing, and maybe I can, you know, talk a little bit about that on the stream, and then hopefully somebody will pick it up and be like, hey, we would like to come give you a little fee to talk here once, you know. You know, folk high schools invite like everybody at all kinds of levels. It's very fun. See, if I didn't stiffen the front, I would have like total oversteer, and now it was just like, I just turn it in and then it's like kind of on the limit. You know, I feel like I get rotation a little bit, and it's so much easier when you set up to fit your driving style, you know. It's not about the best setup, it's about the setup that works for you and your driving style very much. I like to be very aggressive on the throttle, so I don't want to have a lot of initial torque on the on the thing, but if you're more patient on the throttle, you might not feel that, you know. And if you brake less more aggressively than me, you know, then maybe soften up this, you know, physics of racing, you know. But the thing about talking about this while I'm doing it is also like, I think so much clearer about everything. Doesn't matter about Rouge, really. That's Redelium, actually. So, but let's just see how far we can get to, you know. But that's why I would like to get up to a little bit more of a subscriber count, just to unlock the things. Not necessarily because I want all of you to be here all the time and be super engaging, but like, it's more the opportunities that it unlocks, and it's like just a little bit of a wave in my direction that I'm doing something right for once. Or not for once, but that I have been on track the whole time and not end up like the antithesis on me, the lol cow. I will send a video on it to like Coase and maybe Max Ammo, maybe David if he gets on, you know, because they know me a little bit better, so they can see like what I'm talking about, you know. And I know they won't go and engage, but I don't know what's happened with this guy because he haven't posted in a while, so he might have been gone off the internet for good, and that's for the better, I think. Whether it's one way or the other, you know, that's the sad thing about it. It's like, I don't really care. I don't have the mental capacities to care about everyone. You know, sometimes this guy's 31. He can take care of him, you know, himself, and he might have a physical deformity, but he's sure hard enough to dish everything out and be on the internet, and he lives at home with some grandparents that don't restrict him at all, and it's just everything around that guy is wrong, and he would never be able to pull himself up by the bootstraps at all, you know. Sometimes we need help, because this guy, he like, it's a serious, like, some birth deformities. I think he was born very early, like, they thought he was gonna die early and stuff, but so I don't know if it could be something related to that and why he's not posting, but, you know, we hope he's okay, you know. We don't want anything bad to happen to people. We want them to, you know, get a happy life and come out on the other side, but, you know, and this time I just really reflect on a thing like that, because it's a guy I recently discovered. That when I was on my lowest point, I felt like I was that guy. When I had my self-image in my own head, that was kind of what I felt like, and I was like, no, I knew I had better social skills, but this guy is like bad at everything he does. Music, sim racing, you know, all his creative endeavors. And his live streams are just him saying fuck you and fuck that, and not taking criticism and not listening to anything. So he is also an inspiration in, you know, what not to do. So sometimes you need that as well. But he, you know, he might have been bullied a lot in his life, but so was I, goddammit. You know, I have red hair, I know a little bit about it, you know. It's not, I wouldn't directly call it racism, but it is. We will go into that talk a little bit later, and whether certain people can be racist and what's racism, and you know. But I have a lot of friends of different nationalities and stuff who have discussed this with, and they would agree it falls under the category racism when you bully people for things like red hair. You know, it's something that they are born with, that they and even though they can just color their hair, you know, it's still a thing based on things you hate and not things you love. So why not just focus on the things that you share, that you really like, and then let me keep my long red hair, and then you can have your different opinions on how men are attractive and what's attractive to a woman. But I don't have any problems in that department, and you know, so I have quite a few failed relationships behind me. So and I learned something every time. You know, the longest one lasted 3 years and was a very good one. We were both very, very sad that it ended, but it was better for both of us because of our situation. But you know, it was still a great time. You know, it's not like we ever regretted being together, and it's not like I'm best friends or whatever with any of my girlfriends, ex-girlfriends. But it's more like, you know, there's no hard feelings or anything. We've talked it out and stuff. You know. Now I got a text, and I have one lap left, so it's fine. But now we will see how much, you know, there's left. We can maybe snag a third. We still have a left, so in 10 seconds, so we might be very close, and then we can, after lunch, we can be like really use the little money that we have and do a setup and whatever. I think that will be good. You know, and if we crash, it's all good. This car feels really like, it's oversteering a little bit, but it's not like too much. I just had to a little bit, but it's still a little bit too much. It can get unruly, and I don't even need that much downforce for real. Look how much I'm catching up. I'm so much more grip, and this is just like a default spoiler. It has no like skirts or anything. It's just a rear spoiler on a car, and made it to be a good compromise between everything, you know. Start with a car I feel like can represent me a little bit. Fuck, that was way too late, and it's starting to rain, so my traction budget is going down. And you know, we will try like to use the money we have, and if we don't do it, then we will hopefully get the Cayman in the rain, and you know, if not, we can go for the AMG thing. But now I have the AMG to do driving lessons, and so that's a good thing. And again, I would always like to do all these things, but culminating them like this, I've never like imagined would be possible in my wildest dreams. So it's very intense music right now. It's very good for, it's not very fast, but it has a lot of grip, you know, a lot like this car. Consistency. It really helps you focus. The right music at the right time, you know. And I would like to test that in real life as well. I think the Sony, those earbuds with holes in them would be the most like best, but like a little headphone with like, you know, something in it, and a, you know, an extra screen to play the music on. I have a phone with like a broken screen that doesn't work, that does need to be repaired. So it's not like I need to go out and buy a whole new phone. I even have the SIM card for it, like because I did have two phones at a point, because I had a phone that I have used for quite a while, and I just used it until it couldn't hold together anymore. The screen was literally falling off. And look at that, up to third. You know, nice and easy. But remember, the traction budget gets way lower. We like to talk about budgets here, so, and that's how well, I caught it. And remember, we are actually on low traction control, so remember, you can't brake as hard, because as soon as I brake hard, they just start. No, I shouldn't do that. That was a little bit of a premature celebration. No, we don't do things after we are across the line. Don't. It's okay to block a little bit, but don't weave back and forth like that. That's a no-no. You can like pull over, but not like pull in front totally. But it's okay to block a little bit if you do it gradually. Third. But let's say, see, there's only like 10 minutes left, so we will end with this replay, I think. We will end with me smoking, and then oh, we need the data on the screen, just a little bit of, you know. But we do only have 9 minutes left. So I would like to finish in a few minutes, eat something, and then come back. Because, or else actually we don't even have 9 minutes. I will smoke and then say goodbye. And then we can look at all this goodness after I have eaten a ball of cornflakes. Right? I know cereal is not like the best thing, but it's not like Frosties or anything. It's cornflakes, so it's almost as good as you know. So we have the timer on the screen as well, so everything is perfect. But we will do one lap and then we will say see you after lunch, right? Because we're going right back to it. It's maybe it will help restarting the stream, so it will send out new notifications and stuff. I'm gonna call the next one testing. And then I hope people who enjoy things like Bob's Burgers are like but we need to end right now. Like, we have 1 minute left. So when we reach 3 minutes, we have to be stopped. So I will just pack this head and we're done with the first lap, you know. But this music makes it feel even faster, you know. But I will smoke this and then I will jump right out of the car, so I need my cornflakes because I'm so filled with dopamine. Might even take my medicine. 144.6. That's the goal. Holy fuck. See you after lunch. Within the hour, maybe in half an hour.